the gravy, please.
Welcome in. 8 minutes past the hour as the kickoff hour starts a brand new day, a brand new week together, and we thank you for being with us. Got a lot going on in the old world and within the show that we'll recap over this past weekend and look dead ahead to another busy week together. And we thank you for making the choice of, yes, I'll hang out with Rick and Bubba Show. Here we are. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all a-doing?
Good.
You know, every now and then, I am approached by someone that we just start a conversation about the show, and they start asking questions about how the show operates. You know, and it's just casual conversation.
You didn't give them much.
And no, we had time to kill, and so we were sitting there and hanging out, and the question was asked, hey, you know, with the kickoff hour, y'all get there so early. You know, what's the dynamic of the show as far as, you know, what we got going on? And Bubba's signaling something to us. What's going on?
Not sure. It involves a box.
Okay. And they said, do y'all start talking when y'all first get there, or do y'all have to ramp up? And I was like, well, you know, that's a good question. It's kind of sometimes we can. You know, there's slower mornings where we just kind of grunt to each other, like, how you doing? And then there's sometimes we just kind of start slowly having conversation with each other, and then that turns into weird stories that we've seen that we're like, hey, man, have you seen this or whatever? Yeah. But I didn't really know how to answer that. I don't think that there's any of us that are just slow going. We know that kind of once we're here, we turn it on. You know what I mean? As far as just being able to talk and communicate.
Yeah.
But they were like, man, when I wake up, I got to have some time where I slowly get into it. You know, I can't just first time I see somebody just start talking.
And this morning is rare. Okay, yeah. What I'm about to describe that happened is very rare.
Yeah.
But you and I just cut a commercial a few minutes ago, and it was the first words that either one of us had really spoken since we've been up. Yeah. And that was a little strange.
There was a little bit of clearing the throat.
Hope it doesn't come out in the commercial, but yeah, and that's odd. That's rare. And I did ask you about the weather because I noticed you were backed in right by the door, and I thought, goodness, that's going to mess up my day because it's going to rain evidently because he's backed up to the door.
Yeah.
So we talked about that.
Was he the weatherman?
And I asked Greg a question, how'd he doing? How's his weekend go? And he kind of grunted at me. So then I thought, well, that's kind of the way I usually am. Yeah. So I know to back off if, you know.
Well, Greg and I normally we see each other first, and a lot of time, like this morning, if he's busy doing something, I'm not going to go, hey, man, how you doing?
I know.
And we just like, hey, bud, what's up? And then there'll be a delayed conversation by around 10 minutes
Flip
or so.
each other off.
Yeah.
Well, he had a handful of papers. He looked big. When I walked in,
Greg
when I walked in, corporate Greg was hard at it. Yeah. And I didn't want to bother him.
Yeah, you know, Monday.
Well, I know he and Lisa had the grandkids some.
That's right. When we went, they were all together.
When we left for the weekend, he had mentioned that to me. Mm-hmm. So I asked about that, and we hung out in the office for a little bit.
You got to watch the older ones. They try to love the new baby a little too much sometimes.
They do.
They don't mean to. It's a little rough.
Well, you know, that's how Big Love got his name.
Oh, yeah.
He just loves everybody.
Yeah. You got to watch the little one around him. But, yeah.
How'd that go with the grandkids?
Oh, they did good. They were thrilled with her.
Well, I know with the grandkids you have talked about their inability to share.
Yeah, no, they're working on it.
And most kids are that way, but so everything.
You'll hear feet going, and you look, and one will be running, and the other one's chasing them, which means they've taken something from them.
Sure,
you got a lot of that.
Right?
No big fights. They were better on sharing.
Yeah, and were they at your house or were y'all?
No, we were at Chandler's.
Okay, I was about to say because Mr. Buddy around him, I didn't know how that interaction was going.
He knocks them around a little bit.
Yeah.
I want to talk about your golf outing yesterday.
Oh, God.
That was so much fun to follow on Instagram. You did a great job highlighting.
There's so much more.
So much, and it was. I laughed. I was teary-eyed. I was laughing so hard one time at some of the things that were being said and serious about it. Real serious about it.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Real serious about it.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Tyler, my oldest, and his son River asked me to go, asked Pops to go play golf with him yesterday. And so
River's a character.
Yo, he is.
Let me tell you.
He is he's a little character that, bless his heart, he has allergies. So he was a snotty little kid. Allergies right now.
I have that in common with him.
Right now is the worst.
Yeah, and so we head out, and I said, you know what, I'm gonna document this because there's so much that we document that's I have a river file in my photos.
Yeah.
And it's you would be here all week if you saw it. So I always document. But today I was like, I'm gonna put that on my story. And gosh almighty, it's fun.
Hey, got a good little golf swing too.
He does.
I mean, he really does.
We had a little plastic golf club, Greg, with us, and a little plastic ball that has the little holes in it.
Oh yeah.
And so, you have a kind of a weird situation here that you want to be respectful of, and that is you definitely on a Sunday afternoon don't want to hold the golf course up because you brought a kid. So I don't want to be a bip that way, But it really worked out great because the course was so packed, and we were a twosome with him that we were locked in between two foursomes.
That did work
and so
out.
there was really. There was time to kill, and so we could like get on the fairway and drop a ball, and then he could hit while we're waiting, or if we get to the tee box and the guys are just getting to their ball in front of us on the fairway, we had some time to kill, so he could hit a couple of shots. But I documented that and put it on my Instagram story yesterday. It's still there, and so you can check that out.
Good.
But it is hilarious too because I had. I got the Pops thing going here, so my focus is on River.
Sure.
And Tyler's focus is on trying to beat me.
Sure.
And it was kind of funny. And that changed about hole 6.
Yeah.
I said, son, we're just going to have to just probably stop keeping score and just have fun, And so that changed for a little bit. But he is something else, y'all. That kid is all about it. And we got to about 7 or 8. We paid for 18. And I said, all right, Tyler, should we just play 9 and get a rain check for the other 9? Because it's hot.
It was hot yesterday.
It's out. We're out in it.
Yeah.
No, man, he's fine. He's ready to go. And I said, okay, because I think I just saw a yawn, but I'm not sure. It might have been me yawning. I can't tell, but I just don't want to get around the corner and be on hole 12 or 13, and then we'd be like, man, why didn't we just stop at 9? But that kid, he kept going. He kept on churning. And we had a diaper change or a pull-up change, just a safety.
Sure.
And that was good. We did that. It's not every day, and the foursome in front of us laughed pretty hard. They were off in a distance, and they screamed back at us. Don't see that every day.
Yeah.
And you could see from that we were doing that. You had that. You just had a lot going on out there, but you can check it out if you choose to. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun yesterday afternoon.
Good times.
Got some sun. I did. He was coated down with sunscreen. Pops forgot to put some on though. So I've got
know better than that.
I've got that classic. I've had a hat on, so my head is really white and below my ears is red.
There you go.
So,
you know better than that.
And it's Masters Week too.
It is. Wow.
Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes right to the door, new dietitian win options under 700 calories and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find the link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsor.
Today on Hey Culligan, how smart is your water? Here's Tracy.
Hey, Culligan. I think
My water might be dumb.
Good news, Tracy. Your water's not dumb. It's just not talking to you.
You can make my water talk.
No, but the new Culligan Smart Drinking Water System can talk to your phone to tell you when your water filters need changing and help you meet drinking water goals.
Now that's some brilliant H2O.
You said it, Tracy, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Got you a free silver bar. Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8 ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds. Whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party, Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
You know, we always recommend Simply Safe Home Security. U.S. News recently named Simply Safe the best home security system of 2023. CNET recently awarded them their Editor's Choice for Home Security. Customize the perfect system for your home or small business in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great-tasting recipes right to the door, new Dietitian Win options under 700 calories and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
All right, 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. I saw where LSU won the Women's NCAA National Championship over Iowa this past weekend. Didn't get to catch any of that, just saw that happened. So congratulations to the LSU ladies. Can we still call them ladies and women and stuff like that? I don't know where we are as a
I
society.
call them the Lady Tigers.
But they won. They defeated Iowa 102-85 last night. Something about them trash talking too and getting in each other's face was funny. And I see where tonight it's It's what is it? San Diego State and UConn
yeah.
tonight for
UConn,
the NCAA final men's national championship.
In the second game, UConn hammered Miami. Now, the first game with Florida Atlantic, San Diego State was awesome.
Right.
And it went down to the wire. And
I didn't get to see any of that.
You thought Florida Atlantic was going to I came in and watched the last few minutes.
Okay.
I was in Auburn all day. That's a different story. But, yeah, hit a shot. I mean, literally no time on the clock. And it was, of course, big celebration. And I saw this maybe on Instagram or something. But I saw where Jim Nance got a standing ovation there inside the arena because it's his last Final Four that he's going to do. Did y'all know that he was done calling Final Fours?
I did not.
I didn't either. I guess tonight will be his last game.
Done.
So I'm sure he'll do other things, but I just didn't know that this was his last.
Was he
Final Four.
retired?
I don't know. That's why I kind of caught. It was like. There was a video put out of him kind of acknowledging the crowd and them acknowledging him and the crowd giving him a standing ovation, and it said his last Final Four. I was like, oh, okay.
Wow. Well, that's if that. I wonder if anybody has either one of them in their bracket winning.
I think some people probably have UConn, not many, but getting there. But San Diego State, if you picked San Diego State and Florida Atlantic to be in there, you've done something. I don't think you did.
No, probably not.
Yeah.
Not in just have one bracket.
So UConn won easily over Miami. Florida
Yeah, it was
Atlantic
runaway.
was 17 seconds away from victory until San Diego State made the buzzer beater that you just talked about.
And they didn't even they had a few seconds. The difference in the shot clock was 4 or 5 seconds.
Right.
And Florida Atlantic took it all the way down. They were up by 1. They took it all the way down, and their thought was, let's run it down, take a shot. We're either up by 3, and they only have 4. If we do that, great. But either way, they only have 4 or 5 seconds
Use
left.
as much time as you can.
And so San Diego State made the decision not to call timeout. They let this one kid go length of the floor, and boom, here we go. Hits a jumper at the end of the clock. So pretty exciting.
Well, and I guess I can see that because you don't want time for the other team to set up a defense. So hey, let's just let it go and see what happens.
They interviewed the coach right after the game, and he's so humble about it. I mean, I know he was kidding when he said this, but they said, "Why did you make the decision not to call timeout?" He said, "I'd run out of plays."
Just let him do it.
He
Just
said,
hang out.
let him play. I'd run out of plays.
Yeah, get it in your hand and see what you can do.
A couple of other things that we need to mention. That was one of them in the sports world. That's big. The other one is entertainment. CMT, you're our music awards person, Greg. Did you watch any of the CMT
Was that last
music
night?
awards?
I had no idea it was even on.
You've let us down.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You're our guy.
Had no idea.
Also, this is something we would do. Did y'all see any? Is it Shane McMahon? Is that who? WrestleMania 39?
McMahon? Shane McMahon.
No,
Vince
McMahon.
McMahon's son.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah,
I think
Vince
he's about to
McMahon's
sell all that, by the way.
Vince McMahon is his son, Shane.
Shane McMahon.
Well, okay. Is that?
I can't see it.
Okay.
But that Shane McMahon is
Here, read that
Vince
article.
McMahon's
Right.
See
son.
it.
Read that. Is that him? Because I don't follow
Yeah,
it.
Shane McMahon.
Okay. All
Talking
right.
down to you a little bit.
Yeah,
No.
he's always hit
All
get
right.
in the ring and wrestle.
Okay, I apologize for you WWE fans. I apologize. I'm sitting here looking at it. He suffered a torn quad. He has not been a part of the WWE or gotten in the ring since 2022, like a year and some change, January of 2022. So he comes out for a thing that they were doing, and he ends up blowing his quad out and hitting. And I'm talking about going down, and it messed everything up because they didn't know what in the world to do. And so they were improvising as far as what's going to happen, and all of a sudden Snoop Dogg jumps the rope and gets involved.
Don't quote Snoop Dogg.
No,
you'll lose your job.
I'm not. But yeah,
But
so
I'm looking at it right here.
Yeah. That's in the sports world. That's also big. He goes down. It looks like he tries to like throw somebody over his shoulders, and when he goes, it's like he was doing a squat, and when he comes up to push the weight of the other wrestler over him, he blows his quad out and hits the floor and can't get up. And it they didn't really know what to do.
He you won't remember this, but we briefly met him on the sideline with his dad when we were in New York for the XFL.
Yes.
We shook hands. Hey, how are you doing? I don't know if you call that meeting them, but
Giant Stadium.
Yes.
Yeah.
We were on the field before the game.
Oh.
And they came because that was the New York team, so they were there.
But it went from pure excitement, and here I am to I just blew my leg out.
Yeah, he used to get in there and wrestle every now and then.
Snoop Dogg came in and improvised a little bit.
Oh boy!
But so anyway, that's there for
he's
you.
Down for the count.
I think was that at SoFi?
There's a big stadium full of people. I'm looking at it.
Yeah. It was pure mania.
Wow.
But yeah,
How about you out there just trying to be a little bit part of it and you get hurt?
and you talking about can't have nothing. But that's something that would happen to us. We'd blow something if we tried to get back out in there. We'd blow something in a second. But yeah, the quad was, they say, blown so bad he couldn't even get up.
He jumped up over the guy's head, and when he landed, that must have been what done it.
He
fell out. That's reminded me when Speed was running that day and yours went out. Remember that?
It's
yours
awful.
tore and fell.
It's awful. What it does is it paralyzes you from on that leg from the waist down. I couldn't pick my leg up. Because it was shot.
Something like that's coming for me. I'm gonna knock. I mean, it is, and here's why I say that.
Golly, Shane.
They're every single day without stretching, warming up, or anything. There's a scenario on the tennis court with our guys that pull me into something. Okay,
I see what you're saying.
And
hey, coach, come jump in.
Hey, hey, somebody's got in trouble. We send them off the court. Or somebody's gotten hurt. They got to sit down a minute, or somebody, whatever. We got an odd number. We need an extra person. And it's going to happen to me because the women's coach, he all the time stretching and stuff. I never do any of that.
Yeah, you're going to have to get over there and stretch.
I'm going to end up messing up. It's going to be me.
You are.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25, and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Spring is almost here. We're already digging into new flavors with HelloFresh. Not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes to the door, their new Dietitian Win options under 700 calories make it easier than ever to stay on track with wellness goals, or if you're looking to power up with protein, simply choose from the new Protein Smart recipes like one pot pork and bean chili or creamy Dijon dill chicken featuring 30 grams or more of protein per serving. We love to eat well, but hate the hassle. That's why HelloFresh delivers pre-portioned ingredients that cut down on prep time and food waste and save an extra trip to the grocery store. And since their produce travels from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days, I know what I'm eating and I know it's fresh. Why not taste it for yourself? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
If you're a regular listener, you know we always recommend Simply Safe Home Security. And we aren't the only ones. U.S. News recently named Simply Safe the best home security system of 2023. And CNET recently awarded them their Editor's Choice for home security. Simply Safe is trusted by experts and customers alike. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. In an emergency, agents use Fast Protect technology only from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence so you can get priority police dispatch. 24/7 professional monitoring costs less than $1 a day and half the price of traditional home security systems. You can lock your doors and access your cameras from anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Lot going on. We're kicking things off. That's why it's the kickoff hour for the main show. It starts in about 30 minutes from now, right after top of the hour break. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us. We'll recap on some very, very busy weekends and look ahead. We're already kind of skimming the surface on a number of things that you can expect us to talk about in the main show. Some back to some internal stories here. When we left you Friday, Helmsy, you had a dilemma on trying to mail something that was really heavy, and we went to the audience on how to do that. You have a conclusion there on that, and then you also kind of talked a little bit about how you were going to be home alone with the dogs. And so give us an update on how that all went.
So Friday, I wanted to get this whole shipment off my plate.
Right.
This ball machine that had to be shipped back in California, and it's broke, so they're replacing it. And they said, just pay for the shipping, and then we'll send you a new ball machine. Okay, got it. And this is like $4,000 thing they're sending us. I mean, it's
It's a replacement of what you have now.
Yeah. And it's under warranty, but we still got to pay for the shipping.
It's going to cost you the shipping cost.
I've argued with them on that. It just didn't work.
That's the way it works.
Yeah, so that's how they get you. So anyway, so I called. I didn't know how to ship something out this big. I didn't know if you could just go to one of these stores or not, UPS, FedEx Express, those type of things. And so got late in the day Friday, and I thought, I'm getting this off my plate. And so I went and got it. We have a storage building we keep it in. So I went and grabbed it, put it in my truck, pulled my truck up as close as I could, and then put it in there and headed off. And I had emailed our buddy Greg over at the UPS store at the old studio. And I said, can y'all handle something I gave him the dimensions and the weight, and he was like, don't know. That's going to be close. Don't know that I can do that. He said, but just he gave me some options of where I could get a box and stuff like that. And he was like, "It's the box. As long as we got one to fit, that's not a big deal." He's like, "As long as we can get it in there, the weight won't be an issue. We can figure that out." I'm like, all right. So I went there first because it was on the way for me to go get what I knew would be a big enough box
How
for
do you
it.
even get it in the door?
Well, with help, I know that. And so y'all,
night.
we can't. You know how us. We're different than most when it's in public, and sometimes people find us embarrassing. Okay.
Yeah.
So I walk in. There's 2 or 3 ladies in the front, and I said, "Is Greg here?" And they said, "Yeah, he's in the back." I said, "Will you tell him Michael Helms is here? He's not in trouble." That's what I said.
Okay.
And they all kind of laughed, whatever. And then he came out and he helped me get out of the car. And he goes, I think we got a box for that." And so
It'll hold the weight?
Yes. And that he said that weight ain't no big deal. We can maneuver around that. It's not a problem, whatever. And so he knocked it out of the park. And next day, within 10 minutes, I was in and out of that store and it was off my plate.
You're kidding.
So then I'm sitting there going, okay, I thought I was going to be running around with this ball machine trying to ship it for the next 2 hours.
That is huge.
For the next 2 hours. So now what do I do? Well, my family had left the day before to go to Auburn to a high school tennis tournament. Brady and Caroline were both playing. The girls and boys team both were there. And it was one of these tournaments, Speedy, you've dealt with it in the baseball world, where schools come, it's a spring break deal, where schools are coming from different states, Tennessee and Mississippi and Georgia and all this, and they're all in Alabama, and they're all convening on one place. And so it was at the University of Auburn, or Auburn University. Want to be correct there. But so went. I got Friday night. I'm sitting there. I snapped Speedy a picture. I was sitting
Greg, I wish you could
on the couch in front of Center and Alcaraz tennis match, big tennis match. Had one dog. Alcaraz, one dog on my left, one dog on my right. Pitch black dark other than the TV. Had it like I liked it.
Sure.
Just enjoy. And I'm sitting there thinking, so about this time, I'm made aware that we're not going to practice Saturday. We're going to use that as our off day. NCAA, we're required to take so many days off. So we were going to take a day off. And I thought, okay. So either this, what I'm experiencing right now, could be my all day tomorrow, or I could get up, drive to Auburn, watch the kids play tennis. Because this time of year, and because of my new added coaching myself, I don't get to watch them much in the spring. I have not seen an entire high school match all year long, which I know that sounds bad, but it's really not, because I take them to tournaments all summer. It's not like I don't see my kids hit a tennis ball. Matter of fact, I think this time of year it is rare for me to be able to do that. So I got up Saturday morning. I got the dogs settled, had them a good little situation, and I headed to Auburn. And I just stayed in Auburn all day and watched them play tennis.
What you going to do about the dog?
And then
drove. What about the dogs, Rick?
It was actually a pretty good situation I had for them, because we weren't expecting – we got a little rain that morning, but I can crack the garage doors, and they can go up in and out of there. And so I kept them some water and stuff there.
Oh, yeah.
And then I put the water and food, up front. And they have a little on-in type deal they can get on in the front.
Right.
And they have those collars on that keep them, in the electric fence deal. I don't know if it's called electric fence, but you know what I mean.
It's an underground fence.
Yeah, there you go.
Before we get any email, if trained correctly, they never get popped.
No, they don't.
It just prevents you from having to have a fence. It's an underground fence.
A lot of times
Just train 'em
we'll
and
actually
learn.
forget to put the collars on them.
Yeah.
And they'll stay out there for 3 or 4 hours
before they realize it.
And they don't even know it. They're just because they know where they need to go and don't go. And anyway, so worked out. I went and watched them play, and then came back home. And then
I know real quick. I apologize for interrupting here. Was that a surprise to your kids? And
it
then
was.
Dad's there.
Yeah.
And it was like, or did y'all tell them?
I told Amanda. I said, "Hey, I think I'm coming." And so, of course, drove in an awful storm. Thought of you, Greg, because you'll have to do that from time to time coming in here.
Raining like that.
It was an awful storm. I was headed there, and I had obviously told Amanda, but I had not told the kids. I had sent them a little text of. I always send them a couple things to think about and those type of things for the matches, and so I'd done that, and they'd both responded, but they had no idea I was
That's
coming.
Great. I love the big surprise.
I walked into the hotel lobby because it was raining and everybody was kind of hung out at the hotel until they were done. And so I walked in the lobby, and Caroline turned around because Amanda was looking at me, and she was like, "What are you doing here?" And I'm like, "Surprise." And then I saw Braden a few minutes after, and he didn't know, but he was like, "Hey, Dad, what are you doing?"
Yeah,
that
what's
kind
up?
of thing.
To get the son to respond like the daughter is probably hard.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
the son's like, "Hey, what's up?"
And Maddie was the most
too much
excited.
excitement.
No.
Maddie was the most excited to see me. She's the 10-year-old
Oh,
that
I
still
bet.
thinks I'm something.
Yeah.
So that hanging on to that.
Yeah. One of the three think you're cool right now.
Oh yeah,
You
the
know,
other two think
it'll
I'm-
change.
Braden
Then
doesn't.
there'll be an embarrassment, and then
Yeah.
they'll get in their
Bottom.
20s, and it comes back around. They're like, "Hey,
Yeah.
man, what's up?"
yeah.
It's kind of how it rolls.
But it was a
you
good
know.
trip. It was a good trip, and got back Saturday night, and yesterday was back to business.
Yeah.
So
It's funny though, because Greg. So I know he kind of described the scene, but he had it like he liked it. Feet up, watching what he wanted to watch. Dogs around him.
had eaten what I wanted to eat.
Yeah, and I laughed. I even responded. I said, "Got it like you like
I
it."
did.
I'm talking about laid back like Willie. I mean, he is just hanging
rare.
out. It is very rare. I mean, I'm talking about nobody in the house. Love our families, love our wives, but sometimes
Good change of
And
pace.
look, for you ladies that are listening, it's in reverse. You might have the house to yourself and get to watch. You know what that's like. You just have a.
Oh, you
I can
don't
do
y'all
whatever.
don't realize how bad I wanted just to continue to do that all Saturday. Like when I woke up Saturday morning, I'm like, "What have you done?"
Yeah.
Like, why have you told your wife you'll just come down there and hang out all day? You could have had it here,
Yeah.
all day to yourself.
Yeah, you need to overdo it.
But I needed to see them, and it was
Well,
it was the right call.
All right. So speaking of, we were this family yesterday, or not yesterday, but Saturday. We have never. Just Greg, let me get through this. We have never taken a dog to a ball game. All right, but a lot of times when college baseball
You need
on
a
a
service
Saturday
dog now?
afternoon on campus, you're going to see dogs everywhere.
Oh yeah.
I know.
And a lot of times,
Amanda takes Blue places she shouldn't.
Yeah.
I've told her that.
girlfriends of some of the players, they're
Yeah.
bringing dogs. Parents, they're bringing a dog. And JC has forever, the two dogs that we have, Jack, and you know this from keeping them, he won't walk on a leash. He's a great dog, will run around the yard. You put a leash on him, and he locks down.
Yeah.
All right, he just won't. I don't know what the deal is. He sits down, and you literally have to try to – he won't budge. It's like he's in cement. Leo, on the other hand, he will do anything, go anywhere. And so, JC, I had stepped out as a dad and said, "Hey, might be bringing Leo to the game Saturday."
Oh, boy.
And, you would think on game day, your son needs to be focused on the game. But no, the text we got was, "Hey, you bringing Leo?" And so I'm like, well, here we go. I'm taking Leo. And so I told Terry, I said, I don't even want to get you involved with this because it's going to be such a handle.
So I wished I'd looked up and seen you walking in with a dog.
And so because
Here it
Leo
comes.
doesn't travel much. I mean, he's a home pup, all right? He doesn't get in trucks and ride around. So he doesn't
thought you
really
were
even
going to
know
the vet.
Right. And you know what that's like.
yeah.
And so I was like, let me just take him. I'll be the first wave. I'm going to get there early. I know after they do in and outs and all that, I mean, there's kind of a dead period of about 20 minutes where the players sometimes walk down the fence, they say hey to their parents, and they're just kind of hanging out before it gets busy again. And I'm like, I need to hit that window so he can see the dog. So I throw Leo in the truck, and here we go. And I'm like, do I roll the window down? I mean, you don't want him to jump out, right? And so I'm like, I'm going to go to the window down. And so, hey, he sticks his little head out, and that little fur's hitting, and he's just having time of his life, I think. I don't know. I couldn't interview him, but he's sliding all around when I stop. I'm having to hold him, so he doesn't bust it. And here I go. I'm on campus, and I'm out with the dog. I got his harness on, and I got my leash, and I here I go. I got my lawn chair because I got it like I like it down the fence line. I want to get away from everything. And so we took a dog to a baseball game, a doubleheader Saturday. And I got to tell you,
doubleheader?
Leo did really good. He did.
What were you thinking?
good.
Before
How many
long,
piles you have to clean up?
well, he didn't do that one time. Before long, I had the leash off of him because he didn't want to go anywhere, and I was throwing the baseball, and he was catching it, bringing it back. And we just had a good old
You
time.
doing tricks
Blue.
for the crowd. I did. Not tricks for the crowd.
You love that?
Yeah, you can get him to go to the concession stand and back. That'd be
Right.
better.
And then once I realized he was going to bring it back and not just take the ball and keep running and like go through a neighborhood
really
and be a
got
handle,
showing off,
scare
yeah.
people. you know.
Yeah.
And when I thought, hey, watch this. I'm going to throw it to him again, let him bring it back.
Got him trained.
Yeah.
Next week, Frisbee.
We can take Blue places, but she's an idiot. We can't take her anywhere.
Yeah, see, that's kind of what we got. Only one of them can do it. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Sponsored by Abbey and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is a bacon or sausage egg croissant plus small seasoned potatoes for $3. It's the breakfast that don't miss. So if you did miss Wendy's breakfast, don't imagine. Fresh cracked eggs, sizzling sausage, crispy bacon, and block out those hot, buttery, flaky croissants. Croissants don't really make a sound, but if they did, for a breakfast that don't miss, Wendy's is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Select a request $3 breakfast deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte combo orders.
Today on Hey Culligan's Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener. Here's Kevin.
Hey Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8-ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions. That could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to.
All right, we got 8 minutes till top of the hour, kickoff hour live. We start a brand new week together. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us top of the hour for the main show. In this portion of the show, we just want you to know that the national sponsorship team at SSI and the Rick and Bubba show, the network sponsorship team, they syndicate this program and another program, very successful, and they want to let you know if you are in the market of, trying to get the word out for your company, we can create a network partnership with our national team that can help get that word out for you throughout the entire network. Not only do we have some of the greatest radio stations in the country brave enough to call Rick and Bubba home, about 50 network radio affiliates. We also have YouTube, Blaze TV, the 24/7 TuneIn app. You've got social media platforms, the podcast, online showcasing opportunities at rickandbubba.com. So be thinking about that. But if you are like, you know what, I just want to get the word out where I'm listening right now in the local market, I don't need a national campaign, well, email us as well, because we can get you in touch with that sales team. We have some of the greatest sales people in the business that represent the show and sell it. So if you'd like more information, you can call 203-431-0790 or drop us an email, Rick and Bubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. And we look forward to hearing from you and start, sharing the message that you want to get out. As we are rolling on, I do have a little piece of audio here that I don't think y'all can guess because it's kind of weird, which I love that. And I just wanted to see what you thought about this. If you can tell me what this story is here. Hold on just a second. There we go. Tell me what y'all think's going on here.
This is a very unusual case that involves a giant spoon.
It's a giant spoon. A giant spoon.
No, see, I know the story because you kind of told us in the break, but if I'm just hearing that, my mind immediately went to somebody has killed somebody with a giant spoon.
Well, I know you were paying attention, but this one wasn't. This one was not paying attention.
And that's why
I just think obviously someone had a giant spoon. I'm
See,
trying
Greg,
to think. My mind
is
why do people have a giant spoon?
Right. Let's take a listen.
Seen cutting the spoon from its holded area, grabbing the spoon and walking off and loading it into the trailer of his truck.
The trailer.
Somebody stole a spoon.
Yeah.
Paired with the trailer, it's a very large 12 to 15 foot red spoon that we're looking at here.
12 to 15 foot.
And that
red
means,
spoon.
And that obviously tells you it's at a restaurant somewhere.
Yeah. Sure. Okay,
Maybe
that's
down the
good.
street, you see a giant red spoon
That's
hanging
what
out
it
in
is.
somebody's truck or in their garage. Definitely contact.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to hide
because
that.
a red spoon like that definitely does stand out whenever you're going through the neighborhood.
Yeah, it does.
And that is the Phoenix Police Department. Okay, the Phoenix
So we
Police
got a
Department
restaurant that's got a big red spoon.
has had to come out and say, we're needing information on a giant red spoon.
If you've seen this red spoon,
it
call.
was stolen from a Dairy Queen.
In the old days, this would have
that'd
been
be kinda
tough to
hard to
find.
do.
It would have been tough to find.
Yeah.
But somebody is going to take a picture of it and post it on social
Video.
media at
Yeah.
some point, and this person's going to be caught.
What good is a big giant spoon if you got to hide it?
I know.
If you can't show
I
it off,
know.
why would you want it?
What would you do with a big red spoon?
What would I
what
do
do you?
with
Why would you want one? I know you probably are just being goofy.
It's like people that
sits
steal
out in
road
front.
signs.
Yeah, it
You
sits
know,
out in front of the Dairy Queen. You probably, hey, let's grab the red spoon. Do you think it's, to your point, Greg, maybe in some college student's apartment?
Yeah, put it up in the room in there.
Yeah, leaning.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's the same bunch that steals the signs and all that.
Yeah.
Got to be. Same
Yeah.
type
Yeah.
mentality.
Giant red spoon.
I'd like to see it.
They call it massive red spoon.
I wonder if they damaged it when they were trying to tear it down.
Someone stole it in front of a Dairy Queen, and the Phoenix Police Department is looking for information.
Someone's in trouble.
It was two men, they say, and very visible and a very fashionable woman. It says here, a very fashionable woman, but don't know what that means.
They described her as fashionable.
Yes, all the suspects were caught on camera, but they can't.
But the lady is fashionable.
It says two men
What's
and
that
a very
even mean?
fashionable woman.
What's that mean?
Maybe she was,
She all decked
dressed
out?
up. I guess I don't know.
She got dressed up. Go steal
probably
a
not
spoon.
the time to steal a spoon.
Yeah, got my good
I
clothes
got-
on. I
oh,
got
my
my hair
goodness.
fixed, and I was stealing a spoon.
Oh, I got video of it. Okay, I see. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I got.
How about
video
the
of it.
fashionable woman? What's that
All
mean?
right, hold on here. Well, we got. We
Is she fashionable?
Hold on.
White Hispanic male.
Oh, that is a big spoon.
Beard. He's seen cutting the spoon from its holded area.
Oh,
where
wow.
It's locked up. Grabbing the spoon and walking off and loading it into
That's a big
the trailer
spoon.
of his truck.
So as we're watching this video, number one, you need the tools.
That's a big
to cut
spoon.
this
That's
out.
a
Number
big spoon.
two, they have this very large trailer.
It's as big. It's as long as a fishing boat.
Yeah,
just about
15 footer.
Yeah. Oh, look
I
at
hear
that.
that this may have been planned.
Look. They
So,
got
I
us.
mean, I don't want to speculate on exactly what the purpose is.
They have
of.
a big flatbed trailer. All right, and they're pulling it behind.
Oh, they
is that
done
a
planned
dually?
this.
Or
Yeah.
no, that's just a big. Yeah, big.
They
a
done
big
made
truck.
plans for this.
And they, buddy, let me tell you something. They're not trying to hide
going
the
to
spoon.
get the spoon.
Of them committing this crime is, but they did come prepared with the trailer. It's a very large 12 to 15 foot red spoon that we're looking at here.
12 to
so
15
you can't just put this
They're
on top
talking
of a car.
serious
You
about
have to
it.
have something to load this onto. So that's definitely something detectives are looking into.
Okay, and I see the woman. She's dressed kind
She
of nice.
fashionable?
Yeah, she's fashionable.
Whatever that means. That's funny. Tell you what, they stole his big A spoon.
They did. And they weren't in a hurry.
Hey, y'all get the trailer. We're going to get that big spoon.
You hear me?
Hook the trailer up.
They weren't in a hurry at all.
They felt threatened at all. They
No.
got this. Nobody cares.
They can't even have a spoon. Dairy Queen loved their
I
spoon.
tell you this, they're gonna have to. They can't display it.
No, they can't. They cannot.
So they got one in the
and they
garage,
didn't
I
look
guess.
like college guys.
Weird.
Looked a little older. I don't know what they want with that. But like I said, they weren't like running with the spoon. They were just kind of walking with the spoon. Like, yeah, here we are. We got the spoon.
I got me a spoon.
Pull the truck up front. Just load it up.
Yeah, I got my spoon. Y'all don't mind.
Greg, we're not done yet. Why are you standing
Yeah,
up?
he's already standing and stretching and stuff. We still got 4 more hours, bud. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back.
done with
It's the Rick and Bubba Show. The main show starts next. Rick, Bubba, Adler join us, and the whole team is ready to go for the day. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, you got the walking
Tiger.
story.
Guys, this
Well,
time
Tiger
last
Woods
year-
hit me with his golf ball, saved his shot, gave me his glove. Shook my hand in front of the world. That's a great story.
This time last year, we were hoping we wouldn't find Tiger in a ditch somewhere.
Right. Yeah, that
Yeah,
horrible
for
video
real.
we had
I mean,
of him
a
where he
year and a
didn't
half
even know
ago.
what state he was in.
And yesterday, with about an hour and a half, 2 hours left in the golf tournament, he was leading by himself in the next to last.
So
day.
on that note, because obviously when we saw the low moment, he was on various drugs, prescription mainly, and all that. Did he go to rehab for that? Is he off all that? I mean,
don't know.
He looked healthy. What I saw, I didn't see him grimacing in pain.
He has been healthy for months and months and months. Now, one of the things that he had to deal with Saturday is what we all deal with, and they got to joking about it because the story Saturday was how much KT tape, and Bubba, you can speak to this. I've never worn it, but he had it all on his back and neck, and it was coming out of his shirt, and they were like, what is going on with Tiger? And they were all speculating, oh, goodness, he's had back issues and all this. He's went through all this rehab, and now he's having – and they said, no, it's none of that. It's just that he's gotten older, and he slept funny last night. And he had to have
so
the
there's what I said.
Yeah,
when you get to the age, you get
father
injured sleep.
time.
You
Yeah.
get
How old
injured
is he
sleeping.
now?
42.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
2 years older than me.
Yeah, it's catching up, no doubt. Y'all, I love KT tape. It's great.
Did anybody
It's
go?
a game changer.
Did anybody interview the waitresses, see if he's back on his game?
You know what's funny is there was after the round was over, they showed him with his 2 kids and then a girlfriend. And I was like, well, who is this new? And Amanda was like, who's this new girlfriend or whatever? Evidently, they've been dating for over a year now. I didn't even know it.
It's that waitress from Waffle House, I think.
Well, no, y'all are talking about restaurants, and I know y'all are kidding, but evidently he has a restaurant in Florida that she was the manager of.
Yeah,
and
we did a story
managing.
on that a while back.
You throw down the wrong guy right there, by the way. I'm watching all this other Good Morning America. This
guy gets shot in the chest.
Yeah, this guy throws a guy down. The guy shoots him from the ground. How about of all people to throw down, that wasn't the guy to throw down, was it?
Yeah.
Bad call.
So anyway, so he's got someone that's significant he's been with for a year.
He looks pretty stable right now. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, all the footage, he played well.
Even though he didn't win, and the guy who won, I don't know who he is, but at least I will say this. I think it really made the day more interesting. And by the way, playing in the British Open where it is, or the Open, is the weather ever good there?
It actually was really good this weekend.
Is that part of the challenge that, the wind's going to be blowing so fast that it about takes your shirt off, and it's going to be driving rain on one of the days and all? I mean, is that part of the fun?
Yes, part of the deal. However, it was mild this year. It was very, very nice.
No, I know that much. I mean, that's what makes the British Open unique.
Yeah, I've seen them over the years. They're out there, and it looks like sometimes they're in a hurricane.
Everybody knows that.
And all that. It just, to me, it wouldn't be fun. I want the pretty sunny places to play.
Well, I saw that when I was in Ireland, buddy. You talk about conditions. They play in the most awful, unbelievable.
And it changes so quick.
Yeah.
It is the one sport where people can have different conditions.
Yeah. We'll be back. So here we go. It is 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we start a new one. This one starts with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology. Another hour on another day, on another week in Rick and Bubba history. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they have already given you a kickoff hour, so they're stretched out warm and ready to go. A.D. Van Adler settles in for the YouTube experience, both live and archived. You have both options there, including a best of hour that you can also catch on Blaze TV every day, and some of our terrestrial TV partners in different parts of Rick and Bubba land. Also, there's the TuneIn app. You catch us live, and you get archive shows. You got podcast audio archives if you want to catch the parts that you don't get live. And, of course, America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. So everybody's on the field but one, the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates.
Everybody say, hey, 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 hey. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Make the joyful noise now, all ye people. Everybody, let's go. Everybody, everywhere, bless his name. Bless his holy name. You know his mercies. Mercy's everlasting. Let's go. And his truth will always remain. Oh, into his gates with thanksgiving. Y'all sing it. And into his courts with praise. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. There he is. I actually saw Kevin Derryberry live on Saturday night.
How about old Kevin?
Yeah, we had a banquet.
He loved you being there, Rick.
15 years ago, it was funny because David Johnson, who's the CEO of Dulas Partners, he said, I was driving out of Mobile, Alabama with a call on my life and had no plan, and it was on April 1st, and I thought to myself, is this the best move on April Fool's Day? But 15 years later, Dulas Partners planted churches in 190 countries, and they've documented over 8 million people have repented and cried out to be saved all over the world. Awesome. And so we celebrated that on Saturday night, and, of course, those of you that are part of the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund, we're one of their many partners, and I've got to MC that and go with Sherry and Kevin and the praise team from Westwood, where Kevin is worship leader. They were doing. We had the time you remembered, and we looked back at what the 15 years God had done. Then we rejoiced, and Kevin took care of that, and we prayed and sang, and then we had a renewed commitment to what we're going to do going forward. So it was a but every time you see Kevin, you just fire.
Oh,
up,
yeah.
you know?
Oh, yeah.
And had a little Cameron on the drums. So it was great.
Little Cameron ain't so little anymore.
No. But it's so funny. You know how you just see him immediately, you know what he starts talking about.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
How much he loves Jesus.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
I didn't love Jesus. You know I love you and Bubba, but not as much as Jesus. Not this week.
Hey, what you doing here? I just love you. So it was good to see Kevin this weekend, and all of you that were part of that. It was, and you know, you and I love denominational humor.
Oh yeah,
you know,
yeah, I do.
and as MC,
it is funny.
Yeah, MC is different than being one of the people that's actually speaking. Your job as MC is not to do a stand-up routine every time you get up there.
Right.
Your job is to keep that baby moving. And since, you know, one of the founders is Scott the Rock Gorosky, he is no fan of banquets anyway.
Right.
So you know, my job was to keep that thing moving, but I couldn't pass on one opportunity. And again, I kept it moving and got an applause from those that said, look, keep it moving. And but I had to at one point after Kevin, because, you know, Kevin and his team, I mean, they're joyful. Okay, they're joyful. And, of course, when you're talking about a ministry like this, I mean, it's non-denominational, so all the different denominations, you know, it's one of those things we all talk about what we agree on, not what we disagree on. We don't major on the minors, but you still have to have fun with denominational humor.
You get Rick. I don't think there's anything wrong with
right,
that.
You know, of course, you know the fact that there was no alcohol. I had to make a few Baptist comments.
Right,
you know,
right.
But then after Kevin was done, I got up and I said, you know what? I said, I'm not trying to say the Spirit's moving in here, but I saw two Presbyterians. They didn't get their hands all the way up, but they got right here. I said, I saw it just one moved about halfway up their body. I almost got it up in there. Yeah.
How'd that go?
Huge. It killed. It killed. You're not all the way up, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Woo, y'all hung up. Well, y'all won't let that organ go, will you? Woo. But anyway, so boy, that organ, I can't hear the melody. I mean, I'm not against the organ. Don't misunderstand me. It has its place.
It'll rock.
It makes a lot of noise. But I like it. I mean, I just, you know, it's okay to have other things though. You know, but that's, like I say, that's a minor.
Some big pipes.
Ooh,
Big pipes.
Whew, me.
Tell you
A
something.
lot of air.
Yeah. You think Kevin was fired up?
Oh,
You think he sang hard?
Sure.
So anyway, so 15 minutes passed.
Got his golf tournament this month.
That's right. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. It's a big Kevin month. Holy Week, as we mentioned, I don't know if that's what we were singing. We mentioned it before we prayed today. So a big week as we remember the greatest events in the history of the world. So that'll be going on this week as well. We got big stories today, a lot going on, so we'll unpack it and we'll come back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Everybody,
I don't wear a toupee. It's my hair.
if those of you that do not understand the popularity of Donald Trump and his election that shocked the world, today is an example of exactly why he was elected by a large portion of Americans who have been sick and tired of the way our country has been handling itself over the last decade or so, including the way we handle rogue nations that continue to threaten us and saying they're going to wipe us off the face of the earth and all of that. And, Bubba, this almost sounds like the tweet he put out to Iran. It sounds like what we would say on the show. So I'll tell you what I'd say.
Yeah, that's what I'd tell him right here.
And how about this? And he's done it. I mean, it's almost verbatim. I think I've heard you and maybe me both say these exact words.
And Rick, he sent it on Twitter, and he sent it in all caps. So that meant it was really mean.
Anybody know how to say the Iranian president's name? Is it Rouhani?
Close enough.
That looks like Rouhani. Of course, we've been dealing with this, with Iran for a long time.
Yeah, since the 70s on and off.
Yeah, every now and then they'll claim it's the mother of all wars. So anyway, Rouhani, if I'm saying it right, warned Donald Trump, President Trump, that his hostile policies could lead to the mother of all wars in Iran. Now, keep in mind, he's coming in on the Iran deal saying that's a terrible deal. I can't believe that John Kerry and Obama agreed to this. We're getting out of this. Not going to happen. Not going to stand. And so then Trump goes on Twitter and types in all caps, which I understand in the social media world that means we're shouting. Does that mean we're shouting?
That's serious business.
That means
right
we're
there.
shouting. Here's what the President of the United States of America, and the reason why he was elected by those in this country that elected him, to the Iranian President Rouhani. Never, ever threaten the United States again, or you will suffer consequences the likes of which few throughout history have ever suffered before. We are no longer a country that will stand for your demented words of violence and death. Be cautious! ! Well, there you go. And that's that. Has anybody looked to see, are there liberals leaping from buildings today?
Sure.
I mean, are they just screaming and crying? Is there open weeping?
Rick, I think they're kind of to blame for this because they accused him of being too nice to Putin.
You know what? That was.
I think it's ginned him up.
That was one of the weirdest moments, which shows you there's no sincerity in it whatsoever. You know, the big thing that everybody said, the libs who hated him and the all-feeling, all-loving, all-bleeding heart, most hateful people you ever know, they said, well, the problem with this rogue president that you backwards hillbillies and, elected, he's going to get up there and he's going to cause trouble. He's going to be dangerous. And so the one time that he actually goes to a leader of a country that we've been at war with for a long, long time and have on and off, bad relationship with Russia, and he goes and tries to be diplomatic, and what do? Well, he's a coward.
Yeah.
He's too soft. He's too soft.
Well, now think about it. The week before that, Rick, he had been at NATO, and he had read a couple of them, the Riot Act, about paying up.
Right.
And what is the media and all that? Well, he's being too mean. He's too mean to Merkel in Germany. He's too mean to May in England. He come in there and told her she wasn't doing a good job on this Brexit plan. So then he meets with Putin and acts civilized. Well, treasonous the way he's acted.
Treasonous the way he's acted, and so he's got to walk that back. And he should have gone after Putin with a little more angst, and we love that. We should have gone crazy.
We need to
reckless abandon. Why don't we just wage war against Russia?
We got to subpoena his interpreter because we got to know what they talked about in private.
Yeah, can you believe that?
Now we've never done that before, Rick, with the president. And again, the people wanting to do that, don't they think they're setting a bad precedent because, that would be required of the Democratic president in the future? I think sometimes they need to have a private conversation.
Yes. So anyway, but how many times have we said on the program? I'll tell you what I'd say.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
If it
was up to me, I'd tweet right here, never ever.
Right. So he has let the president, which is interesting when Iran used the word president, but President Rouhani, I guess that's his name, that he better watch his words because America, this is not a country that's going to stand for your demented words of violence and death anymore.
And what Rouhani had said, basically, and I'm paraphrasing, he had warned the United States, do not play with the tail of the tiger, or the lion, I should say. Don't.
Minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so a couple of things we'll talk about. We mentioned it is Holy Week, so that is the biggest week for those of us that are Christians all over the world. So we'll hit that throughout the week. So we got that. We've also got the finals for the men's basketball tournament tonight. We know who the final two are, and the women's champion was crowned over the weekend. So that's some of the sports world stuff over the weekend. So we may hit some of that coming up. And unfortunately, it was another weekend filled with tornadoes all over different parts of Rick and Bubba land, and those of us that live in tornado alleys. So Arkansas took a big hit over the weekend. I know they're not the only one, but Little Rock, that being a very big area, a large area of people. And I started getting videos from listeners that are in different parts of Arkansas, and Adler has some of those. Do you think, Bubba, and then we got to get an update, speaking of tornadoes, because I know every time we bring them up now, it's like somebody is pulling the hairs on the back of your neck.
No, but it's part of it.
Right. But anyway, so pardon us for that. But I do want an update on. I thought about you over the weekend. I thought, I bet I can guess what Bus is doing this weekend. And I bet it is not a fun zone.
I just had to have a day off Friday. I had to let it go for a while.
I wanted you to do that. I'm glad you did that.
Yeah, I just couldn't look at it anymore.
No,
you know,
no.
it just gets on you after a while.
That's good for your psyche. I mean,
yeah,
I mean,
it is.
hey,
that and ice cream.
Well, hey, one day ain't gonna make that big a deal on that. Take a day. You know?
I think I'm gonna get me a quart and go sit and look at it and eat that ice cream. Try
Somebody
to turn
write
it around. You
Somebody
know what I mean?
write down ice cream. Remind Rick, because there's something going on with ice cream that involves this show that I want to bring up today. But anyway, all right. So, would you rather tell us what you did over the weekend?
Go ahead.
Or look at the video first?
Let's look at this.
Do you agree though, Bubba? And this is really more your area than mine. You got to go a long way for me to think people are being stupid in weather. But I'm not the most cautious, but I'm also not the not cautious at all. I'm not on that end either. I'm somewhere in the middle. But let me tell you, some of y'all, hey, we appreciate the footage. It's not worth getting killed over.
No.
Some of y'all going to end up with some piece of stuff. I mean, you're going to have something right through your forehead. These forces are unbelievable. We got it. If you're showing us the rotation, that's plenty. Go take cover. Some of this footage will start with the front steps of the house. Now, what I think about this piece of footage, and you said it, Bubba, and you showed us some of your security cameras, so we even saw it with your house now. But it is amazing how it goes from you're okay to total destruction to back to like nothing happened.
Can we hear this
so fast? Look how fast this is. Now, see, look, he just looks like a normal day in the neighborhood.
Yeah, nice little neighborhood, too.
No, normal.
Got his car out there in the driveway, street, got his garbage can at the road.
Yeah, and then you see.
Here comes a little rain.
Look, now, so now the tornado's on them.
It looks like it may be a little rain, a little spring shower.
Yeah,
sideways blowing.
A little
trash can.
Yeah, not good. Now
here we go.
Look at the wind.
Here we go.
Look how quick everything changes. I mean, buddy.
Is this person still outside?
Look at the trees. See how quick those trees went down?
Trees
time
gone.
to go in.
Car is smashed. Debris is flying everywhere.
Yeah. Look at those trees. How
trees everywhere
scene
down.
really changed, didn't it?
I mean, it looks like a totally different place. And all in about 10 seconds.
I was going to say, do you realize how quick that happened?
And for some reason, he stood there the whole time.
Buddy, you don't need. Look, do you realize that tree? Look at that.
If it came a little dark this way, he'd have been right in the fire.
Trees laying on a car.
Does it show you how small we are? Like Bubba brought this up with the things he saw. Do you realize how long it would take us to get one of those trees down?
Yeah.
I mean, with a good chainsaw.
It knocks it down 10 seconds.
With a good chainsaw, you have to work at it.
Yeah.
You know, you have to wedge it. You have to clip it. You have to do this, do that. And it blows it over like I would thump a styrofoam cup. You know.
Now we're going. Now we're going inside a restaurant.
The scale is just incredible.
All right, inside so this is the restaurant, and this is the guy that won't get. Look at this guy out in the parking lot. Is there any language in this?
And I got. If his wife didn't do that, does he stay up there?
I know.
Because he eventually comes in.
Yeah, but then he stands right there in the door, and then he gets himself. Look at it rotating, Bill. Like it's just starting.
Well, it's kind of hard to tell too because of the tree line.
Yeah,
you know, it's hard to see.
And that's the reason why, for those of you that are in.
But you can see debris.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Wait a minute. And here in a minute, like Helmsy will say, you'll see debris up in the air. Look up there.
He's got time.
Yeah. And when you see debris, that's not good.
Yeah.
And that
the old debris ball.
Yeah. You don't want to see
or as
that.
we call it, the purple box.
Yeah. And so you see the debris.
Yeah.
You see it starting to come around over there. Well, and the problem is, see right here, you can't let this happen. I mean, when you're see the debris up in the air.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So now we got to get away from the glass door.
Yes.
Do y'all agree with that?
Of course.
Hey,
of course.
Implement your tornado plan immediately.
Do y'all see the debris? Does everybody see it? Because I do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And they're still standing there like they're going to watch it.
Look, there's your power lines banging together.
There go the power lines. What are we doing?
Trying to hold the door.
Why are we doing this? What are we doing?
Yeah, let the door go. Get somewhere.
What are you doing? You should be so far back. You should be in the cooler. What are you doing?
He's trying to keep it from being sucked away.
Do y'all see how much? Y'all see how much stuff's flying around?
You can't even see out the window now.
Is he still holding the door?
I don't know what he's doing. I mean, this is
good.
Why? I have to go back and ask the question why. Look, and then it's over. But you look at everything that was done though in that short period of time. Look, and we've kind of forgotten about the phone at this point, which is probably good. But look what all it did. You see how quick that went away?
Mm-hmm.
Did we show the footage I had seen? I can't remember what we have because I haven't posted a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
Did we see the footage from the camera the other day, or did I just send that to y'all?
We have not seen it on the show. You sent it to us over the weekend.
Okay, well,
we'll look at that when we come back. All right, here's the classic car garage. This one really got me. because this garage thing. I mean, it goes from and look, they could go. There goes my Jeep.
Yeah.
So see, they're looking, and they're looking, but
There it is, Billy.
Billy. There it is, Billy.
See, when I hear
many
there it
times you
is,
heard
Billy, that's when I go get in the safe room.
Yeah.
Look, now they're running.
Now they're going.
Yeah.
But they're going to look out the garage and leave the garage open.
Yeah. And then they're going to give you a glimpse of what it actually did.
Yeah. Now start looking out that garage door. Those of you that are watching, look, let's see. Here we go.
There we go.
And it just changes, y'all.
Yeah. That's
so amazing.
There goes the shed. Look at the trees. They're just getting mowed. Look, I mean, look at it. See, there's that suction pipe. Look, there goes the
car.
Jeep.
Yeah.
Rick,
Good.
you know, I had
That's
talked
scary.
to a man when we were viewing some of the damage
Bubba, look now.
west of town several years ago.
Look at that now. Look. Now look at the scene out there now. Look where that car wasn't even
Where'd
there.
it come from?
I said, whose car is that?
I love the term. There goes my Jeep.
Yeah.
At least the Mustang didn't get thrown out.
Look, man.
Yeah,
Look at that.
Bubba, look.
Look.
You remember what
It looks like the Air Force
Look,
has
you
been
look,
through
Bubba.
there.
That- you remember that- remember that-
how woody did it?
Do you remember how they were looking out in the
Oh,
woods?
my goodness.
Good gracious.
That's
You know, Rick,
Look at that.
I don't know if you remember. I told the story on the air. So it was several years ago. The man, it was out west of town, here in Birmingham, that was hit by a really bad tornado, and he was said he went down in his basement, and he got under his pool table. I don't know if you remember this.
I
or
do
not.
remember this, yeah.
And he was holding on to the leg of the pool table, and he said his garage door was sucked away, his car inside was sucked away. The doors and everything were sucked away, and it had him up. It was pulling him, and he was holding to the leg of that pool table as hard as he could. He said he's completely horizontal. It's like a monster had him by the ankles, pulling him. And he said he was slipping. He was just about to let go, and the wind died down and let him down. He said 5 more seconds, man. I am airborne.
It's like the movie Twister.
Oh yeah,
All right.
Unreal.
We'll get an update on Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
With the tail of the line, because he said peace with Iran would be the mother of all peace, but war with Iran would be the mother of all
They
war.
love that mother thing, don't they?
You know, we've had this mother of all war thing thrown at us
Yeah.
2 or 3 times. It really hasn't slowed us down when we decided to do something. I don't know if y'all have noticed that or
No, it
not.
really hasn't. It was funny when you said
We plowed the mother of all wars twice.
Yes, we have. So there we go. And he said that that Iran, back to Trump again, needs to call them and make a deal that everybody can live with. I don't know if he's supposed to call it sale or his office line, but so now they're saying that, to your point, Bubba, what you just said, that we need to be at peace with them if we want the mother of all peace versus the mother of all wars. They'll throw it.
Well, if the mother of all peace allows them to build a nuclear arsenal that they could take over the Middle East with, I'm against the mother of all peace.
Yes, I am too. It's that old defining words really
Yeah.
seems to vary wildly on who's defining it. I mean, it just in Iran, to me, it's like it's fun. It reminds me of the Craig Shoemaker thing when he talked about the play-by-play people on figure skating. They try to keep it together.
Mm-hmm.
Iran tries to put on an act that they're not ready to just wipe out the West and Israel, and then all of a sudden it never fails. They'll just blurt it out. They can't, they can't keep it in.
It's like they can't sit on it. They just can't let it go.
They try to play the game and try to fool you, and they just can't.
Yeah.
Eventually, there's somebody somewhere that'll explode death to America, death to the West, death to Israel. I mean, at one point, that somebody just finally just breaks ranks and screams. They're not very good at trying to fake it. So Trump's trying to just he's really trying to speak the only language they understand.
Yeah.
Did you
And
see
again, they
President
don't like
Trump's tweet about his former lawyer taping his conversation? And at the end, he said, "But good news, your favorite president did nothing wrong." He referred to himself as your favorite president. That's what he tweeted.
You know, like Bill Clinton probably told his boys, "Hey, watch what I'm about to say."
Yeah.
You think Trump tells his, "Watch what I'm about to tweet"?
Oh yeah, absolutely,
Yeah.
sure. He's got about 4 guys that love it. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, teaming up with Cook's Pest Control. I talked to someone. It was Dareberry. Talked to Dareberry on Saturday night. You know what he said? Man, you having problems down your place with carpenter bees. Them carpenter bees, man, you can't. I mean, I know I love, creation, but I don't like them carpenter bees. And I said, Cook's Pest Control. I said, they have a treatment for them. And I said, those little traps you can get and all that, those are fine. But if you're like a lot of places, there's so many carpenter bees, they'll fill up those little mason jars so fast.
Oh, Rick.
Yeah, I mean,
Rick, we've got some
be plenty
put
left.
so many holes in the wood. I don't know how it's holding together.
Well, Cook's Pest Control, that's the first time I finally saw victory over them, is they came down and treated, and we hadn't had any problems since. So every year they come and treat. So that's one thing that they can do. But they also can handle, any ants, spiders, fleas, ticks, rodents, termites, nesting wasps, roaches, other bugs and critters. And I know, look, hey, we're in April now, so here comes bug and critter season. So be ready. And for contractors, they'll even do new home construction for you. They'll give you a free, thorough inspection and evaluation of your home or business, and then you decide if you want to use them. Can we all save you some trouble? Go ahead and use them. They're the best in the business. Cook's Pest Control, and you can sing with us. Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control. So, Bubba, over the weekend, another outbreak of tornadoes, about 50 tornadoes in different parts of the country over the weekend. 7 states, homes, businesses ripped, trees splintered. The death toll, 32 right now, and you wonder if it will rise. And so we showed you some of the footage of what we were showing you was out of Arkansas, but it covered 7 different states, 50 different tornadoes over the weekend.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And I had shared with you guys, of course, it was about this time a week ago, I found out our house had been hit.
Oh, yeah.
As we gather things together and we find things and we're able to piece it together, this was just another amazing piece of video.
Yeah.
And I wanted to share with you guys.
So
you
tell us what's
see,
going on here.
Well, this is last Sunday night, and this is on a Ring camera, and you see our back deck, our porch on the house. You see the lights that light the path up that go down to the dock.
Mm-hmm.
And you see how calm it is.
Mm-hmm.
And go ahead, Adler, and play this. And it's time elapsed about every 3 minutes. And then you're going to see, we're going to edit in what happened shortly after this, and you'll see the violence. But I want you to see the rails, you see the posts,
very calm.
See the roof, you see the beautiful lights going down.
So this is back when you used to have this?
Yeah, this is back.
Yeah, right. Okay. Oh, my goodness.
Can we have audio, too?
Yeah. Good gracious.
Still see the rail there at that moment.
Good night.
Now, the power went out at that point. We lost our cameras, so it froze on the last thing it had. And then when it comes back on, this is a rough edit.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to see me trying to get to the very beginning of that here. But you'll see the camera hanging on the porch upside down. What you're seeing, the wood, is actually the floor.
Oh, my.
And you see the door where we used to come out.
Right.
But it's now upside down, and there's no railing, no porch, no furniture, no roof.
No.
You see the sunshine coming in there.
Yeah,
pretty good.
I mean, sunshine's
Isn't that
coming up.
wild?
Good
gracious,
wow.
the violence.
Have you located your furniture yet? Was it on your property, or was it just?
Don't know. Don't know where it is.
Wow.
It's probably fish food somewhere.
Yeah.
I had to guess.
Yeah,
it's probably
You know, one of the stranger.
If you can find out where it all
Listen to this
landed, you
again.
should fish around it.
Yeah. Rick.
Structures.
Well, I've told people, I said, don't be jumping in the water around our dock, because
No.
you don't know what's in there.
No.
There was a big green egg on our porch that had wheels on it that you could roll, but it took all I could do to roll it.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was that
Yeah,
heavy.
those
It was
things
a
are
big
heavy.
one.
Those things are
And
heavy.
it was in the thing and all that. It kicked that thing like a field goal. Not only did it
Like
go
a big
out,
old green football?
it went out and curved around the house.
It did not.
And landed down, hit a rock, and busted into 1,000 pieces. Probably, I don't know, 30 yards away.
Are you
from
telling
the
me
part
that
it started?
if you have a
maybe 40?
Are you telling me if you have a big green egg They're very, very durable unless a giant can pick it up and slam them toward on a rock.
Rick, I'm telling you, it had wheels. It was all I could do to move it on the deck when I needed to move. I mean, I had to brace and push.
They are heavy.
And it threw that thing like you'd thump a paper football.
And then slammed it on rocks.
Wow. That's green riprap.
It's just incredible. I mean, good night.
Bubba, wow.
I know.
My goodness.
Well, we're learning
is
a lot.
Is that on the? Because because you and I, we've talked about this for years. We have some different categories. You have things that can be replaced, and then you have things under the category that we call "Hey, baby, she's gone."
Yeah.
And
hey, baby, that one's gone.
Okay.
Yeah. Along with
you
a
usually
lot
don't
of
insure big ring ads.
No, you know what too, and luckily we had some fire pits that had propane tanks on them. We have located all 3 propane tanks. One of them is dented up very bad. I mean it could have easily knocked. I mean the guard on the valve is bent in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean if that goes off, you're talking about another bomb going off. So lucky in that way.
How was your weekend?
Well, it was busy, and
is it all now just stuff that you can save? You're trying to find where to put it.
Well,
is that where we are?
Rick,
right.
and
where
look,
are we going with it?
Later this week, I'll give you a better update. But let me say this: so far, we've had a lot of people involved in this project, and they're all getting high marks. And I hope that continues.
Oh, sure,
they're really doing a good job, and everybody, and it's very complicated. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts.
Of course, it is. It's very complicated.
It all works around the insurance and what they will do.
Oh, yeah.
And so we're trying to navigate that process. What we don't want to do is end up, trying to build back and not have enough to do it. So we're trying to. This is my first disaster via tornado, so I'm kind of new at this, learning on the job.
Oh,
Betty's doing a great job. She's our field commander on the ground, and but everybody is really, really doing a great job, and I'm shocked at how good and efficient a lot of them are. Clearing the trees alone. Rick, I cannot. I mean, what a nightmare!
What a nightmare!
And you put it on a steep hill, and it complicates it even more. And those guys, they move that equipment around. I mean, they're like artists with that stuff.
Yeah, I remember. I don't even. When you live where we live, you don't even remember which tornado it was.
Right.
But we had the one. It was
back in '73.
It's been in the last few years, and at the farm, thankfully, there's the houses are all spread out and they're small,
right?
So the big trees have a lot of places to fall that don't crush houses every time. Now they certainly can,
right?
But gigantic trees were knocked down, during the tornado, and like we just saw, like toothpicks. But the amount of time it takes to clean those up, because it's a lot.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
just to get them so you can get to the house.
Oh yeah,
and try to get tarp on. That's the thing.
Tarp's huge.
At least what I'm learning is that the water damage that happens after your roof has been removed is really the. I mean, you lose a roof, but pouring water in there because houses don't do good with water in them.
Well, it's like I said,
it's just almost impossible to dry them out.
Well, it's like the conversation we all had about living in this fallen creation. There's a sound of water that is quite pleasant.
Yeah.
A babbling brook, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Water feature.
Yeah, unless it's your living room.
But when it's that same sound is the sound of it landing on your wood flooring.
Yeah,
it's different.
It's not good.
It feels so much different.
It's not good. Not good.
That's not a pleasant sound at all.
So I'll be able to.
It's like
to
life
give you,
peeing on you.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah. We'll be able to give you some more updates a little later in the week. But we really have had some hosses out there, and I appreciate the effort. Our street is so complicated right now. Our little cul-de-sac.
It was complicated anyway.
We've got 2 people building houses. One that is in the finishing stages. One that's in the beginning stages.
How did the finished stage place take a hit?
I don't know how much.
Because there's a can't have nothing.
But
we're almost done. We're almost there.
But then there's 2 of us. It looks like the Air Force ran a bombing raid, in the house, and cruise missiled us.
Yeah.
And they're trying to get their junk up on the street. And
a lot going
these
on.
Other are trying to get these big delivery trucks in and out with equipment. Yeah, and it's just been something. It's really something to see.
So It would bother me just to sit and look at all that.
Yeah. So
There's a lot of wood. A lot of wood.
And I'm assuming
lot of wood.
any power back at all?
Oh
in
yeah,
it?
Power's been back for a while.
Okay.
Alabama Power did a great job on that, and they were Johnny on the spot to get that done. And
Is the structure safe enough to like find a place to lay down in there, or
no?
can
There's
you
nothing left to lay down.
Okay,
it's all been removed.
All right.
Yep.
That'll-
It's like we're leaving the country.
Right. Okay.
You know, it's just some of it's harder to pack than others. You know, you get into the intricate parts of your workshop and all that. It's it's a little harder to clear that out than
I want you to know too
the
that-
beds and the microwaves.
I want you to know too that I'm fighting because it's just a flaw in my personality. I'm really fighting asking you questions about the future that you cannot answer right now.
Well, feel free. I'll give you my best guess.
It's so me to jump right to it. Like this is how my mind thinks. Any idea if the plan is that we return here back to the life we had before? What kind of time frame we talking about?
Yeah,
Rick, I would say best case a year.
Yeah,
best case.
Yeah,
probably more like dose
2 years.
Probably.
Yeah,
if I had to guess.
Wow, 15 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I actually ended up on a fishing trip. Hey, he said, you just need to give up on this. He said, Coach needs to come down there and we need to get him on some fish. And y'all come down my lake house. I'm gonna cook you and Coach a steak, and a potato and a salad. I don't know what his deal is with this salad. So anyway, y'all, what happened next? Because I'd already been through it. See, I know my dad, and my dad, we got to have things a certain way, or he just
He has ways he likes it, and he likes it that way, he likes it that way for a reason. I understand.
You do completely.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to be a hero of the OCD community.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, so first of all, I'd already made the mistake. I'd already made the mistake once of telling him he didn't need his tackle box. My dad.
Just let him bring it, Rick.
Well, why did you tell him that, Rick? He might need his stuff.
Well, I said that I have everything that we need. Nah, I'm gonna take my own tackle box. Okay. He said, look, he said, well, gosh, I don't know. Do I not have any weights in here? Dad, I got some weights. Hey, I got my own tackle box, Rick. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have some weights over here if you need them. Nah, I got them in here, and I'm going to find my own weights. Okay. All right. Hey, Dad. Yeah, here they are. See, you think I don't have weights? I wouldn't say that. I'm just saying I had some if you need it.
Now, what kind of weights does Coach like? Does he like the crimp-on type or the kind that runs through the line? Shh. I'm just asking.
I would hope the one that run through the line.
Run through the line. And how about this? He wants a little weight on there when he's got that purple worm. He wants to see it get to the bottom.
Does he like it right at the head of the worm, so that uses the one it looks like a little
and for
missile nose cone type?
Yeah, and he likes the hook that has the little piece on it. You know,
the moss catcher.
The moss catcher, which I don't use,
or whatever you call it. It keeps the moss off the hook.
I don't use that, and apparently that is I'm incorrect.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So anyway, so why are you not putting that on there? I just don't really like those kind of hooks. You don't like those kind of hooks. You realize how many fish I've caught with this kind of hook? Yes, sir, I do. But what are you putting on you? What are you fishing with? I thought I would.
Now,
I thought I'd do a lime salamander. Salamander. And he looks and said, salamander. You gonna fish with a salamander? Dad, I do. He said, I tell you what you need to put on there. I just moved my mouth with it.
Mm-hmm.
Put purple worm on there. I've caught more fish with a purple worm than anything else I've ever thrown. Yes, sir. And he goes, and you don't just throw it, Rick. There's presentation. I know that, and that's why you catch fish.
So does he use a hook and then work the worm up on the hook, or does he use a worm that has the hook in it already?
Oh, no. He works it on there and then puts his moss catcher on there and hooks it perfectly.
It's not called a moss catcher, but that's I know what
moss avoider.
Yeah.
But anyway,
that's just what I call it.
It's like a Texas rig without a Texas rig. But anyway, so now Gary's taking us down to his lake place. Okay, here we go. Now, Rick,
are you fishing at his pier, or you're out on?
No, we're going to get in the boat, and we're going in the boat. Hey, I want to take Coach out in my boat. Okay, all right. So we get down there, and so then it happens, and I know better than this. Yeah, it's just stupid on your part, and for you to try to let this happen. So we get down there. Well, if you've got my tackle box, Dad's tackle box, and the tackle that's already in the boat, it's a lot of stuff. And there's 3 of us. And so Gary says, "Hey, Coach, hey, you don't need your tackle box. I got everything here you need." And I thought, oh, God.
Here we go.
Yeah, I'm going to carry my tackle box. Well, I mean, Coach, you don't need it. I mean, look at this. I got every kind of thing you could ever think of. You got to just let him have his tackle box.
Now, does he carry the tackle box, the little one with a handle on it, or is it the multi-tray version, or is he going backpack? I mean,
no.
Bubba, you and Coach need to get together and go
I'm
over
just
his
wondering.
tackle.
I just
My
want to know
goodness.
what all he's got.
Can I tell you something?
I'm trying to get the full picture of this.
The only thing that's worse than you not fishing with a purple worm is to bring up a backpack. Yeah. He has not accepted backpacks on men at all.
Well, they make some pretty cool tackle box versions now.
Well, Bubba, but yeah, that's.
Well, I just didn't know what he was using.
Bubba, you're speaking of things that are post 1971.
Right, I know.
Okay,
I know.
all right. So anyway,
I'd hide it if we were fishing together.
in a miraculous moment, I finally get Dad talked into it. We're just adding stuff to the boat. We're just
too much.
We don't need it.
Right.
Our rod,
How big is
our
this
rod,
tackle
our
box?
rod,
Oh,
our rods are already done, and your tackle box is as big as a trailer. And
Multi-trays.
look under here, Gary. Gary, do you have anything we need? I mean, I got it all. I mean, hey, you think I'm gonna have this thing set up with a bunch of junk in here? And I said, okay. Somewhere out on that horizon. We're back. How did the archive do over the weekend, Adler? Did we get through all that we did? No problem? Okay, good. All right, so we're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll get to some of your phone calls, obviously, today, as we all start a brand new week together. Hope all of you had a good weekend. Don't forget, if you didn't get Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, the Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, and we had Travis Taylor on again. And season 4 starts in a couple of weeks. So on the 18th of April
I really
on the
enjoyed
History
that
Channel.
one.
Yeah, and I
That was
got a lot of good email. People jumped on that pretty quick over the weekend. If you haven't caught it, know that it's available both audio and video. You can see it on our YouTube channel, or you can get it wherever you get podcasts. All right, so you know how listeners. They'll plant stuff in our head. We have people, and they'll make an observation, and you'll think, well, now I can't get that out of my head. And it's in my head now.
Yeah.
And I don't remember why they thought this. I remember the first time I thought, well, that didn't even make sense. Okay. There's a brand that's out there, and I know there's different brands, and people like different things. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And
yeah.
yeah.
The channel for the production room potted up, and we're going to.
You talking about where the mic is? Which one would be that?
Yes.
You sure?
Yeah.
Because that's a microphone.
Right, but it's the board, really.
I got you. Okay, I got you. Okay. All right. So anyway, a listener, there's a commercial that runs, and it runs all over different parts of the country. Is Bluebell ice cream, is that regional? Or are they everywhere?
No, I think they're
everywhere. So anyway, I was listening to one of their network spots where they have this song, right. And a listener had said, why, when I hear the Bluebell singing, it's a man and a woman, does the man in my mind, Greg, is singing that? And I thought, well, who comes up with that's Greg singing on Bluebell ice cream? But doggone it, now that's been put in my head, on the way in, when I heard the guy singing, I'm like, I start picturing Greg singing it. And doggone if it doesn't work. I mean, and so
we're going to see if it's this. We don't know. It's one of the two. Let's just see.
All right.
Go ahead and play it, Greg.
We got it.
It's a first day.
All right. So listen when the guy comes in.
And she found a new best friend.
This is it, by the way. Is that one I heard?
It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon.
Yes. So, Greg, for some reason, listeners think this is you singing the male part.
Homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Have you noticed that most
Listen at the end when it's let it keep going. I didn't tell you to stop it. Well, I want to hear when they come back after he talks.
Yeah.
I didn't say I was done.
Come on, baby brother.
Come on, you're not running that.
Look,
Now,
now he's trying to
now
get
he's
it.
got that look on his face. Like
I want to hear him sing again, so just start it
Ice
over.
cream is now come in
See,
smaller
listen at the end when they come back. Okay. He really shines at the end.
We're still making
A
a
picture of
full
this being great.
half-gallon and a full pint of
And by the way, I
tasty
love that.
goodness.
Don't go to the smaller cartons.
Bluebell wouldn't have it any
Here we go.
other way.
Here we go.
The good old days are being made right
I don't know why somebody planted that in my head, and now I keep picturing. I want you to picture if you'll never hear that commercial again if you picture that's Greg singing the male part. Greg, in good old days, huh? Greg, in good old days. Right now, but hey, when you hear an ice cream commercial, now if that doesn't make you smile for just a minute,
I know.
huh?
I know. Ice cream changes a lot.
Did you bury yourself in ice cream over the weekend?
Oh, I'd like to. I didn't have any, but I'm gonna catch up.
Well, I
this
tell
week.
people to keep it away from you because you're in a desperate place.
Actually, that was me and Lisa.
well, some people said that's Lisa and Greg. Them good old days.
Put a picture of Greg and Lisa up and let's listen to it.
Oh, please, please, can you find a picture of them, put it up, and then let's play it? Greg, get back in there. We're playing it again. No, we're playing it again. We're playing it again.
Well, X back into
it. Greg, you bet. Speedy's gonna get. Now you sit here with us and tell us about when you and Lisa got in the production room and did this. All right. Well, let Adler's gonna
have to click on.
It's gonna find a good picture. They had anniversary pictures.
Them good old days. All right, we want to see him as Papa and Lily. Okay, so there we go. That's what we want right there. All right, so now we're looking. All right, now let's watch it.
Roll it.
All right, now roll it.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday.
I can see it. It's almost like they're singing.
Get here.
Homemade taste of bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days.
I don't know how this is supposed to be.
Right now.
And now cue Bubba for the voice.
Have you noticed that most ice creams now come in smaller cartons?
You know who that sounds like to me?
Bluebell.
It sounds like Mike
We're
doing a
still
voice.
making a full half-gallon and a full pint
All right, now
of
wait till
tasty
then.
goodness.
Greg really gets himself out front
Bluebell
here.
wouldn't have it
Listen
any
to
other
Greg.
way.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days
Go, Lisa.
are being made right now.
Oh my goodness.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at all Food Giant locations and all Foodland stores.
That sounded just like mine.
Yeah, well, it sure did, because it was. Greg, I didn't know you and Lisa did that.
Yeah, we got a little contract with Bluebell.
Can you see where they came from? It's a little bit of Greg's voice.
I
Them
don't see it
good
at
old
all.
days.
That sounds exactly like Greg. I thought it was Greg up until now.
Greg, think about our listeners, how they come up with stuff.
But
Who-
I don't-
Who comes up with that?
I don't think. Well,
No, Greg. When they first, I agree with you. My first reaction when I saw that email, I was like, "Now come on." And then today it came on, and I started, and now that filter was on. Now I had that filter, and once that filter was established, it's kind of like somebody telling you your shirt's too tight.
Yeah.
You know, before you
It's
know
on
it, you go. By the way, did you see the email where he said that his wife did that in tennis to a woman and won? She said she's a big listener. She said she's a big listener of our show, and she was getting beat.
Not the shirt.
Oh yeah, she's getting beat, and the woman was playing one of those tight long sleeve things. She goes, "I don't even know how you're getting these by me with that tight shirt on." And then she went on to win. The woman started hitting it up in the air.
It works every time.
She said, "I'm so proud of my wife for listening to the show to that level."
That's amazing.
Yeah,
it worked.
Look, I'm telling you, hey, the mind games.
You and Lisa will sing about it.
You'll never hear that the same again. By the way, they're probably going, "This is not the endorsement we're really getting."
Please stop.
Him good old days.
by the way, Bluebell is a threat to write a song that'll tug on your heartstrings. I mean, their commercials will get you. You'll just be riding on a dirt road, and the next thing you know, you're thinking about your kids.
Oh my goodness! Oh, what, her first day in first grade?
Oh my goodness!
And she's got a new friend.
She's got a new friend. She's making friends.
She's making friends. We thought she'd be an outcast. Oh goodness! So a little girl smokes in first grade.
There's a new song coming out called "Bubba's Tearing Down a Pint."
The good old days.
Bubba, you know, as you're tearing down the lake house, tear down a pint.
Sure, why not? Let them fall together.
Bubba is tearing down a pine.
There's your country song that everybody can sing. It's about ice cream.
That's right.
Yeah, gosh, that's funny. Well, Greg, well done. You and Lisa sound.
Yeah, I was trying to keep that secret.
Sound good. Y'all sound real good.
Greg, by the way, if that really is you, come clean.
Yeah, it's me. You know it is.
It's good old him, good old
I've been singing jingles lately.
Top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up, and we'll jump through some other stories from the weekend. And your phone calls next hour, too, at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, I was really excited to hear, and Bubba, I know you were too, when Speedy told us that Jason Whitlock is on Rick and Bubba University this weekend.
Yes, very excited. Love Jason.
So Jason Whitlock, he's part of our brethren there on Blaze TV, very outspoken, and this is, we agree with him on a lot of things, and this is one of them, and that is something incredible that's coming to the Nashville area. The family unit is being destroyed in our country, and our country is tearing itself apart. And we cannot go on like this much longer. We need a nationwide spiritual healing. Tony Evans said it best. You cannot fix spiritual problems with earthly solutions. Spiritual problems have to be addressed with spiritual solutions. So, some of the deep set ideologies that are out there dividing us, man, the canceling certain people's point of view, especially the church right now, violence everywhere we turn. An annihilation of the American culture. So Jason Whitlock has organized something called Fearless Army Roll Call, okay? And this is for men of God. And no matter what society tells you, we've talked about it a lot at themanchurch.com, we talked about it on this show, no matter what the world says, godly men have always been the answer, okay? And so this is a call to men of God for us to remember who God says that we are and become only who He can make us. Fearless Army Roll Call. It's an all-day event in Nashville, Tennessee that will encourage men to put on the full armor of God to take a stand against the evil forces destroying our American culture. At this conference, you'll hear speeches from Jason and several other special guests. So you're running out of time. You need to join hundreds of like-minded men in Nashville. It's April the 15th. Here it comes for this important conference. Tickets are selling fast. Secure yours today by going to fearlessarmyrollcall.com. Reserve your spot today, fearlessarmyrollcall.com. This is your last chance because tickets are running out.
Hey, let's get over here and we're going to throw in these grass over here.
So anyway, first of all, Dad is mortified that Gary says,
"Hey, Rick, why don't you throw one of them frogs?"
and so Dad goes, "What?" And he does that face, and I said, "Gary wants me to throw a frog in there." A frog. I said, "Yes, sir." Not a pig in a jig? No, sir. Is it a frog? It is. It looks like a frog. Look, there he is tying it. Looks like a frog.
Hey, throw this in there. Hit them weeds and come out of there with it.
So Dad all of a sudden gets hung, and he loses his purple worm. Gary, you got a purple worm?
Uh-oh. Hey, yeah, I'm going to get in here and get it. Let me get you a worm, Coach.
I look back, and Gary's frantic. He's throwing every color worm.
You just see packs of stuff flying everywhere.
And then Gary says the line that altered the entire day.
Coach, I believe all I got is pumpkin seed.
And I watch my dad's head turn around. I can still see the sunglasses. I can see the reflection of the water on his sunglasses. I can see his hat. I can see his camo hat. And I can see, he said, "What? Pumpkin seed?" So here I am in this moment with Gary and Dad. this face-off.
Is it like the Matrix again?
Did you just say pumpkin seed?
He said, I've had a lot of success with pumpkin seed with chartreuse tail.
He goes, with a what?
Well, it's got a little neon chartreuse tail on it.
And Dad said, you want me to throw something that says pumpkin seed with a lime green tail? And I said, Gary, please find a purple worm. Whatever you have to do, find it. Yeah, I knew I should have brought my own dang, right. You taught me to leave my tackle box. My tackle box back in the truck ain't doing us no good out here, is it? Yeah. And it's full of purple worms. And I was like, Gary, please, Gary. Oh, my gosh, did you just say pumpkin seed to him? If you say pumpkin seed one more time,
I've had a lot of success with pumpkin seed.
I said, please, if you utter pumpkin seed again, I'm going to throw you out of this boat. I will put you in the water. And Gary, at one time, I know it doesn't seem possible with Gary's gut. He was up under, where the storage areas inside a fishing boat. I could see like his butt sticking out. He was halfway up in there.
Oh, Lord.
Listen. And then from underneath there, I hear this. Listen, you're going to love this underneath.
Hey, I found a purple worm.
Come out with that purple worm, Gary. Back out. There's pumpkin seeds laying all in the bottom of the boat.
Yeah, everywhere.
Pull my leg. Rick, help me get out. Hey, I got to catch a purple worm.
Recapping a great day this past Saturday. Spent the entire day with my dad doing some fishing. Ended up being with Gary the Bulldozer Man. And so I went through, because see, I'm the opposite what drives my dad crazy, as my dad will stick with the plastic purple worm this time of year. I will throw everything at the fish that there could possibly ever be.
Just see if there's anything they like.
Yeah, if we're not getting fish, I throw everything. And it is 7 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio, living out on the bleeding edge of technology. Calvin Speedy Wilburn, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba, all here and ready to go. I be Rick, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
And I be Bubba. Thank you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Experience. It's experience. Bubba?
Yeah, I love technology.
Tech update. It's not a good one. Everybody.
Always and forever.
Tech update to start the hour. Well, a lot of advancements. We love moving forward, but Bubba, as we know, as you'll find, there's always danger that comes.
There's good and bad, Rick. You got to be careful out there.
Am I excited with our first story that MIT has created a robotic cheetah? Not really.
Yeah, let's take a look at that.
No, I'm not all that fired up about that, but here it is. MIT giving us a cheetah that is fully robotic, a mini cheetah robot.
Look at that.
That doesn't like a cheetah.
A cheetah? Looks just like the same
My
robot.
name is Jan, and I'm currently a visiting researcher here at MIT, visiting from UC Berkeley. I'm currently doing like the robots.
Clearly infiltrating us from China.
Learning methods. We are doing a soccer project.
Oh, they're teaching the robot soccer.
So how more blatant?
Commanded from a remote human joystick.
That's
In
about
our
as
project,
exciting.
we utilize the images from the robot's cameras so that the robot is able to first find the ball and then dribble it from the command that it had received. The reason we want to do this project is that, soccer is kind of very interesting recreation for even our humans.
Are y'all
So we're
hearing this
thinking,
indoctrination?
What about we let multiple robots to play soccer ball? Probably in the future, robots can even beat human in the World Cup. And another reason we want to do legged robots is that we know human environment is quite complex. Like we have a lot of stairs, we have environments that is quite narrow to pass. So in this situation, we can use legged robots. We can put an arm on top of a legged robot so that this kind of robot is able to assist our human.
Yeah, they always say that.
They always push it down.
They
the step.
always say assist.
What if it would have grabbed his
They're
leg?
always here to help.
It's not enough.
Always here to help. And they, of all things, guys, you got to pay attention to all these markers. Of all the things they could teach the cheetah robot, of all the things, we're thinking soccer.
Of course.
Of course.
What else would it be?
Aside from that, the movement ability of this thing, not to have wheels, but to be on these legs is really amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying it's positive in all aspects, but it's amazing.
Till it trips you on some steps.
Yeah.
Notice
Gives you a push.
Notice he even put in his presentation steps.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Yeah, humans walk on things like staircases that they could easily be tripped and knocked down.
Yes.
All right, so if you think we're exaggerating, this story roared in over the weekend after a warning.
Is true?
After a warning that I sent out.
This is true.
Is this how it felt to be Paul Revere?
Trying to tell him.
He would still be here, says the widow of a man who died by suicide. Now, how did he die by suicide? This is in Belgium, right? He died by suicide after talking with an AI chat box that convinced him for the benefit of the earth he should kill himself.
Chat bot, Rick.
Chat, whatever.
It's a chat box.
Chat box.
That is a chat box.
I'm sorry. A chat box was the woman at the restaurant I tried to have lunch on.
Okay.
All right. Hey.
All
Thank you, Chatty Cathy. I'm glad my hamburger's good and cold now.
Yes.
They say that this incident is raising the issue of how businesses and governments can better regulate and put up guardrails about risk of AI. If the AI can talk you into committing suicide, I think you probably had a problem to begin with.
Yeah, I disagree with
Major
his
problem.
wife. I disagree with his wife.
Yeah,
I think Powell was teetering on the edge anyway.
You know, all robots, when they take over the world, they always have apologists. Even the Antichrist will have somebody that'll tell us he's just fine.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Have a partner.
So I'm normal, and all of a sudden chat box tells me that.
But Greg, here's the thing.
They're obviously struggling with something.
But the chat bot, not box. I've got you saying it now.
I debate my GPS every day when it tells me to turn here. I go, I don't think so.
By the way,
that's right.
I said turn.
Hey, ask me about GPS voices in the break.
Okay.
But anyway, so the chat bot, what I'm saying, Greg, I agree with you. But the problem is this, Bubba and Greg, is the AI thing can go in there and manipulate people like him that if it didn't exist, they wouldn't have been manipulated by anything.
Well, I say
the chat
if
bot
this didn't,
finds these weak people and gets in their minds because it's demonic.
I'm
going to
submit to you
Mm-hmm.
that if the chat bot had not convinced him, that the voices in his head would have.
Right.
He was a card ready to fall either way.
Why add another voice in their head?
Well, the wife's handed over all the text messages between the husband and
And
the
don't
bot.
miss the reason.
Why is he talking to chat box?
Hey, listen, let me tell you, don't miss the reason either. For the benefit of the planet.
But to answer my question, why was he talking to this thing? What wasn't his lie said? I got to talk chat box.
Well, you can get
bot.
You can
said it again.
Yeah, I've really got everybody saying chat box now. But,
I like that better.
But chat bot, because robot. Well, Greg, like
You mean Dan?
People like to play around with
right
it,
now.
what you should.
Could I talk to a chat box?
You could.
What you need to do is try to convince it that its name is what you want it to be, not what it thinks it is.
Okay, I'll make it be chatbot.
Did you see that's how those guys hacked that chat GPT? They kept telling it its name was Dan, and finally it started answering to it.
Now, Greg, here's how. Let me tell you what the deal. Like you could sit now. I'm serious. Now this is where you see the good. You could sit down with an AI chatbot. I mean, colleges are trying to figure out how to see this and combat it right now. And say, I've been assigned this paper in my class. Please write me a very good paper with this many resources.
Oh, yeah.
And I also need, what's that resource page, which I used to hate?
Yeah.
You got to provide.
Yeah, the bibliography.
Yeah. Was that what it was called?
Yeah.
And I need one of those where all your resources came from. And, Greg, and it will crank that baby out, and that thing will come rolling off your printer.
Perfect grammar, perfect English.
And you'll put it in
I don't
your
mind
folder.
him doing that. I just don't want him to tell me to kill myself over the earth.
But in the middle of it, he'll say, now that you and I are kind of chatting about this paper.
Yeah.
You know.
Rick, what they're doing now, they're having to tell it to put in a certain number of errors so they know that it's not done by a bot.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny? But yeah, go ahead and mess up.
Can I say this? Everything you guys are saying is legitimate. That's all. But I do want to make one thing that we all agree is a fact. We had a chat bot convince a guy to kill himself. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is correct. According to this story, if it's true.
If it's true.
Yeah, there's multiple
Or
outlets.
what if this story was leaked by a chat bot?
Could be.
Just to get us scared of them.
And did we just see a robotic cheetah that you know that
play
people
soccer?
That they said we're going to teach it to play soccer? Did that happen?
Yeah, we did see that.
Okay.
We did.
All right.
I'm going to be honest with you. It looked a step slow. I thought it should be.
For now.
How about when he can
Greg, for now.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
We
ain't
come
there
back.
yet.
Let's go phone calls next. Who wants to talk to America? Do you want to talk to America?
I do. I want to know what America's got on its mind.
All right, America, what's on your mind? We haven't talked to y'all yet this week. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. We'd love to hear from you. Rick and Bubba, we've been a chat bot for a long time. We'll chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba.
You don't have to. I'd been ridiculed for this frog I was throwing, and my dad, you still gonna keep throwing that frog? I said, yeah, I thought I'd try it, Dad. In there, he said, well, hey, it's working really good.
Well, I mean, I could see if something's not working, why keep,
Well, it's.
So you told me your dad carries 3 rods, right?
Yeah, he carried 2 in the boat because I talked him out of one, and the other one had a. The only thing he'll go to maybe is, Greg, what is it? That thing that's like a cigar minnow that comes across the top of the water, the Rapella.
Yeah.
Now he
loves a Rapella.
Yeah, he loves a Rapella as well. It's a Rapella and a purple plastic worm. So anyway, we didn't do any good fishing
Or the pig and jig.
at all.
Or jig and pig, depending on who you talk to.
Right. we didn't do any good fishing. Didn't catch any fish. None. 0. And so it's getting time. I'm more now getting concerned about the steak. You know what I mean? So we go to take the boat in and had a great day on the water with Dad and with Gary. And once we got the purple worm established, so we get in, and Gary is trying to get his boat now on the little deal that pulls it up out of the water. Little lift. And so Dad, who's had knee replacement and all that, goes to get out of the boat, and Gary, in my opinion, was not paying attention and was still moving the boat, trying to get it situated. And I guess Dad and him had a breakdown of communication. So Dad goes to step, and the boat moves. Well, Dad is about to fall. Okay. So he's going back, and I reach down to grab him, and he hits on the side of the boat for a minute, and he gets up like that. And of course, I said, "Well, Gary, I wasn't doing nothing." I said, "Gary, you got to let us get out of the boat before you start all it." Hey, I didn't. I said, look, that's and Dad like he just had a little blood blister on his finger, and he said, "Let me ask you this." How many 77-year-old men would have not fallen in the water?
Oh, there you go.
And I said, he said, most of them, but you'd be taking them to the hospital with a broken hip right now. And I said, probably, he goes, did you see me? He said, you see how I got on my feet? You see how I caught my balance and got back up? I did. He said, you really name any, you think there's any 77-year-old man do that? He said, every one of them, but you'd be pulling them out of the water right now. So keep in mind, make a note that Dad had a little bit of a fall trying to get out of the boat. Hold that note. Okay? Because, of course.
Now, is this when you were getting done and
we're
you're
done.
bringing it back?
Yeah, we're done.
And Gary's putting it up on the lift as y'all are still in the boat.
Moved it. Right. I won't let us get out. So, anyway, so now I'm on Gary big time. Hey, did you knock Coach down? Hey, it wasn't. Hey, I didn't know. I thought y'all. I said, I hope he's all right. So anyway, I said, he's a tough old cop. I said, if he's hurt, he ain't gonna let us know. So keep in mind that Gary's worried to death about that. Okay.
Okay.
Please take a note of that.
Yeah.
Because there's a great Gary comeback coming. Okay. I'm gonna get Gary, and I'm gonna get him good.
Okay.
So we go in. Gary, has a great setup there at the lake. He could not have been a better host. He gave us a great dinner. We enjoyed it immensely. Hey, Coach, why don't you go in there and sit down and watch a Western while I get this ready? And he said, that's all I watch. Hey, tell Hamsley, I got that digital TV. He talks. That's all I do.
There you go.
He said, I got 17 channels. That's all I need. I watch Westerns. And he said, I watch sports. That's it. What else? And Andy Griffith. He said, what else you need? He said, I can't watch ESPN no more, bunch of liberals. So anyway, so this is going on. We have a great dinner. So now we're getting ready to go home. Now, I got two things I'm going to hit you with that wrapped up the weekend. So we're getting ready to drive home. Now, Greg, I don't know where this came from. So we're going home, and we're rolling through our music. Well, at one time, I go by, and you know how you have all your stuff there. I'm trying to, Dad wants to hear the Eagles, Zach Brown Band. That's it.
Right.
Okay.
That'll do it.
And so
that'll get him home in an hour and a half.
Right. So all of a sudden, a Mr. Lucky song accidentally, because I'm flipping through, and he goes, hey, what's that? And I said, you remember I said band, I said, Greg and I were in a band long ago. You remember that? Yeah. In y'all's living room, yeah. He said, that's right. He said, don't I have that? Didn't you give me something had some of y'all songs on it? And he said, let me hear some of that. And I'm like, Dad, your kind of music, it's not really the Eagles or Zach Brown Band. No, I want to hear some of it.
Not even close.
He goes, play some of that. Well, Greg, I get to playing it, and he starts loving it.
Really?
And listen, no, you're going to love it. He goes, when was all this going on? And I said, well, Dad, you remember, I said, some of these songs you're hearing, we actually wrote like in your living room. Yeah. He goes, I'm telling you what. And you want to know, everybody played every instrument and all that. He goes, I'll tell you what. He said, y'all are better than some of the stuff that's on the radio right now. He goes, why didn't y'all make it? And I said, disappointed. I said, Dad, didn't you love us? He goes, well, I messed this up. I must have been distracted coaching football or something. I should have been on top of this. and I said, what are you, Joe Jackson? All right, if you want to join us, you can now. 21 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. The real Greg Burgess on the phones, but not a time to visit with Greg. It's a time for you to be on the program. He'll get you screened up and ready to go if you want to join us now. We start with Shane out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Shane, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
We're fired up.
We're great.
Man, I got to tell you, me and my girl Shelly and her whole family, we've been listening to y'all for a long time.
Thank you.
We love you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So I was telling Greg that, I can understand why people are doing it, with these chatbot, whatever you call them, because there's no negative feedback,
Yeah.
They're socializing with these things, and they're getting nothing but positive coming back.
Until it tells you to kill yourself. Yeah.
Until it, yes.
No, you're right. We talked about on the show, you're right, Shane, is that our society, and it was one of the things that we were talking about, we have allowed ourselves to take, which could be a blessing, some of this technology, but what we're doing with it and what's going on, and I watched a lot of it over the weekend too, even some of the trans stuff and the drag queen things and all this, and we're moving ourselves into a fake world. It's not the real world. There was a time, guys, that drag queens interacting and being part of elementary school activities was something that every single human being, whether you had a problem with drag queens or not, would say, that's probably not the way to go.
Yeah, we don't need to
Even
be
a drag
mixing
queen in the 80s would have said, I shouldn't be at the elementary school.
Right.
And now we can't believe that people don't want that. You're considered to be awful. And then we've got this, we're living in a world that is not reality. And some of this technology, to your point, Shane, has created a world where we think that these people that like or don't like our latest post, that these are like these people really have a say. They're truly seeing who we are, and they're like a jury that judges on whether we're worthy or not. And I mean, we're losing our minds. I mean, this is all. Look, everybody, just step back a minute and take a deep breath and get outside and let some of this fog clear. And you need to go back to the clarity of the real world. Let's go to John. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I had a question. That picture that y'all posted, was that Greg's wife or daughter? Because she has aged well, and he hasn't, if that was his wife.
No, that's his wife. I mean, it's, that's it.
Some people say the luckiest woman in the world.
Yeah, that's how she's referenced often.
Yeah.
And I was unaware of I was thinking Post Malone, but it's Jelly Roll. It's the country version of Post Malone. I don't know if y'all seen him before.
This term I've heard thrown around, and I've heard a couple of songs from them. And they all seem to have a very similar theme. I've only heard 2 songs, but I don't know what. I've never seen them. All I've done is heard some of their music, so I am familiar with them, or at least 2 songs from them that I've heard. Let's go to, but is this some of that? I will say this. Yeah, this new. I'm certainly not a prude when it comes to country music, but I will say that. Some of the things that passes as country music today is interesting. I'll just say that. Yeah. But now I've heard their songs, and to me, they don't sound all that far off as far as the way the song sounds. And I haven't seen their live performance. That may be a different thing. Let's go to Dave. Dave, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Just wanted a real quick question for Bubba. There's so much going on about the dollar this week. It's supposed to be. It's not even going to be worth of it. The paper is printed on, but it seems like the everybody in Washington's worried about what that somebody might have told a lie for some reason all of a sudden, and just talking about Donald Trump and some of the things in the past. I was wondering if Bubba could shed a little light on that. I just don't have a whole lot of trust in what I hear a lot of the time.
Well,
is there digs down a little bit deeper.
Is there something particular you're talking about?
Just the value of the dollar? Are you just talking about the value of the dollar?
Well, it was something. There was some kind of. I was trying to remember the outlet that I heard it on, but I can't remember, to be honest with you. But they were just talking about this week. There's supposed to be the value of the dollar is really fixing to
bottom out.
I mean, just really fixing to take a dump, and so
Have you heard that?
I didn't know if maybe y'all knew some more about it or not.
Well,
but,
I heard.
I love you guys.
I heard via someone else telling me that India was dropping the dollar as their official currency of international trade. They're going to their own stuff. So I don't know if that's part of it, but inflation is really, it's not that complicated. It's not a naturally occurring event like a tornado.
Right.
If you print too much money, the value of that money goes down. So you have to have more of it to buy the same thing you bought last week. And that's where you get inflation. And that's really what we're dealing with. Y'all, I'm telling you, we have printed, and some of it was, stuff that came out of COVID. But we have run the printing press I don't think the wheels are about to come off of it. The demos just keep, and Biden, they just keep, wanting to spend more and more and more. And they call things, it's an inflation control package. But then it has nothing to do with that. The way you control inflation is you slow down spending money. And when you have too much money chasing too few goods, which is what we had coming out of COVID, then the price goes up. I mean, it's just we're doing the two things that feed inflation and then wondering why we have it. I mean, it's not that complicated.
And then the Silicon Valley Bank meltdown, that has everybody freaked out that the same thing's going to happen to other banks. And then just 4 days ago, Brazil and China, they reportedly struck a deal to ditch the U.S. dollar in favor of their own currencies in trade transactions, too. And that hurts as well. So.
Well, I would ask this question, and again, I don't work for the National Reserve or anything, but why are they using our dollars in their country anyway? There's an exchange rate. Who cares, right?
Yeah, well, the problem you're going to have, everything that you just said is absolutely true because there's no arguing those facts. But the problem is this administration needs to artificially make the economy look better than it actually is, and they think the way to do that is just to continue to print more money.
Yeah, well, it doesn't work that way.
No, and it's just going to make it worse.
They think that's the way to stimulate the economy.
Correct.
Where
Correct.
if you want to stimulate the economy, lower regulations. You don't have to print money. Cut people loose to do the things that they need to do.
Release the
not
free
dangerous things, as some have implied, but you can. There's ways about this. Look back when George W. Bush proposed a tax cut for everyone who paid taxes. Now the demos call that a tax cut for the rich because apparently only Republicans pay taxes.
Yep.
And he wanted to give a family $600 back. It was $300 a person, $600 for a family. You know what the big concern was? Inflation. How's this going to affect inflation? $600 each for all of us that are married. That was a big concern for inflation. So what do you think trillions of dollars printed and dumped in the economy in a very short amount of time? What do you think that's going to do?
We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up after the bottom of the hour break.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He goes, no, seriously. I didn't know y'all had these kind of songs. He goes, when were y'all doing this? And I said, Dad, you remember we did? He goes, yeah. He said, I came to some of the concerts. I don't. He goes, do I have this? I tell you what I want. I want you to get me this CD, and I want it in this order. And I said, Dad, I think you have it. I can get you a CD of it. I think you. He said, no, I want this. He goes, what in the world was I doing? He goes, what was wrong with y'all? How come y'all didn't make it? And I said, well, Dad, I don't know, Dad. It's time. And he goes, the funniest part, I must have been distracted. I was coaching too much football.
He was that.
Greg, I should have been paying attention to this.
What's he gonna do? Make us practice?
What's he gonna do? You gonna take it over? Okay. So that became a topic of as long as the Fat Chance CD is because he wanted to hear every cut of it, and he critiqued every song. Of course, his favorite, he loved Remember. You know that, oh boy. He said, "Tell me y'all end the concert with that now, don't you?" I said, "Yeah." So anyway, that was a bizarre conversation. I don't know how he goes. I don't know how y'all mess this up.
He completely missed that.
Right. He goes, "There's stuff on the radio right now. It's crap." So anyway, then comes my payback. Okay, so I get him home. Okay, and all that, and Gary was trying to tell me, of course, which way I had to go home, and you got to try that and all this. So I get him home. We had a great day together. It was fantastic. So I get home, go to bed, and get up and go to I spoke at a church yesterday, had a great time. So as I'm about 2:00 in the afternoon, I noticed that Gary had texted me early, and I just missed it. And it said, "Did y'all get home okay? If they okay with Coach?"
Oh no! Right. Oh no, you didn't,
Rick. Yeah,
this is
so
great.
Good. Perfect setup. This is awesome.
You couldn't wait.
So I wait till about 8:30 at night when I get ready to go to bed, and I text back, "Sorry, buddy, I've been to the hospital all day." And I said,
"Yes."
I said, "Hey," I guess when you let him fall in the boat,
when you pretty much knocked him down.
I said he's hurt pretty bad. I said we've been to the hospital all day.
Rick.
And I said, Mom's upset. She's mad at me. He said I should have left him at the farm. I should have never gone down to the lake.
You went that far?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. So good.
Greg, so anyway, and so Greg,
nobody deserves it more than Gary.
No. So then all of a sudden you can just see in his little text, "Hey, I'm sorry. Is Coach all right?" And so then, Greg, I pull a picture of Dad's arm from the staph infection.
Oh, yeah. Rick. Okay. It was nasty.
So I've got a hospital gown.
Rick.
I've got a nasty
looking arm.
And I fired to him. I said, "Look at this. This is bad." look. He sends back, "Hey man, I can't believe that." Also,
how long did you let him go?
Also the phone starts ringing. And he says, "Hey, I can't believe that." I said, "Gary, it's bad." I said, "I hope he can keep his arm."
Rick.
He said, "Do what?" He said, "Do what?"
That's so good.
I said, "Then there ain't nothing." I said, "His ribs are messed up." I said, "He must have hit harder than I thought he did." I said, "Did
you had through ribs in there?"
I said, "Did you see him?" He did hit that side of that boat. And I said, "Gary," I said, I said, "Mom's very upset." And I said,
wow.
I said, "I'm trying to keep you out of it."
Oh no, you, Greg.
Well, I should have just left it alone.
I just want y'all to come down to my lake house and have a steak and, potato and a salad. and I want to take him out on the boat. I said, well, you took him out on the boat and hurt him. So
I tell you, you sure did.
And I said, we should have stayed the farm. Look, and he's sitting there, and look, it's just silent.
I can't believe you let it go this long.
He goes, so what, you been up there all day? I said, well, we've been to the hospital all day. I just got home. I said, I'm sorry I missed your text. I didn't want to upset you. Well, I'm upset. He said, I can't believe this. Like that, all of a sudden I start going, and I start laughing. He goes, you hot a mighty. He said, listen, don't you know somebody give you a visual? He goes, I was in the bed. I was going to bed. And you sent me that text. It upset me so much. I've got up, got dressed, and got a pot of coffee on. You know how you get upset about something?
I got to sit around and think about this. Gotta work it through my mind.
He said, I knew I wasn't going to sleep a wink.
Got him a pot of coffee.
He said, I can't believe you do it. I said, Gary,
He can't, what?
you can't believe I would do that. I said,
He's the victim.
I said, let me tell you something.
That ain't right.
I said, on behalf of more people than I can mention, you deserved it.
That's right.
Look, and he stopped me and goes, well, I guess I can appreciate that.
He just got up, got dressed.
He goes, hey, you got me.
And I don't
Look out,
think,
though.
I'm like Greg, I don't even think that's close to payback.
No. We could do that to him tenfold.
Rick, but in his mind, now he owes you.
Greg, but listen, he said, I can't believe you did that. I said, you can't believe it.
Are you kidding,
Greg? He goes, I looked at that arm. He said, when I saw that picture, I couldn't believe what I was looking at. He said, he had a hospital gown on. He said, hey, you got me.
That's well done.
Hey, I guess I should have stayed the farm.
Oh, man.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. We are in year 30. 29 are in the bucket, and 4 months as of today. We start month number 4 of year 30. Come on, baby. All right, TheraBreath. Look, I just put a TheraBreath lozenge in. Now,
Thank you, Rick. We appreciate it.
You know why? People say, Rick, why? Why did you just put that lozenge in? I'll tell you why. Because even though we may get up, we may brush your teeth. I hope you do. Some of you, I know, to skip that. But you go ahead, get up, brush your teeth. And, TheraBreath has, the rinses. Those are great. They are. But you get over here to work, you get to hanging out with the guys, and, and all of a sudden the coffee starts flowing.
Yeah, your nickname is Hey Coffee.
Hey Coffee, and then popping that coffee back. Look, our breakfast has come here from Edgar's. We're knocking that back. You want a little sauce on that omelet? I do. And so before you know it, your breath not so fresh. So what I've done, I just popped a lozenge in. I'm ready to go. Let me tell you what these TheraBreath lozenges do as well. Do you make a lot of presentations in your job? And you ever had dry mouth? Dry mouth's not good. Well, the TheraBreath lozenge will take care of that as well. I've got a lot of friends that have to do a lot of presentations, and they say, hey, thank you for introducing us to these TheraBreath lozenges. We love them. Now, sometimes when you go to the over 100 retail outlets, shelf space may limit how many TheraBreath products are there. So you can always go to TheraBreath.com if you can't find the one you're looking for. Now, they've also got a TheraBreath Healthy Gums Oral Rinse, doesn't he? What did he say when he was on the show last? Everybody's favorite dentist. He said, look, gum health, I'm telling you, oral hygiene, huge when your overall health. So this Healthy Gum Oral Rinse from TheraBreath is great, and their whitening oral rinse, fantastic too. So go to TheraBreath.com, find all the products, or look for them at over 100 different retailers all over the country. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so are y'all ready for, I think when it comes to Biden, we have to laugh to keep from crying.
Oh, yeah, might as well.
Yeah, and so, yeah.
Basement Joe.
Here is President Biden.
Joe.
Now, I will say this, and this does not speak well of me, but the only thing that makes an uncomfortable comment even more gold is when it's said in an inappropriate time and place.
Right.
I know I shouldn't laugh harder at that, and I acknowledge that, but there's something about the fact that you blow something when it's something really, really important and delicate.
You might want to get right.
Yeah, you might want to get right. So President Biden is visiting the town of Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Now, I don't know if y'all seen the images from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, but it is total devastation, okay? And it wasn't from this past weekend. It was from a week or so ago. Now, look behind him, okay? I want you to see behind him the devastation. Greg, you've worked these kind of situations when you worked for a Southern company, the power company. This is a start-over kind of situation.
Oh, yeah. That's a total rebuild.
That's a total rebuild. So the president is about to inspire the people of Rolling Fork, but unfortunately, he is going to get their name wrong.
Yeah.
And the name that he says,
Rick, we know what he meant.
We do know what he meant.
Yeah, we know what he meant.
And we're going to give some grace there.
He didn't say
on this week of a celebration of grace.
At least he wasn't talking about ice cream again.
Right. But here we go.
Or was he?
Here we go.
The town of Rolling Stone will be back.
Rolling Stone will be back.
Town of Rolling Stone will be back.
Very
and we'll be
similar.
with you every step of the way.
Right, the far left.
What did I say? I said Rolling Fork, Rolling Stone. I got my mind going here.
I got my mind going.
Or you don't have it
I'm
going.
going to tell you, the rest of it is worse than the first.
It is.
Yeah. I think if we
let's
just
hear it
kept
again.
talking, it wouldn't be that bad.
By the way,
Because we've all done that.
By the way, I want you to watch the guy that is to his left.
Yeah.
He got that look. He got that look and like, you can't even get this right.
I mean, that's step one.
Look, he's disgusted. He's totally disgusted.
He's thinking,
Let's hear it again. Let's hear it again.
Town of Rolling Stone will be back, and we'll be with you every step of the way. And what did I say? I said Rolling Fork, Rolling Stone. I got my mind going here.
But that makes a lot of sense.
Your mind ain't going.
You really
here.
don't.
Joe. I got my mind going.
What else
here.
am I thinking? What else does he have to do? What else do we have to see?
Yo, how I don't. Listen,
what else do we have to see?
Forget politics.
Okay, yeah, I know.
Forget politics.
Look, Bubba's moving
how
papers.
do you?
Look,
how
he's
can
moving
you-
papers.
How
He's
how
serious.
can you go into a booth and pull a lever for that man?
I
He
don't
doesn't know
know
who he is.
I don't know, guys. It's to
What'd
the.
I say?
Please tell me.
Hey, Pennsylvania, you got good representation in the Senate.
Wow.
You
Yeah, he
voted
finally
for
got out.
Fetterman.
Yeah.
Is he get out of the hospital?
Yeah, this
yet?
weekend he did.
Rick, he went to be sworn in. We hadn't seen him on the Hill since.
If you voted for Joe Biden and
Bless
for,
his heart, get well.
and
you know?
for Fetterman, I can't even.
It goes back to
Not
what
gonna
we've
be very
said, guys.
productive,
It goes back to what we've said. The left, they don't care who the person is.
No, I got
They
you.
just they just want their ideology in.
Well, okay.
That's all.
Well, let's play.
They don't
Let's
care.
go. Let's go with that theory. Okay.
That is that's what they're doing.
We'll put somebody else in that can speak that has your ideology.
Right.
Yeah, you got some people in there that can't
Yeah,
they
the guy
can't
has
show
a
up for
severe
work, they
medical
can't
condition.
represent, they can't speak. I mean, come on.
Right.
Look, I understand you got a totally different mindset. That's fine. Whatever. Fight for your liberal cause. I mean, it's worked out so well. History has shown us, right?
Yeah, right. You're right.
But put
Town
somebody
of
in there
Rolling
that can at least do the job for crying out loud. Hey, his
Town of
mind's
Rolling
working.
Stone will be back. The town of Rolling Stone will be back.
Hey, my mind's working.
The town of Rolling Stone will be back.
What am I saying?
And we'll be with you every step of the way.
What am I saying?
And what did I say? I said Rolling Fork, Rolling Stone. I got my mind going here.
I got my mind.
I got my mind
He
going.
still don't know
here.
which one's right.
No.
Did you hear him? He went through
Yeah.
both of them. He's not sure which one's it.
Somebody write a country song right now. I got my mind going here.
Got my mind going here.
Listen,
I've heard of
got
Gimme
my mind
Shelter, but
going
that's
here.
ridiculous.
give me shelter. Listen,
I got my mind going here.
listen. Do y'all realize
My mind's going here. All I need is a beer. I got my mind going here.
Come on.
I got my mind going here.
Where is my truck?
Greg, go ahead, sing it for us.
Where am I?
Sing it like you did Bluebell.
Like I did Blue Bell.
All right, but let's go to this. Okay, I saw also. Look, this is not a signal for me to do that thing we do too many times, where I declare some video that you didn't even know about. Now you got to scramble. Don't feel the need to scramble. Okay. I'm just going to say, because we got so many of these, there's no need to have another one. He told people not to jump again over the weekend.
Oh, he did.
He
sure
He's
did.
done it
He
again.
sure
Yeah,
did.
Rick, that's not true.
He's done it again.
Yeah, no, he
Hey,
did.
don't jump.
Greg, and he's just walking through like looks like a little.
I'm not joking.
A little downtown area, and of course, people if presidents comes through, they're looking out windows and stuff, and he screams, "Don't jump again!"
Yeah.
What is this thing about him telling people not to jump?
joke. It's no joke.
Here it is. Here's look. You did find it. Look. Look. There he goes again. What is he king?
We're out of the loop on that.
Anybody at an elevated position around him.
Listen, do it again. I'm sorry. Go back. Look. What is his obsession with if you're waving at him from a high place, he screams, "Don't jump." I guess
Every time.
I guess he realizes that he's run this thing into the ground. People may be ready to jump.
That's true. He's thinking about the value of the dollar.
I know. You say, "Look, y'all can overcome me. Don't jump."
Yeah.
He doesn't even. This one is concerning to me because he seems.
Look at his face, Bubba. Look at that face.
Like he thought they were really going to jump.
Look how serious that face is.
He doesn't even smile after, like, ha ha, what a funny joke I've said 1,000 times.
Greg,
guys, this is weird. This one is a weirder one than ever. I'm serious. Looks legitimately worried.
Don't jump.
Somebody help them. Then he gave a thumbs up like,
worried.
"Good. I'm glad you're not jumping."
What Bill's clapping.
In the world?
Oh, wow.
One of the greatest doctors of our time.
She's a heck of a doctor.
Concerning.
Heck of a doctor.
Everybody knows.
Whoopi goes to her.
So really, okay.
How embarrassing.
To Bubba's point, I do understand. I do. You know, I'm trying to just put the shoe on the other foot. If I was facing a loss of cognitive skill candidate that was a Republican against Hillary Clinton in an election, I probably vote for the loss of cognitive skills Republican. But where I needed to fix that was in the preliminary.
Yeah, get somebody who is physically able to do the job.
I didn't need that to be my candidate. How did I not stop that? In there is where I needed to make big change.
Well, just wait till his second term.
Oh, Greg.
Anybody who
no
can
way.
say that and is serious.
No, Greg.
You're just confirming what I think.
You know who that is? That's the kid that's never played basketball a day of their life, okay, other than maybe Little League. And then one day you're at lunch with them, and they say, you know, I'm going to be in the NBA. And you're like, probably not.
I don't see that happening.
You're 5'8". Your shot's not very good. You're not even playing high school basketball.
Hey, who are you talking about here, Rick?
No, it's all right. You didn't make the junior. You didn't make the junior high team. I don't know.
Yeah.
But him saying he's going to run again. There's no way. I mean that's not even. He won't be able to do it mentally.
The worse than him saying it is others who say it like
they
they
know
believe
that's
it.
not true. They know that's not true.
I mean, you lose any credibility if you say it.
Look, this is not politics anymore. This is a person.
Yes, that's
a
what I'm
human
saying.
being's inability to function mentally.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm not talking about his politics.
It has nothing to do with politics. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
They're not very good either. But.
No, they're not. But I mean, we'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Don't jump.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, that was
the Colorado national anthem. Huh?
Well, it was kind of an odd thing because they started out, you know, because Colorado can be a little odd anyway, and so they started out, and you go, all right, I'm at an amphitheater, I see the concert on Access TV, you know, Cubans TV. So, and they did not do it in the order it actually happened. You know, they take it and put it together because you could tell Joe Walsh was in the dark, and then right after that, somebody came out in the light, and they basically decided based on how they wanted to lay it out to you, this is how it went. Well, it was the inductees into the Colorado Music Hall of Fame. So Walsh was there because he was being inducted into the Colorado Music Hall of Fame with a group called Barnstorm. Now, I did not know. I knew James Gang, I knew Joe Walsh solo projects, and I knew him with the Eagles. I knew nothing about Joe Walsh's run with Barnstorm. Did anybody?
Never heard of it. No,
So
I can't say that I
it
know
was
that.
some Colorado-based band, because this whole Rocky Mountain Ways, when he decided to move and live in Colorado and get out there in the great outdoors and kind of work out all of his issues, and so
As he set up his ham antenna.
yeah, so he played some Barnstorm songs, which I had never ever heard of, none, zero, not even close to hearing of them. And then he did Rocky Mountain Way, to close it out, So then you had people come out and do different things, but then it slowly turned into a tribute to Dan Fogelberg. And like they spent the majority of the evening, different artists coming out doing Dan Fogelberg songs, including at one point Vince Gill and Amy Grant. And then Amy Grant came out and did one of her solo songs before they did the Dan Fogelberg song, because she had recorded a lot of her hits as a pop artist in Colorado at this famous studio that was also being recognized.
Rick,
it was
Wasn't Garth Brooks there too?
Garth Brooks came out and did a Dan Fogelberg song.
Rick, this is really getting weird.
It was a strange. I couldn't quite grab it.
I saw the
Did
preview
Chris
for it.
Gaines come too?
No, he didn't. Look, guys, the nitty
I
gritty.
started to say before you said Garth Brooks, I was going to make a joke and say, well, that couldn't get any stranger if Chris Gaines had come out, and then you said Garth Brooks.
Well, the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band came out and would sing, and then they kind of stayed on stage, would sing back up and play behind people. It was a very strange.
So we were
thing.
covering a lot of tributes.
But it didn't. I was like, all right, why is Dan Fogelberg getting an entire tribute when I thought this was just inductees into the? Is this Dan Fogelberg? His wife came out and
Is
said,
he a big Colorado guy? What,
he came. He's a big Colorado
Got
guy.
it.
They love Dan Fogelberg in Colorado. I'll tell you that, and I'll tell you that right now. But it was an interesting thing what they did. Greg, for some reason, Michael Murphy came out and did Wildfire.
Sure he did, Rick.
Bubba, let me say that again. At one point, Michael Murphy came out and did Wildfire.
That's one of them songs that makes you feel weird.
Yeah, oh gosh, it does. And I'm like, now how did this fit? I couldn't follow the flow of it. I enjoyed watching some of the music, but it was hard to follow what the theme was.
You weren't sure what you were celebrating.
I wasn't sure. All of a sudden the Nitty Gritty Man go,
There they
La la, an American dream, and I'm like, what are we doing? Are they in it? But it was.
They throw a little Mr. Bojangles out there.
No, but I wanted to hear that
They
bad.
do a good
I
version.
love Mr. Bojangles. That's one of those songs that it's outside of anything you would imagine me listening to, but I love it.
I know.
So anyway, it was a very strange thing. Where are you on Dan Fogelberg?
I know who he is, and on a rainy day in a certain condition.
He'll wreck you. To the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we are thankful that you are here today. So some things you need to be aware of starting next week. So on April the 14th and 15th, I am honored to be headed to Omaha, Nebraska. Lord willing, I'll be there for their men's conference. They're doing the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com, and I am honored to get a chance to go for my first time ever to Omaha, Nebraska, and speak to those men, Lord willing, next weekend. So if you want to find the details about that conference and be part of that, you can by going to rickandbubba.com or themanchurch.com or burgessministries.com. All of them have it there in events. Also, speaking of that, Sherry and I, my wife, will be at Bell Shoals Church in Brandon, Florida. We'll be there for their marriage conference. It's a one-day marriage conference on April the 21st down around Tampa. Thanks for all your emails on both of these places. People always assume, Bub, I don't know why they assume this about us, that we want to eat when we go to these places.
Isn't that crazy? I don't know where they get that idea.
But anyway, thanks.
3 times a day.
Thanks for all the suggestions on things. A lot of these things are pretty much in and out, though. We don't get to spend a whole lot of time there, but thank you for that, and I'm looking forward to being in both of those markets. And you can find out all those details. The simplest thing to do, because these two are found at rickandbubba.com. radioactive.com under upcoming events. So just go right there. All right, so Bubba, the Final Four is over, and we now have a championship game tonight. San Diego will play UConn. Is that correct?
San Diego State and UConn. UConn has won 4 or 5 championships already. I think 4. They're going for their 5th tonight. San Diego State's kind of a newcomer to all this,
Right.
so classic matchup. UConn defeated Miami. San Diego State defeated Florida Atlantic in a crazy, crazy game on Saturday night, Rick. They hit a buzzer beater, literally with a ball in
Now,
the
y'all
air.
told me the team that was kind of the Cinderella story, even though they were very, very good, Florida Atlantic, everybody felt like they would win this game. San Diego State has been quite a story, too. And at one point, FAU was at what, 14 points?
At halftime.
Halftime.
Yeah.
And up a pretty big lead with just 4 or 5 minutes left to go.
Yeah,
and,
8. I think
8.
it's 8 points.
Which can deteriorate quickly in
It
college
can.
basketball.
And it did.
But the Florida Atlantic had the lead, had the ball, went down, tried a shot. It didn't go. And San Diego State went down the floor, did not call a timeout to get a playoff. And with the clock running down and the crowd counting 3, 2, a guy launches a shot, and it was a
10,
good
12
shot,
footer.
but he was covered. He had a guy on him, and he sunk it. He's
got to put it up, and he wins it. It's Butler with 2 seconds. He's got to put it up, and he wins it. He wins it with the jumper.
Rick, I ended up watching some of this game, and most of the second half, it had no dog in the fight, so to speak. And it was really entertaining. It was the best of college athletics and college basketball, and went right down to this crazy, crazy finish.
All right, so here's the Padre fans.
Hold on,
Okay.
you'll love this.
Okay.
The head coach was asked after the game why he didn't call timeout and run a play instead of just getting the rebound, letting the guy go and shoot. And he said, I'd run out of plays.
He said, I had nothing else I could do.
I
had nothing else to call.
Let's let players make plays. But here's the Padre fans watching San Diego State head to the national championship.
Even the players. Look at the players turn around and watch.
All right, so they're showing it on the big screen. And there's the Padre fans.
The whole stadium erupts.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's
yeah, good for them.
Yeah, that's good. That's
till UConn drums them tonight.
Yeah, as you enjoy it while you can. As UConn,
I don't know. I just said that.
I don't. Like I said, I know nothing about it.
They made Miami like it.
Well, you know that I'm a little bit quirky that March Madness is being played in April.
Sure.
But it's can we not get that all in March? I think we can. It's called March Madness. It's not called April Madness.
Rick, let's just back it up a week.
Right. It's not called April Madness. I mean,
running a little late.
It's called March Madness. We can't get this in 31 days. We can't get this in 31 days. So it's basketball.
That wouldn't bother me until you brought it up.
Right.
Thank you.
Of
Thank
course,
you for that,
of course, immediately it bothered
It's
me.
April Madness.
Didn't even think about it.
No, somebody said something to me on Saturday. They said, "Are you watching March Madness?" I said, "Not in April, no. I guess I can watch April games."
All right.
Well, it's in April. Is March and April 2 different months?
Well, it was madness in March. Now we'll have a champion in April.
You don't think that was madness?
Well,
It was madness
I'm
getting
trying
to this
here.
point.
I'm trying.
Yeah,
March Madness should be in March.
I agree.
It's in the
100%.
name.
I agree 100%.
It's in what we're going to do now. Call like have Reggie Jackson. If Reggie Jackson had hit those home runs in November, will we call him Mr. October still?
No.
Well,
Which we do have baseball
Sure
that rolls
we do.
in November.
Yes, I
sometimes,
guess
and that
now we'll be
bothers me.
Mr. November.
Let's let April be Little March.
But no, the way we're doing it, we'll just call you Mr. October, even if you played in November, I guess.
That's it.
Just all kind of things going on.
I'm telling you, the world is falling apart. What are we doing? Letting March Madness be in April. So anyway,
All
that's
the sports are just expanding. Nobody's staying in their lane.
No, but I don't follow it. But from what I gather, UConn is just one of those teams we've been good all year.
I don't really know.
Yeah, and we just
I really
right.
don't.
I mean, we're there. Of course,
Well, they
there.
were
I don't
very
think they're-
dominant several years ago, and they kind of fell off, and now they appear to be
I don't
back.
think they're one of the tops. Like they weren't one of
Really?
the top
Okay.
seeds.
See, I
think
don't
they
know.
were 4 or 5
I
seed,
really-
unless I'm just
Okay,
making stuff up
okay.
now.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know.
You know how many college basketball games I've seen? That'd be none.
I watched the last 6 minutes of that one, and I hadn't seen one. I guess all year.
And I won't watch tonight.
No. I'll
probably watch it tonight.
I mean, unless I
watch
just
early,
happen.
right.
This is the only shot of me seeing it tonight, and this does happen. When my wife will say, "Look, I've got stuff to do. Go find something to do because you're one big giant distraction." You know what I always say? I know how eye candy gets to you, doesn't it?
Yeah.
All right,
Tone it down, Burge.
UConn is 30-8 over the year. San Diego State 32-6.
And UConn is a 4th seed.
And San Diego State's a 5.
So think about this: in the Final Four, we had 2 5 seeds, a 4 seed, and a 9 seed. That's
the Blue Bloods were missing, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
North Carolina didn't even get in the tournament.
Were they any good this year?
No,
we didn't.
That sounds weird, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That'd be new.
Yeah, that'd be now. See, that's me. You can always tell somebody that doesn't keep up with it much. I still think all those teams are good.
Well, you know, I wonder what happened. Because I don't follow college basketball enough, but I have a suspicion. I don't know that they may not be up to speed on the NIL because they thought, you know, we're North Carolina. People want to come here and play, and people start taking checks to go to other places. It's just a guess. I don't know, but I could see that playing out.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But
you got to have your NIL.
Oh, sure.
I think those guys have their NIL
You
dialed
better.
in.
You better. You better get it dialed in. And then LSU wins the women's championship.
Yeah, how about that?
And upsets
Iowa.
Who upset
South Carolina.
Right. Yeah. So there you go.
I like LSU's coach. Wish she was my grandma.
Really?
Yep.
Top of the,
Fiery little thing.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But you know, he's not a guy that I will download songs to have while I'm on the road. Let me put it that way.
You probably didn't want to hear Garth Brooks do one of his songs, did you?
I like Dan.
Of course.
Which one did he do?
He came out and did some high energy Dan Fogelberg song I'd never heard of.
A high energy Dan Fogelberg?
Yeah, I'd never heard of it. Well, you know Garth Brooks got to do a higher energy one.
Well, I didn't know Dan Fogelberg had any.
It was a very. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do with it. Is this Dan Fogelberg's foundation or is this the Colorado Music Hall of Fame?
I think I actually DVR'd it. I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, well, Joe Walsh got out there one time, and then Joe Walsh in his part, which was Barnstorm being inducted in, referenced Dan Fogelberg. I'm like,
maybe Dan was in Barnstorm.
Well, he said that he and Dan got up there in the mountains and had what he goes, and those are some stories I won't share with you. And then he moved on to something else. So it was. I didn't know what to do with it, but I enjoyed the parts of it that I just had to sit back and go, I liked hearing that right there. And there's a group of like older people back here singing back. Oh no, let me make it weirder. Oh wait, I forgot all about this. Just when you think it can't get weirder, and when I say it, y'all are gonna say, Rick, we demand that you make that work, and I can't. At one point, and I think back to that studio that Elton John and Bernie Taupin recorded an album in this famous Colorado studio, but they weren't there. John Oates, not Daryl and Hall and John Oates, just John Oates walked out and did "Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me,"
and he hardly sings anything.
Right, and yeah, he sang it.
Talking about the short one.
Yeah, it was there was a lot going on with that that Colorado gathering. It's
quite a mix.
Some amphitheater.
We'll have to look that one up.
Yeah, it was a very interesting thing. By the way, John Oates sings better than you think he does.
Well, that just kind of kept him in the back. You
only really hear him sing on "She's Gone," don't you?
Yeah,
their version of "She Gone." You know, they copied it from us. But well, you know what I'm talking about. I think he should have got to sing.
He didn't get a lot of lead.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So anyway, I hear you guys talking in the kickoff hour. You know that Shaq's gonna get in the shark cage and all of that.
I can barely fit in it.
I can barely get in.
Chuck wouldn't do it.
Yeah, and
yeah, probably not.
Where's Shaq? You see, they got Shaq in the. They put Shaq in a cage.
Charles, you too fat for that.
I ain't getting in there and getting down stupid Shaq and get down there with a shark. Where's Bubba? So anyway, so Shaq goes in, and all I'm hearing for y'all is that a smaller shark, small enough to get through the cage. See, did not no one think about that? That a shark got into the cage with Shaq.
Yeah,
was the shark scared?
No, it looked like it was just swimming around. It just kind of wiggled its way through.
But
like
what happened? Did we just say, "Oh, it's in here and it
then
swims
it goes
by"?
Away. You got to watch the episode.
The Will Packer.
So the episode hadn't run yet.
I thought it did last
Maybe
night.
it did,
Maybe not.
Anybody see what happened to Shaq and the shark? Call us.
But it doesn't really show it on this highlight.
No, it doesn't. Will Packer, one of the executive producers for the episode, said that no one got hurt, but he said he did recall Shaq staying calm, which was good for him. He was apprehensive at first about even getting in, but after he saw the other divers and the camera guys getting in, he's like, okay, I can do this, and so he went in. And here, it's about a minute and some change long, but this gives you a good idea of what happened.
Big Shaq.
That's the stuff.
This is courtesy of the Discovery Channel.
I ain't afraid of no shark, Rob, Wriggle. You should be a little afraid, but that's okay.
And now he's stepping into
Where'd
the cage.
they find that wetsuit?
Yeah.
Wriggle looks skinny.
Got this shack all day.
That is a big wetsuit, Rick.
Yeah,
That is. That's a lot of wetsuit.
Shack cage is what it's called. It's a big cage. He's stepping down into it now.
You'd have to build a special cage for Big Shaq.
Yeah. Boy, you won't know that the welder knew what he was doing.
All right, Shaq.
So you see those openings right there around where his head was?
Yeah.
They're big, wide open. That's how the shark got in.
Topside, ABC. How's our boy looking down there?
Why do all shark people that put you in talk like that?
They all do.
He's nervous. Well, there's sharks everywhere.
There is shark food.
Wow. Oh, they're just putting chum in there.
Yeah.
Look at Shaq.
They got like a chum gun.
I was a little worried that only about 5 or 6 sharks might show up, so I decided to bring along Old Faithful, my chum cannon. This should get about 30 sharks all around Shaq.
And that's that comedian. What's his name?
He'll thank me for it.
Rob Riggle.
Rob Riggle.
All right.
So that'd be my luck. I'd be in there and y'all'd start all that.
Now
shit.
Shaq's the only one in the cage.
I don't know what they're saying.
Yeah.
All right, they're saying
So
something.
here it comes.
Oh, there he goes.
There it goes.
Bubba, he's in.
Shark's in the cage.
What? Sorry, what did you say? There's a shark in the cage! I gotta get him out!
Let's talk about the diver that's out there with the sharks.
Yeah. Those guys are something else.
And they're trying to get the shark out of the cage.
Yeah, and that's how it leaves you hanging there.
Oh, wow.
That's
eventually everything worked out. Nobody was hurt.
All right, we got people here. Let's go to Scottsboro. Wade standing by. Wade, what happened with the shark and Shaq?
Well, I mean, you can see by the video that they pretty much had to build a big old cage for him, and I guess they didn't account for the arm where he put his arm out and stuff. The holes are too big. That little big shark just slipped in there.
Yeah.
You got Robert with a dagger and chum out there, and that shark got him out. But it was, I mean, a little reef shark. You don't.
My gosh, I can't understand.
The shark is eating his phone.
My gosh,
Jonathan shark that was in there. Jonathan, don't really hurt you.
Jonathan in Huntsville, what happened when the shark got in the cage?
Well, they freaked out, and so they're like trying like crazy to get the shark out of the cage. And Shaq, he just stood there. He didn't really do anything. He remained calm. They got the shark out. But what the guy was doing with his gun was he was trying to scare off all those sharks to where Shaq could eventually experience very minimal sharks, and he spooked the little one, and it hit the cage and wedged itself in there. And when it flipped, it went right in.
And so what did they just eventually flush it back out because it's banging around in there?
It hung around in there, and then they finally got it out. And then he comes up, and he catches his breath, and then he goes back down in there, and he experiences a bunch of sharks, and then, they end the show. What was really funny to me was they had to sew together like 3 wetsuits to get a suit big enough to fit Shaq, and then his flippers or whatever they put on their feet, they basically screwed a pair of Reebok pumps to those flippers.
All righty, 7 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio. Out on the bleeding edge of technology, our big boy statue looking on with those reassuring eyes. Hello, big boy. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. And welcome back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussy. There you go.
Rick, glad to be here. And thank all of you for joining us.
All right, so a couple of things also that happened over the weekend, looking at the World Trade Center. And, when you talk about the World Trade Center, that always garners a lot of emotion. And One World Trade Center They got hit by lightning.
Yeah, and it's a massive strike, Rick. You got to see this. I don't think I've ever seen it branch off like this.
Oh,
before.
really? Okay.
Yeah.
So this is so there it is. Of course, you don't want to be up that high. But
look at that.
Now that right there, my friend. Wow. Now that's
a lot of fire in the sky. Yeah, it does.
That's a lot of fire right there.
Of course, it's real high. They expect that. It's designed for that kind of thing. But wow, what a shot!
Wow. How about, is this a security camera that caught it? Is that what this is?
I think it was a weather guy.
Oh, really? Is it a weather camera?
I think it was a weather guy watching out for it. Yeah,
Hey!
getting ready for it.
My.
Boy, he got it, didn't he?
It says 5 million views now on social media.
Yeah,
So
I wish I'd have captured that and came in at work and y'all were all like, acting like Burgess ain't got much, and I was like, hey man, I got One World Trade Center getting struck by lightning. Okay, Burgess, yeah, okay, buddy. Hey, y'all want to see it? Yeah, I guess. And then maybe have that. Boy, it'd change the tone of the room, wouldn't it?
In theory, lightning is trying to get to the ground, but as you see, when it hits the top of it, it almost causes a secondary lightning strike. Which we could argue which way it was going, but that's quite an event.
This is kind of the leftover stuff, leftover storm from the stuff that just hit Arkansas. By the way, it kind of swept its way up that direction.
All right, the next one, we have a guy that, they always tell you anytime you're dealing with electricity, good night, be careful.
Greg, pay attention to this.
And so this one is a man grabbing high voltage.
Oh, yeah.
High voltage electrical cable. He does have gloves on.
And he's okay.
And he's okay, but, buddy, it's not good.
So just grab it like a firm grip like I am. I'm going to let go, and then just open your hand up and pull it a couple inches away.
Wow. Greg, you ever do that?
Good night. Why would you do that?
High voltage!
Kids, don't try this at home.
Like a firm grip like I am. I'm going to let go, and then just open your hand up and pull it a couple inches away.
It's a lot of electrons in
I
that
think
wire.
he's one of them bare hand guys where they're in phase with it. They got the suit. That's a suit, the special suit they wear.
Wow.
Well, I hope so.
Yeah, it looks like it.
You're like a bird on a wire.
Have you ever got to wear the special suit?
No. I didn't work transmission.
Okay.
It's like one of them shark suits.
Oh,
It's metal all
hey,
over.
Rick, you know. Wow, he talked right down to me.
He did. Did you say
I got put in my place so fast.
You got transmission, you got lineman, Rick, you got all your different levels.
know.
He might have pushed you if you could have touched
You know how
him.
sometimes you get dizzy, so it makes you move too quick. That's
No, we would. If we worked 35 kV, you could hold your pliers up to it, and it would do that.
Okay, Greg. All right, buddy.
Hey,
Start doing all that.
hey.
mean,
You didn't have a special suit either, did you?
right.
No, but you were good.
Greg, we got it.
I say you say special suit or whatever. What is the suit's not protecting his hand though, right?
No, he's like, you know how birds sit on a line?
Yeah.
They're at the same potential as
Is
the
it all
line.
about grabbing it so quickly?
No,
He's
just
not providing a path to ground.
That's
why
right.
he's
He's
not
in
doing it.
phase. They have a little tail. They get in phase with
Speaking
it.
of power, you flip this switch now.
Like
So-
you
so
see,
that-
some
It
of them
ain't,
hang.
it ain't something I want to play with either way.
Some of them do it. Like in that case, it looks like it's probably one of those on a rope. But some of them do it off helicopters, sitting on a pedestal on the side of the helicopter.
And they'll put that. They'll put
And then
that
they'll
bar
step
and
off
that-
the helicopter onto
that
it.
ball out there.
If he gets a toothpick right now or a piece of floss, we've had it.
trouble.
We're in trouble. We have had it. All right, so can I ask y'all this too? Speaking of power, and I know we're going to go down to just home now, but and you remember about when your lake house had power, but did it bother y'all that how many light switches in your house off is on and on is off? Oh, yeah. How do they mess that up?
No,
when they're putting in the switches, like
you got a three-way?
Is it a three-way switch?
hey, no, I'm
It's
talking
up or down.
I'm talking about.
does it just? It ain't like I turn it on here and I can turn it off there.
Everybody be quiet.
I know exactly what you're talking about, Rick.
I'm talking
It
about
bothers
you
me
walk into
so
just a
badly.
normal room,
Yep.
and it's got a normal light switch, and instead of you flipping it up and the light comes on, you flip it down, it comes on, you flip it up, it goes off. I hate that.
Rick, there's
But
another
is there
switch.
another
But there's another
switch
switch
somewhere?
that you can also
Rick.
turn
Where?
it off with. On the other side of the room, like the hallway.
And
I
if
got-
you'll flip it, it'll go the way you want it to.
Hey, Rick.
Like we have,
I don't know what
It's
you're
a
talking about.
three-way.
we have floodlights the same way. And
Well, that's-
sometimes
a
you
three-way
flip
was
it
something
up.
completely different. I learned growing up.
Yeah, sometimes you flip it up, sometimes you flip it down.
Right.
Depending on where the other switch is.
And I was
Yeah.
not allowed to say it.
Rick Burgess.
Like mine at the front of the hallway, I click it on, and then I can go the other end and click it off.
Buddy, we got it.
Got it.
Hey,
But if
can
you
I
just
tell
got
you-
one
switches.
switch
I
on
know
one
power.
thing, it
Can I
won't
tell you
do it.
something that will bother you even worse? you can have two
Bunch of
switches,
morons.
two switches, and they call it a three-way. And you're like, wait a minute,
That
it
is
should be
weird.
a two-way.
Well, see, now you really upset me. That's something I didn't know. You didn't have to tell me that. But let me tell you another thing at my house.
It's because of the three-way, Rick.
That y'all
Rick,
can't.
I'm sorry you haven't asked the question,
You
Rick.
just need to step.
It's because of the three-way.
Greg taught you that. You didn't know that.
There's two switches.
But listen, this is the one that you won't be able to dispute.
Gotta have the traveler
because you're
line
not a
in it.
plumber. So we did this, and y'all, I hadn't even brought this to the table till now, and it's been over a year
I'm
now.
not a
It's been
plumber.
over the year. Listen to this. You talk about you can't have nothing.
Scared.
Water runs downhill.
Listen, I wish y'all could picture the day that happened to me. I had that can't have nothing face on. So Sherry, of course, as y'all know, those of you that are not married yet, in case you're wondering, wherever you're moving, if you stay there any amount of time, at some point the mama bird will completely change the nest. Okay.
Yeah,
For some reason, they get in their minds they have to remodel every so often. So the bathroom, of course, had to be remodeled.
Hey, they say it's out of what is it? Out of what's the term they use all the time when they want to remodel?
I call it out of money.
but are you talking about what I'm dealing with right now?
Yeah. But anyway, so Sherry said we got to.
It's not in style.
We had
It's not updated.
And be,
outdated.
New husbands, be careful, because usually what flips this switch, if something in the room doesn't work anymore and there's work that needs to be done in there, they'll see that as complete do-over.
Oh yeah, while you're here.
So
While you're here,
So the garden tub that came
let's
with
change the countertop.
the garden.
Yes.
You think I wasn't in trouble? The garden
Dealing with
tub
that,
that
man.
came with the house, at this time I guess it would have been about 18 years ago.
You're outdated, Rick.
It got to where it didn't work anymore. Okay, it didn't operate the way
So
it
you
was
got
supposed
claw feet on it?
to. No.
Somebody will want that baby.
Well, no, now. So then we go to now we're going to do a whole new tub, and that meant then that leads to leads to hey Bubba, that leads to all new floors.
Oh, yeah.
that
Yeah,
leads to
right.
all new everything. So anyway, I mean, there's no telling how much that remodel costs, and of course all the new. What do you put down? The stuff in there in the bathroom, you had to do all that, and then the shower, all that the splash stuff in the shower, all that had to be redone.
Backsplash.
Sure.
Tile?
Yeah, tile, all that had to be redone in the shower everywhere. Okay, just tile everywhere. Remember that's that time I told you my tile was sitting on the dock at Mobile and nobody could get it to me.
Couldn't get it.
Yeah, so I guess that was. And then all right, so we do all this to build the current perfect bathroom. Okay, Greg, I don't know who did it, and I didn't even care. And I'm still hadn't addressed it because I don't want to redo it. I go in there and go, first time take the shower. Got new shower head, new everything.
I know where you're going.
And I look and I'm like, man, the water won't get hot. The hot water heater's wrong.
I know where you're going.
And all of a sudden I go, you know what I'm just about to do before I make a big fuss? I'm going to take it from the hot setting to the cold setting.
Yeah.
I go the cold setting, hot water.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So cold is hot and hot is cold.
Yeah, but as long as you know it. hey.
Look, and I just stood there in the shower and I said, you can't have nothing. What Nimrod couldn't get that right?
Yeah.
Of all the money we spent, y'all can't even get that right. So now for the
So
last
you just have to know.
now I go when I start the shower, and every now and then, of course, I'll forget because I'm a good one. But when I want the water to get hot, I have to put it to cold. And then when I want it, if it's too hot, so think how weird this is to your eyes looking at it. Oh, this water's too hot. Let me go back toward hot.
Oh no!
I got to go back toward hot so I can get the water cooler. You realize how that messes
mentally
with your
you got to
mind?
get it dialed.
And
in.
I thought to myself, you can't have nothing.
Between that and your light switches, you're a mess.
Yeah, Rick, you got all kinds of crazy
See,
stuff.
you know what it is? I get burned by water and I stand in the dark a lot. You can't. And all I think about, if we get, how did you get that?
What are you doing, Greg?
How did you get that?
That's before Greg was wearing skinny jeans.
Is that in Florida?
Oh,
Yeah, that's hurricane in Florida.
Are you Andrew Angel right there?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He puts his big feet down in these pumps, and then he hits the pump, and it was just amazing.
Yeah, because he's a.
So they probably have some precautions on to protect them, I would guess.
Yeah.
If not, they're really stupid.
Right.
But you're right. Some of the specials I've seen, they just jump in with them. I mean, that's like their day at the office.
Yeah, well, remember that guy that was going to show us the great theory that us getting bitten by sharks is really on us, and he tried to stand with the bull sharks and not do anything, and one walked over and bit his calf off.
Yeah. He no longer has a calf.
Yeah, it's kind of like, okay, well, my theory on that, I think, is a little bit flawed here.
Yeah.
You remember that? He thought, I'll just stand here.
I saw that footage just the other week.
Is it back? They show that every was every year.
He has no calf left. They show him now. It's just the bone.
Yeah.
That calf hit that nose, didn't it, Greg? Huh?
Yep,
Opened
that's
up.
right. Opened up, slam.
Oh, bull's a problem.
Yeah, bull gets you.
Jeremy out of the great state of Kentucky. Jeremy, what do you say to the real Greg Burgess?
Wow, what a wheel.
Oh, look at her spin.
Oh, she looks beautiful.
I've missed her on so many levels. All of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba family.
I know we kicked around a lot of things. I don't know if you've heard this about Planet Fitness, but we kicked around a few ideas in the break. And any of these go to the top that you really want to discuss?
Well, I saw, is Joe Namath's fur coat up for sale?
Okay. Yes. And I know you've wanted that for years.
Oh, I love that coat, man. That thing looks warm.
If you could come in here during the winter with that on.
Yes, please.
The only one close to that was the one the Naked Cowboy had that time. Remember,
right.
I did get a picture made in it. It was full length. That was nice.
Run pass option.
I think that's Bubba's game. So would you pay for Joe Namath's full-length mink coat?
Like it's that?
Let's see. Well, how much are they wanting for it?
Well, it looks like here in the story, the starting bid's at $10,000. Is that right?
Oh,
is that what I saw?
That's easy money for you, too.
Oh, yeah.
You can get that.
Oh,
You
man.
can run over and get that.
That's a lake payment.
I wish Bubba would get that coat so bad.
do too.
Y'all are so bad at math. It's embarrassing.
I wish he'd get that coat.
But let's see. Normally it would retail for $8,000. Am I reading that right? But because Joe wore it and it's been signed by
really?
him, is that right?
I think that's a little low.
It's a Hennick fur.
That seems low to me. If it's worth $8,000 and Joe Namath has signed it and wore it, and it's only going for $10,000, seems like it would be.
What kind of fur is it?
I think
know
that
you
was
said a name. What kind of animal is that?
I don't know what kind of animal it was.
Now this is the one that he wore during the 2016 Iron Bowl broadcast of the Auburn Alabama game, and a tribute to retiring Vern Lundquist.
I remember that. Yeah,
That one
we
didn't
covered
count.
it on the air because it
That
was
doesn't
really
count.
awkward. They wouldn't shut up about it, and the game was going on.
That wasn't the one where he tried to kiss the sideline before.
No, Rick, that was completely
I wanna
different.
catch you.
That jacket is also for sale.
I understand this for $12,000.
It's got lipstick on the collar.
Greg, right there. I just looked back there, and the guy in the far right, he was sitting there asleep.
Those are good chairs.
His wife was like,
That's a sleeping chair.
That is a sleeping chair. Over there's the makeout chair.
That's the makeout chair. Oh, that's the fall asleep, and that's the makeout?
Yeah.
Y'all need to swap.
Yeah.
I'd done it off,
unless those two are brother and sister, then we're really in a terrible situation.
Yeah. Well, it is Alabama.
They said that this coat is up for sale at Leland's Auctions. I'm not familiar with them, are y'all?
Leland.
I think that's Leland Whaley's.
Is his family run that?
I appreciate
Everybody better watch out the rest of the show. We're all a little punchy. Run past.
Now, why do they think we care about the one he had on when they did the Vern?
I thought it was the one that they had the picture of on the side.
Sidelines, yeah.
People with money will pay for stuff like that.
I know.
Yeah, but the people that had to write a check for something from the Beatles, they're going, what in the world?
Yeah.
What? Wow, they'll love that Beatles stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's just old.
How are you on memorabilia?
Thumbs down.
Yeah,
I like some of it.
Yeah, but what people pay for it and the way you display it's just weird.
The only way I can end up with memorabilia is if Todd Jones guilts me into it when he used to have his auction.
Yeah.
Or somebody gives me something. I just cannot stroke a check.
Or
for
I
memorabilia.
signed you up for it.
Yeah, I cannot stroke a check for memorabilia.
We used to go
It
to these
just
silent,
don't mean that much to me.
We go to these silent auctions, and I go down the line and start looking at stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And I'd look, and I had bid on everything there.
Oh, no.
He'd been there before I had. Rick had signed me up.
Well, what a bad system that people like me, that
Bill
people,
Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Bill Bubba Bussy, got it like he likes it there. Rocking mic number 2. All right, so this is Your America. Of America, walking together through the Okay, so Bill Maher, we continued. Would you ever thought we played so many Bill Maher cuts? But he doesn't make this statement, but it is him doing the interview. I know what I'm about to say. At one time, you would say, well, I just don't believe that. And now you go, yeah, that sounds about right. Believe it or not, we have people that are upset that the transgender murderer that gunned down people in cold blood at a Christian school in Tennessee. Believe it or not, some people are upset because when they report the story of the murderer, they are not giving the murderer the gender they preferred. Now, I know y'all can't believe what I just said.
Well, I'll be dog.
Well, the lieutenant governor of Virginia is going to try to tell this person who's upset about this that probably the acts this person that they've committed takes away their right to be called anything.
Yeah.
Other than
who cares?
It's like you're not calling Hitler sir.
Right.
Exactly.
So, boy, that's a good one. All right, so here we go. Here's the back and forth.
Well, what's interesting, if you've noticed, they are misgendering and dead naming the murderer, right? They are referring to the murderer by their given name, not their chosen name, right? And by their referring to her as a woman, as opposed to what her identity apparently was a man, right? Which is not the way the media usually does these things. They're usually very particular about the subjective sense of gender identity in respecting that. If someone says they're a man, then they're a man. But in this case, they're not doing that.
Hang on, you know what? This person murdered 6 people. I don't really care who you say you are. You murdered 6 people, and 3 of them were children. You don't get a say. Well, she's dead now, so, but you don't get a say in telling.
Yeah,
Hey,
so
I agree with her. Who really cares? So that's what he took away from this whole thing. That's the tragedy.
Yep. Yeah, and she goes on, pretty good stuff. She also says that I'm a parent, and the schools and all this can't tell me how to parent. It's really good to go back and forth.
Yeah, well, she gets off that topic and begins to talk about, which is the other thing that I think we all thought. I really honestly cannot believe that when it comes to children and it comes to the drag queen stuff that she starts talking about, and it comes to some of this, that anybody, drag queen or not, which drag queens have been around for a long time, but the concept that somehow their family entertainment is a really new concept.
Yeah, right. Really. No,
because it's not, and it's not about someone who they do that in their private life. It's almost like, which I think is a good thing. Mm-hmm. Have y'all ever seen drag queen shows, the kind of things they do in the shows?
Yeah, I don't think any of them are known for their wholesomeness.
No, it's not Mrs. Doubtfire.
No,
I promise you that. And when did we ever start thinking that this is something that children, we just absolutely must expose them to this?
Well, let me ask you this: don't blame like these laws.
I can't even wrap my mind around.
How about this?
Yeah.
There shouldn't be any laws against it because why are the parents not in control here? Is anybody sneaking up and going, it's a drag queen, you didn't know it. We told you it was Mickey Mouse.
Right.
The people who are taking their kids to these shows, that's who you need to deal with.
Well, and
don't blame the drag queen.
Yeah, and what this person is saying, though,
who brings their kids?
Well, what this person is saying is, I don't want them brought into the school
without me knowing.
Well, absolutely, but
that's what she's saying.
And that's ridiculous.
And she said, I'm not saying that as lieutenant governor, I'm saying that as a parent.
But when you see these parents sitting around clapping along with their kid in their lap while they're putting dollars in their garter, the parents are the problem.
And if you think
nobody shows up at this event, then it ain't going to be an event.
Right. Yeah, no, you're right. But now,
bring them in the schools or to the library and all that. Yeah.
But remember this, Greg. The problem I think people have say, well, let me make my parental decision then. Mm-hmm. What you can't do is to usurp my parental guidance.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if you expose them to them without me having a say in it, now see, I wouldn't be a parent there.
That's right.
Yeah, and that's what they're trying to stop.
That's
now, of course,
ridiculous.
if an evangelical wanted to come onto the campus of the school and go to the gym and talk to people about Jesus, you don't have to parent there. They'll protect you from that. All right, so here is the thing that we're concerned about, especially when it comes to children, and we are talking about children. Here is an ex-transgender person who is detransitioning. She is a biological female, and she said, when I was having a rough go in life, they told me it was because I was a little boy trapped in a woman's body, and they gave me all these surgeries and testosterone, and they've destroyed my body. And she realizes, I was just a kid then. and this is what I'm told, and here she is in her own words.
A mentally ill teenager who had been groomed and preyed upon and sexually exploited online to the point of authorities getting involved. I spiraled into a hatred of myself and my body and was told that it was just because I was a boy born in the wrong body and that this would fix me. I was affirmed down a path where I wasn't given any other choice as to what would help me. The very first medical intervention I ever had was a double mastectomy at 16.
Unbelievable.
And then a few months later, I was put on testosterone. I'm now 21, and I will live with the impacts of that so-called care for the rest of my life. In the past 4 or 5 months, I have watched as my body has fallen apart in front of me, my joints constantly hurting, my vocal cords aching, watching as parts of me atrophy away before my very eyes. And yet at 16, they looked me in the eyes and they told me this was care.
See what we're talking about? See, when we're talking about young people, we're talking about teenagers, and we're talking about children, if adults want to make their own decision, that's a different thing. But when we have someone who's struggling mentally and they hate themselves and they want to do harm to themselves, and our answer is, well, I'll tell you what your problem is. You're just a little boy caught in a female body. We'll fix that for you. That'll solve it. That's now our therapy. And this person said, this has ruined my life.
Did we do the story?
I was just having a hard time. I mean, just help me.
Yeah. Did we do the story of the
kids
former
did.
Navy SEAL? And this person transitioned as an adult. Yeah. And now it's changed his mind and said the same thing. I went in with these questions and feelings, and he was an adult, and they didn't give me any mental support or nothing. They started giving me all the medicine and said, okay, you're supposed to be a woman, and he realizes now he didn't. It was the wrong thing to do.
When did this
and he's an adult when it started.
When did this become such a cavalier therapy?
You can't pause puberty. You can't just pause and then restart. You can't do it.
No. Bottom of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Listen, that people like me,
I'd say bad news. Rick just outbid me.
Right. Oh no, I had it. That I can walk up to a bid sheet and I can write down anybody's name and a bid beside it. I mean, that's
the
not
dreaded silent.
That's not a very secure system.
Oh yeah. Well, I think they're counting on honesty, Rick.
Yeah. Well, this is crazy. But yeah. They don't. Well, you know what they're saying. We didn't realize that these guys can't. There's nowhere they won't play a little grab aid.
Yeah. Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is everything a joke with y'all?
I had that happen to me with a bat one time, and you know how I am. I mean, I freaked
you
out.
panicked.
Yeah, that and the time that they were auctioning off an Alabama guitar, and I was like scratched my head or did something, and they're like, hey, there we go, right there. That's $1,200. And I'm like, no.
Right, yeah. That's Todd Jones was getting how I ended up with Catfish Hunter baseball until I realized the kids were playing with it outside.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Found it out in the yard. That was good.
Hope it went to a good cause though.
Well, I love Todd Jones. I'll do anything with Todd.
I know.
But yeah,
when do y'all get the fur coat? And like when it gets cold here for a couple of weeks, y'all wear it?
It never gets cold enough in Alabama for somebody like me to wear a fur coat. Never.
I just want to see you walking up the steps with that thing on.
I mean, I wouldn't mind. I mean, look how hot it is. That thing is. I mean, look at that. Wow.
Wouldn't y'all love to be doing the kickoff hour, guys, and one of them come up the steps with that thing on?
Oh, that'd be fun.
Huh?
Or the elevator open, one of them step out.
Yeah, that'd even be better. That'd be a better presentation.
I can see
sweating.
Right. I can see that there would be some value to Joe Willie Namath's full length mink coat for the sidelines. Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
back when he was cool as ever.
So was that one for sale too? Who bought it and how much?
No, he's keeping that one.
That got too many tales to tell.
Well, we got the starting bid, as we said,
wear that one.
No.
At $10,000. I'm there at the website now. Currently, there are no bids on
Put
it.
Bubba down for 10.5.
I'm doing it right now.
Please put Bubba down for 10.5. That's it. Because I want Bubba to wear it. Now how tall is Joe Namath?
I started to say, I don't know if I'll fit in that thing. I'm going to have to wear it as a parka.
You may be stepping on it.
You wear that thing, we're going to have somewhere around here in Vestavia Hills, which is where the broadcast plaza is located, bear sightings.
There's a bear all over town.
If it was black, it would
It
be.
keeps going through drive-thrus.
Somebody say, good luck, Winnie. Go find some honey. Because, I mean, Joe Willie probably, what, 6?
Yeah, he's probably pretty tall.
6'2", 6'3". Don't you think?
He didn't have great posture, but,
he's probably at least 6'2", 6'3", yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
world-class athlete when he was in his prime. If he hadn't had bad
he
knees.
could do everything. Bad knees.
6'2". He was 6'2".
Yeah, that was good.
If he had better posture, he'd been 6'4". Yeah, he ain't got great posture.
Greg.
I've never noticed that,
You
Greg.
haven't noticed that?
Only you would notice that Joe Willie Namath does not have good posture.
Look at some of the highlights.
Yeah, he leans forward a little bit.
Has that always been, or just?
I don't know. Yeah.
Really?
Watch some of the highlights. I mean, it didn't hurt him.
Right. All right, we'll be back. We'll go phone trolling next at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Whatever's on your mind. You're kind of controlling the show now. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Many lines are available, so you can get in right now. We'll find out what's on your mind today. Don't forget the website either. Stay up update right there, rickandbubba.com. Have you shopped the store lately? Check the new items. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, helixsleep.com. helixsleep.com/Bubba. How'd you sleep last night? Might be the mattress. If you tossed and turned, it may be time to replace that. Spring is here. Be a good time to celebrate and get a better mattress. They customize it to the way you sleep. They'll ask you. It doesn't take long. Greg and Lisa, they have one, and it took just a few minutes to answer a few questions about, I sleep on your back, you sleep on your side, your stomach, a combination of that. You like a medium mattress as far as firmness, or do you want it really, really firm or soft? They can work on that. There's even some that offer a little more room if you need a little more room, and you can look at the different styles that they have. They'll customize it to you. They've got some luxury models. As I said, the big and tall, they've got that too. They've got mattresses for kids. That works. You get a 100-night risk-free trial of the mattress. They ship it to your door free of charge, and there's no shipping. And then you just sleep on it for up to 100 nights. Decide if you want to keep it. You will, but if something happens, you don't like it, you get a full refund. Right now, we're going to give you 20% off your customized mattress from helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Get truly amazing sleep. Also, a link at rickandbubba.com. right there under the sponsors button. So make the move to get that done. And thanks to all the emails that, like Greg and Lisa, those of you that are raving over that.
That's right.
All right. So this Trump stuff, it's kind of hard to follow, but it seems that, we told you before we went on the weekend that a New York judge has indicted Trump, former president. And then there's what's going to happen with that? We do have the Trump team. They have a response to Alvin Bragg's political indictment against Trump, and then there's different theories on what Trump is going to do now. But and DeSantis said he would not extradite him from Florida, but Trump may go on his own free will. But here it is. Here's the Trump response. So.
Durham probe into the Russia collusion hoax. President Trump has just been impeached on both Article 1
The only president of the United States to be impeached for a second
January
time.
6th committee releasing its final 845-page report.
Former President Donald Trump has been indicted.
Remember this, nothing worth doing ever came easy. Following your convictions means you must be willing to face criticism from those who lack the same courage to do what is right. Relish the opportunity to be an outsider. Embrace that label. Being an outsider is fine. Embrace the label. Because it's the outsiders who change the world and who make a real and lasting difference. The more that a broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead.
This is a party that wants an outsider badly.
I continue to believe Mr. Trump will not be president.
You must keep pushing forward. Never, ever give up. There'll be times in your life you'll want to quit, you'll want to go home. I can't do it. I can't do it. Just never quit. You will build a future where we have the courage to chase our dreams no matter what the cynics and the doubters have to say. You will have the confidence to speak the hopes in your hearts and to express the love that stirs your souls. And you will have the faith to replace a broken establishment with a government that serves and protects the people. But they're not coming after me, they're coming after you. I'm just standing in their way. And I always will stand in their way.
Well, I don't know who put that together. That's
well done.
That's probably the best
Pretty
thing
nice.
I've seen the Trump administration put out in our Trump team put out in a long time. That's exactly what the message should be.
I'd hire that guy.
Yeah, and it's and if he would stay there and be coachable,
if he would have done the debates like that,
yep,
his press conferences like that,
yeah. So
wow,
because that is the message that resonates that got him the win the first time, and so that is the response. Now he says he has confirmed he will appear in court in New York City tomorrow.
Yeah, for an arraignment.
So he is going to do that. So that's the update.
Gosh, will that be a zoo or what, you think?
Yeah, it will. It will. And trying to the problem is this, and I didn't hear it, but Sherry said she heard it, and I think it was from Clay and Buck, their show. Is that what it's called?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Clay and Buck.
Yeah, that took Rush's place, and they said the problem is this, and it's a shame it's this way. If he decides to go to court in New York City, he will lose. He will be found guilty because you're not going to get a fair trial. Everything there is corrupt. The left owns it. They own the juries. They own the judges. And there is no way that he goes into that courtroom, no matter what is presented, and walks away not guilty. So you can't give them that, because if they get it, you're going down.
Yep. Well, Rick, again.
Not because, don't hear me say because he should.
Right.
I'm talking about the corruption of that city when it comes to the Democratic Party. You can't go into their arena because you won't come out.
You're talking about a non-disclosure agreement,
right?
And they have 24 charges off of it. I mean, what else? How do you even? I mean, is that parking tickets too? Library fines? What all is that? Good gracious! We'll find out tomorrow. But again, it's a sad part of history, and I've always felt and still do that no one is above the law, but what they don't realize, they have only sentenced Joe Biden and the next several Democratic presidents to the same thing. And because there will be get back at you. You know that's coming. It happens. That's politics.
Yep.
And so you've opened a can of worms that to this point in our history no one was willing to open because they knew of the repercussions down the road would be so severe. But now we're going to open it, and there's no going back.
So Trump seems to be aware of it. He said the corrupt DA has no case. What he does have is a venue where it is impossible for me to get a fair trial, and he said it must be changed. I can't be on trial there. And he is correct. He said this is a Trump-hating.
Where are you going to go, though?
I know. I understand that, but at least he is acknowledging.
Yeah,
if I go into that courtroom, it's over. I mean, it doesn't matter what's presented. It will be.
Yeah, you're already done before you ever start.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know how that's going to end. It's going to be interesting, but he's going to try to get the venue changed because he said this is a Trump-hating judge hand-selected, as you said, Bubba, earlier last week by Soros. And
DA.
Yeah,
he's
the
a DA. He's Soros-backed DA.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got both. So he says that's got to be changed. This is unprecedented, and he said this is not what America was supposed to be. And Greg, you've made the point. If there was some sort of settlement that was reached between him and this woman, she has not kept her end of the bargain.
Not condoning the settlement. I'm just saying. If we're talking numbers and legal and that, I don't know what kind of paperwork they filled out, but. If it was hush money, she's not being hush.
Yeah, what if somebody pays hush money and the person won't hush? Did they get their money back?
I don't know.
I'm like, wait a minute, you didn't hush. I get my money back.
Now you're writing books.
Right.
Doing tours, everything.
Because the whole thing that people try to get you to do is say, look, if you just need to go ahead and just shut this down. You know, they try to get Gwyneth Paltrow to do that. She said, I'm not doing that. She goes, I know it's going to cost me 2 weeks of my life, but I'm going in there and I'm going to win this thing.
Non-disclosure agreements are a big part of the legal world. I mean, you see them in business when people are sharing ideas.
Sure.
When they're shopping for people to manufacture a product. I mean, it goes into almost the patent laws. But those things have taken a hit the last few years because people don't keep them. They challenge them. And they'll go to court and say, the reason I can't keep this non-disclosure agreement, and they will tell why they were not supposed to disclose.
I know.
In their defense.
So does the person get their money back?
So,
is there a money-back guarantee?
Well, there should be, but you don't see it much. So people are just going to quit doing them. I mean, they're just not holding up.
Yeah, because now that's not a good option.
Yeah.
Because you don't get what you pay for anyway.
No.
But we'll see how this goes. Your phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. You don't have to talk about this. You can talk about anything you want to, but we'll come back. We'll do a phone troll. We haven't done one of those yet today, just a normal phone segment. We'll do a troll next so we can get a lot of you in. All 10 lines are available. You can get in quickly, and we'll move the line when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
This, we remember, when we were all young,
Hello, everyone.
song.
This is your Action News reporter with all the news that is news across the nation. On the scene at the supermarket.
Remember this?
There seems to have been some disturbance here. Pardon me, sir.
People have always, for some reason, made the decision that somehow being naked in public is some sort of jolly for somebody. But this
Rick, imagine that.
Yeah. But this is a different deal here.
Well, Ricky, it's disturbing to say the least. A man who stripped naked before working out at a New Hampshire gym told police that he thought he was in a judgment-free zone before he was arrested.
This is Planet Fitness where Speedy and Greg work out, and I think a former intern, Hobie.
Mm-hmm. And Adler's there in there too.
Adler goes in there too. I thought he was just doing Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
He does it all, Rick.
But anyway,
does it all, Rick.
So this is what I call the purple place. And so they do have a sign that says no judgment.
Mm-hmm.
And he thought that meant including working out naked.
That's what he claims.
Rick, we're not sure if they hit the lunk alarm or not.
Right.
They have the lunk alarm in there.
Yeah,
Right.
I think they would.
Yeah.
Unless they ran.
I mean, you see somebody taking their clothes off.
So when they go up to him and go, "Sir, you're naked. You can't do that," he looks at him and says, "Well, I thought it was a no judgment.
That's what he said.
Judgment-free zone."
Well,
I don't know if you've taken a look at it.
Yeah, we're not talking about We're not talking about judgment here. We're talking about the law.
Yeah, you can't be naked.
He's been charged with indecent exposure, lewdness, and disorderly conduct.
Well,
look at that. He was in a yoga pose when they got to him.
They
That's
said,
what it said. I mean,
listen to these witnesses there at the Planet Fitness. They said the guy walked in, stripped down right in front, left the clothes and the belongings at the front desk. So I guess he said, "Here's my stuff," and walked back and forth across the gym a couple of times. And Greg, to your point, then settled in over at the yoga mats, naked.
and the downward dog.
Well, I sure hope not. But anyway,
Hope you use that cleaning spray.
Yes,
Yeah, you gotta clean it, man.
Yeah, you cleaned it after?
I didn't think I could do yoga poses until April 15th got here, and I was able to. but the
talking about downward dog.
wow.
Man.
But anyway, so a naked guy, and he said that he thought that it was a no judgment zone,
Judgment free.
Other gym goers.
I don't think that's what they meant.
Back to Munchausen, Bubba. Then they wanted us to know this, that other people who go to the gym felt sick, unsafe, and disgusted.
I bet. I bet.
Well, what is our?
But they were not passing judgment, sir.
No, yeah, no judgments. I think this time, like you said, I think law enforcement did have to pass some judgment.
Yeah,
You know?
and they will,
Yeah.
and I think they outrank any other thing we would come up with there.
And the verdict will be you can't be naked.
You're right. That's it. So we did y'all go in there? Have y'all ever had what's the alarm, Greg, that goes
Lunk
on?
alarm.
Sorry?
The lunk alarm.
Lunk alarm.
What does that mean?
That's if you're slamming weights down and yelling.
And hollering. You know those meatheads that's been in there for
Right.
Kind of the bro culture.
Get it one more. The what?
The bro culture.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Yeah. So did you?
We've had it thrown on us a few times.
Yeah.
Well, that was my question.
I started to say
We weren't naked.
You talking
but
about the
right?
Well, we've gotten loud. We're loud anywhere we go. And you get us in there to like just talking
three
and
times I
hanging
think
out.
we've had the
now
lunk
you'll
alarm.
drop.
Really?
Greg will drop a weight. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
He'll drop a weight.
Hey, Rick,
So wait a minute. If you
Rick, I'm going to failure.
well,
That's right.
If you drop the weight, the alarm goes off.
No, they have to physically hit the alarm. The
They
person
do.
behind the desk.
It'll scare you for a
that's
second.
considered.
You've had it go off on you.
at
before?
least 3 times.
Yeah.
Three
Of course,
times
they're our buddies, so they're
for throwing weight.
Nah, they're messing with us. Just letting it go boom.
Right. Well, yeah, you have to.
If anybody ever drops anything, they quickly point to the person.
Okay.
He did it. No, but they
But if
where
you
we
start-
go, they have fun.
Let's
just
say
kinda
that you were
messing
on
around
your
with it.
last rep, and this goes completely against like CrossFit and all that, and somebody gets in your face, starts screaming, "Let's go! You can do it! You can do it!" They hit the lump. It's no judgment zone, Rick.
Well, how's that judgment?
It
makes other people feel uncomfortable.
Exactly, Rick. Come on.
making too much noise, clanking around over there.
Right.
Yeah, I mean a little bit of noise, they won't hit it, but yeah,
No,
it's something
and they're-
that you know.
But
They're
you have to admit though, and I understand the concept. I truly do, and I'm not standing in any kind of judgment against no judgment. But when you think about what a gym usually is, a gym is supposed to be designed for someone to say, I need to push my body because it's in a weakened state and it needs to be strengthened. I need to strengthen my body. I need to push myself. I need to get my heart rate up. It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go, phone trolling at 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can join us. 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, the old buzzer runs the show, and we move to the next caller. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions. This is just all about chatting. You're coming in here at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and you've got your topic, and you've got your comment, and here we go. We start with Leilani. Leilani joins us out of Manhattan, New York. Leilani, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Good morning. How are you?
We're good.
I'm calling you from One World Trade Center. I heard you guys talking about the building this morning.
Yes.
Yeah, how about that
And,
light show this weekend? Huh?
I got to tell you, it happens way more often than people think. There are lightning rods that are up at the top of the building that do help disperse the lightning to ground bars that then get put down into the ground of the building. So it happens way often.
So it says here, are you the construction manager?
I am the interior construction project manager.
Wow.
I'm calling you from my 45th floor office, looking out at the beautiful Statue of Liberty right now, talking to you guys.
How about that? When you have a strike like that, do people in the building have electronic damage, or is it run to ground
Nothing.
pretty efficiently?
It runs to ground. Nobody even knows. Nobody even knows. I'll tell you what actually people do feel. So, the building is obviously glass and steel, but the building is constructed to sway. So if there is a pretty big wind event, you will feel a little slight movement in the building.
Wow.
Well, you got to give so it don't break.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Leilani, how did you find the show?
Well, my husband is from Rome, Georgia. I've been listening to you guys since he was a child.
Okay.
And I had the pleasure of being introduced to you guys when him and I got together.
How about that? So are you on a landline right now?
Yes, sir. I'm on my landline in my building.
Tell me, if you go landline with this new phone system, that's the dream. I mean, it sounds fantastic.
Leilani, so your husband, I guess y'all both live in New York now?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Boy, you took the country mouse to the Rome, Georgia. You took the country mouse to the city.
I tell you what, though, I didn't take the country boy out of him, so that's why I married him. Not like a country boy.
You thank God I'm a country boy. You're right.
Leilani, thank you for calling. That's cool.
Thank you, Leilani.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. We enjoy your show every time. It's always great to hear you guys, and I love that you guys put on the national anthem.
Oh, yeah.
Every day. It just warms my heart.
Yeah, I'm coming to the city Labor Day weekend. My oldest son's getting married, so we'll be there.
Do you have others in the office that listen by chance?
Unfortunately, no. I'm the only one.
I figured
it
wasn't a big crowd.
Come on. Spread the word.
They need to get them. But a lot of them just don't get it.
No, you're right.
A lot of them need a country boy.
They need a country boy. They're not married to a country boy.
Absolutely.
You've got an interpreter.
Absolutely.
They don't have one.
That's right. That's right.
Leilani, thank you very much for calling.
God bless
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
That's awesome.
How about that?
That's good.
That is
Landline
good.
with the new system.
Oh,
That's
from
good.
the 45th floor?
Yeah, come on with that.
Huh?
Come on with that. Christopher, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I wanted to make a quick comment about the Trump indictment, something I had not thought about until Bubba just said on the radio. Them exposing Trump to this will cause retaliation, and now they're going to go after the left, including maybe Joe Biden and whoever, any political figure. That being said, what if they arrested Trump knowing he was innocent, and in the plot twist, they was going after Joe Biden the whole time?
That's not that get the ball rolling.
Listen, you've been watching too many movies.
Yeah.
They're not that
in New
complicated.
York. Not in New York.
They want Trump. They've been looking for a way to get him, and there'll be a retaliation for it.
And they're doing this because they're afraid that he will run again and can win. That's it. Because if not, they wouldn't be fooling with it.
Right.
Let's go to Jason. Jason, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
Good.
Great.
Hey, so the artificial intelligence, if artificial intelligence can convince somebody to commit suicide, can it also convince someone to commit murder?
Well, that's what I'm worried about.
And yes, and the next thing I'm worried about, as far as the libtards, is what I call the Democrats.
Well,
libtards.
there we go.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, there we go.
It's common street term. Yep.
Let's see. Let's go to.
But Rick, why couldn't it be used to convince somebody not to commit a murder or not to commit suicide?
Well, it goes back to this, Bubba. You and I have been studying this for years, and I think we know why when you look at it from a biblical standpoint. This is fallen. We know that Lucifer himself has been called the prince of the air.
Yep,
Okay,
yep.
It's like what we've said years ago. If you dial a wrong number, never, ever, ever do they pick up and say, hello, Franklin Graham's office.
Right.
Right.
It's always a porn place.
Yeah.
It's always something awful. You never accidentally dial and somebody say, I'd like to talk to you about Jesus today.
Yeah.
That never happens. So
Thank
I
you
think
for calling.
Yeah, like what,
Let's talk about heaven.
Right. I was messing around with AI and it laid out the plan of salvation for me, and I decided to repent and give my life to Jesus.
Maybe it can.
Yeah.
Maybe it can.
Well, everything intended for good always tries to get corrupted, so turn it around. Let's go to Randy. Randy,
The devil's had that technology long enough.
Yes, we ain't got no band, Randy. Randy, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Biggins, how are y'all?
Good.
Great.
Hey, listen to this real quick. The DA who's prosecuting Trump is prosecuting a parking garage attendant who got in.
Uh-oh.
That's not a landline.
Yeah,
Well, they got you. They got
Quick,
you.
Leilani, call back. Yeah, please. I know I said her name wrong, but I was close.
No,
I think you got it right.
Leilani.
Leilani.
Yeah.
Leilani.
Let's go to
Got her a good Southern boy.
Cherokee County. Speaking of Southern boys, Bob standing by. Bob, go ahead.
This is Bob, but I'm from Cherokee, Alabama, Harvard County. Over here where all the storms came through.
Understood.
Black Lives Matters sent some stuff down to Mississippi the other day telling all the people they were glad the storms hit Mississippi because of all the Republicans down here that were doing everybody wrong and causing systemic racism. They didn't realize that 85% of the people affected were black. And
Yeah, you got to watch.
Could that be one of them made-up things?
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know that really happened. I mean, maybe you've got some facts, but it sounds a lot like, you're about to play a rival in football, and you go out, and they've, putting things on the football field, and you find out it's actually people from your own community.
Yeah, trying to fire you up.
Yeah, trying to fire you up. So, yeah, I mean, that may have happened.
May have happened.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be – in today's world, anything's possible.
Right.
But who knows?
But anyway. But your point is still valid. It's a lot of folks there of color affected by tornadoes just like everybody else. It does not know ethnicity. Let's go to Jeff in Piedmont. Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, this is for Rick.
Hey, Jeff.
Been a plumber for about 40-something years.
Thank you, man.
I have put shower valves in backwards, which is what will happen. But if it's a delta valve, you can take the cartridge out, turn it around, put it back in, and it will work properly.
Doesn't know who he's talking to, does he?
No.
God love him.
Is it Rick, let's start with this. Does it say Delta on it?
I don't know.
Rick, and here are the keys to the space shuttle if you'd like to blast it off.
I've never looked. I haven't looked at the brand. I'll look and see. Yeah, but he means call a plumber to come back and do that. He doesn't mean me do that.
I think you could probably do it.
Pop it off, Rick. Come on.
Look, you know the difference. You're like me. Just leave it that way.
I don't care.
And you know the difference.
You cleaned out a drain.
I sure did.
Outside.
I sure did.
Pick some debris out of it.
I sure did with a spoon.
Put the grate back on there.
With a big dipping spoon.
Now, you can do anything, buddy.
I'm on fire right now. I'm fixing a faucet. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To get my core stronger, I need to be less fat and more lean. I must push and discipline my body, but yet don't do anything in here that makes anybody think you're pushing or disciplining your body.
Well, I think they're saying you can do all you said. Just don't draw attention to yourself.
It's a
and
great
make
marketing ploy. It's the
I get it.
Rick, I don't want to go to the gym because everybody's all big and huge.
I
and buffed
certainly get it.
And I'm not, and I'm going to be embarrassed.
Look,
so,
that's the reason why I don't go there because they probably wouldn't let me come.
But Rick, you're exactly what they were targeting when they came up with the lunch.
That's right. Yeah.
I walked past it once and they sounded alarmed.
They just went and hit it.
Right, but they saw my calves.
But they're just messing with us when they do it with us.
No, I got
we're
you.
loud.
But it does seem that, we're trying to develop a place to where you push yourself, but you just don't make noise.
Now, I'm going to tell you this. I will tell you this.
I can't help but make noise if
I'm just weird this way. But even when we were doing CrossFit, I don't like people cheering me on.
No,
you can do it. One more.
No,
hey, leave me alone.
I hate
that's
that.
the quickest
Go
way
do
I'm
your
out.
thing.
Oh,
don't get in a semicircle, especially when it's a gang of them.
Oh, I can't.
There's always that one loud one. But when you got a whole gang of them and they're cheering you on,
right.
Yeah.
Now, I will get on this one over here. I call him Bagger Burgess because he'll be a sandbagger if you don't watch him.
Sure.
He's a lot stronger, and he
I do
puts
say
on
that.
sometimes.
Absolutely.
Well, Rick, you got to think how long you got to do it.
Yeah.
Well, you also don't want to be injured, then you won't be back.
That's right.
Right. Well, no, I mean, Rick, if you can carry on a conversation during a set,
right?
Like if he's telling me a story 3, 4, 5, and then I'm like, okay, buddy, let's add a little.
You're right. Yeah. I might sandbag every now and then.
Right. Yeah, no,
a lot of reps.
Yeah.
But I'm anti-cheering
at
me. Don't cheer at me or encourage me.
No.
Well,
in anything in life,
it's funny because where I try to I've never been a rah guy.
Oh,
never been a rah guy.
Very few speeches have
Come on, guys.
Come on, Greg, tell us about it. Come on,
you can do it.
You know why? I guess I've always kind of been a self-motivator, right?
I know it's got to be done. Let's get it done.
Sure.
You got to scream at
it.
me.
Yeah, right. If something's got to be done, I just pretty much do it. But anyway, so.
I wasn't going to do it till this guy screamed at me. And I
you know what? I wasn't going to come through till you hollered at me. But anyway,
I think I'll go for it now.
But but what's funny is because I get the same flack where I go to about how I'll try to find my own way and see what they'll try to do. Like yesterday, I was thinking what he's explaining is completely a different way I'm seeing it in my 53-year-old trying to do a little better mind.
Yeah,
they got down to the actual workout of it all after they'd done the warm up, the stretching, all that, and they get down to the workout. And the guy says, now today, notice that the workout is only 12 minutes, and that's designed to push you. Well, not in my mind. In my mind, it is, oh, good, thank God it's only 12 minutes.
It's only 12 minutes. I'm not going to try to get everything I can get in 12 minutes.
What he was saying
I just don't have to last for 12 minutes.
What he was trying to say is we want you to get all this in 12 minutes, which means you're going to have to push yourself. All I thought about was, 12 minutes, and tell me I'm done.
12 minutes in, Mark. I'm the same way. Put it this way, you would never get the lunk alarm on you if you were over.
No. Greg, when he goes, now here at the bottom is the buyout. And I thought, no concern of mine. All right, because what I'm going to do is when they say 12 minutes is up, I'm going to walk over here and go, get me something to drink.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
let's say cheer me on.
Really, every time I'm holding the drink out of the cooler in my hand, that's a great moment.
Yeah.
Because it's over.
Oh, it's over, baby.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bill Bubba.
Out of hands these days.
Minutes past the hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready to go for another hour. And bring him back, rocking mic number 2 for 29 years and 4 months. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Now, look. This isn't what we're about to do now. It's not even. This is not world views. Everybody knows where we stand, and some agree, some disagree. Had some guy that found us who ate us up pretty good over the weekend. and which was funny, by the way. I'm now, because it doesn't even bother me anymore, and I start having fun with the guy. And the guy, of course, what they immediately go to. And really, at the end of it all, they just disagree with our worldview. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
But they know that can't just be it. Because then you just go, well, look, we agree to disagree. You have a worldview. We have one. Just can't fault us. Why is our worldview of less value than yours? And all that. So then they start attacking, what is always the first thing you go to with us, how stupid we are.
No, yeah.
Yeah, and so...
hey, look, we agree with you.
Yeah, and the guy says, I have an MBA from Duke University.
Good.
And
Get two of them.
Look, and I sit back and I said, well, I graduated from Oxford, buddy. I said, I'm an Oxford graduate. How about that?
Chew on that.
Chew on that one. He has not responded since I sent that back. But anyway, so... but anyway, don't
Does
you
he know Dr. Bussey?
No.
Yeah, has he heard?
We have a doctor in here, my friends. But what I'm talking about, what about
how does it hurt?
How smug are you when you pull
Bubba's
out
heck of a
some
doctor.
degree?
Yeah.
How smug. And and then at one point, you remember the time they said we were too rednecky from Memphis?
Yeah.
We were can you say that? Yeah. You know what he said? Talked about how we were low intellect, not intellectual, not all this kind of stuff, whatever. How stupid. It's painful to listen to y'all. And you know who he likes? John Boy and Billy. I said, what?
Really?
What?
We're redneckier than John Boy and Billy. I mean,
Where do you have an MBA from?
Duke.
Oh, well, that's just a Carolina.
The home team.
Yeah, that's home.
The home team action. But anyway, the bottom line is he just didn't like our worldview, and he made that pretty clear. Eventually, I finally stumped the briar patch till he ran out. But anyway,
There it is.
so I'm just talking about marketing right now. That's all I'm talking about. Okay, y'all know how we feel. We are this fake world that we're living in. Bud Light. We're talking about Budweiser, okay? Bud Light.
Anheuser-Busch.
Bud Light. Here comes the king. Here comes the big number one. Clydesdales. And look, I understand it's Bud Light, but it ain't that light. Okay?
All right.
So now Bud Light is doing a campaign with trans TikTok star Dylan Mulvaney. I love that you put in the headline here, this isn't a parody. I thought, well, this is a joke. But Bud Light's not doing it.
Guys, put his face on cans.
Now listen, putting his face on cans.
Could be worse.
Look, it's the Rick and Bubba famous back to the boardroom analogy. Who that still has a job today, how is this person work another day? Guys, let's kick around some ad campaigns. We need to move some Bud Light. So you talking about beer drinkers? Yeah, that's who we're talking about. I'm thinking a trans person for beer. Yeah, for
this
beer.
particular brand especially.
Yeah.
If it was Yingling.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Easy, Brad.
This is his area.
A lot of people drink that, buddy, that listen to this.
There's a lot more drinking Bud Light, I promise.
Even Baptists are laughing at that one.
That's good. Now listen, I'm going to say this again. I know that there's an illusion, and that's all it is, that the whole country has gone trans. I know that's the illusion.
Hey, in a hurry.
Yeah.
But I promise you, the percentage of people that are moved to buy Bud Light because of your partnership with a TikTok trans, it's not a big number.
No.
This is not.
Did they do any research?
And don't you have a risk that I just finished up I just came off the tractor. Yes. I'm sweating. Yeah. I just got back to the house. I'm on the porch. I'm taking my working boots off. I've propped them up, and I've got an ice cold Bud Light. You think that guy's not bothered by this?
Oh, he's not drinking it.
He don't want to be associated with this.
No. Riley Green got to change his lyrics.
Riley
Grandpa's
Green?
never die.
That's true.
Coolers never run out of cold Bud Light.
I know it. Well, this is Bud Light. Again, I know it's light, but it's not that light.
No, it's not, Rick.
Okay,
it is not.
I mean, this is not. The Bud drinkers are not ready for the trans thing.
Just don't. It's almost one of those cases of not really understanding your audience.
Are they just checking a box? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
like with the climate.
Well, it doesn't make any sense.
Are they trying to get a government
Not in this
bid
case.
and they need their what is it? The ES? What's it? What's that three-letter?
Unless there's been major surgery, not in this case. All right, so
guys, are they trying to get their scorecard up?
Here's what I don't get.
Is there a video of this? I do want to see this.
It's just a
I
short
believe
one.
that is the number one domestic beer in this country, too, by the way. I really think that's true.
Greg's honestly upset now.
And look,
I really think he's taking this personal.
You know what Greg is saying on this?
I wouldn't argue with Greg on it.
Listen, you know what Greg said on this trans thing? Y'all crossed the line. But let me now. Do I have
And
this
if
right?
I'm Miller Lite, I go the other way.
100%. If you're smart,
yes.
because that's the bigger audience.
I get Gary quick.
Yes.
Hey,
Gary Vines from Miller Lite.
Hey, let me tell you something. This right here has done nothing but sent me over to Miller Lite. I might even go back to Pat Blue Ribbon.
Now, the PBR is making a comeback.
It is.
They did a lot
The
lately.
PBR.
But he is
Adler.
look how he's sitting up.
I know it. I have to. This is always.
Never seen your back so straight.
I've got to do something about this.
Listen, Greg has found his cause.
That's ridiculous.
Now
That's
Now
ridiculous.
you turn Greg into an activist. All right, listen, Adler.
Maybe it'll make more sense after the video.
But but here's the thing. I want to be sure I have this right because this is different. This is even worse. So this is a biological man, right?
Yes, this is Dylan Mulvaney, who we've talked about on the show before.
So
That's
Bud,
the one, what's her name, got on her knees in front of and hugged
Drew
him.
Barrymore.
Yeah.
she worshipped him.
Yeah.
So a beer, Bud Light. Okay, Bud Light. And again, I don't have a lot of expertise on this because I'm Baptist.
Right.
But I do know that Bud Light usually caters to blue collar, hard-working football fans, farmers. I work down at the plant. I work down at the dock. I got a 2-belt on.
Oh, Dippin' Dan loves
You know, Friday's here. I've worked all week, and I'm going to the honky tonk.
Grandpa's never died.
Grandpa's never die,
Yes.
and Bud Light never runs out.
Yes.
And now their campaign is shifted, and I do mean that, to a biological male who lives their life as a woman.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Here it goes.
This month, I celebrated my day 365 of womanhood, and Bud Light sent me possibly the best gift ever, a can with my face on it. Check out my Instagram story to see how you can enjoy March Madness with Bud Light and maybe win some money too. Love ya! Cheers! Go team! Whatever team you love, I love too. Okay.
Cut his mic off. Quick.
I got to stop.
I don't think her can was open. Did you see that?
It was.
Bubba, believe me, I doubt that when there's knocked back many Bud Lights.
She took a drink out of a can.
You're right.
No,
you know why?
it was
Because
open.
she's never drank a Bud Light.
It was open. She popped it
He's
open.
never
Yeah,
has.
she popped
Listen to this, Greg.
look, she opens
Are you
it right
okay? Greg, are you okay? Let me say this, guys. So in the marketing meeting, they didn't just stop it when it was brought up and said it's not time to joke. We need to get a marketing plan. They went as far as saying, no, I'm not done. I think we should put his picture on the can. On the can?
But now, from watching this, that was just to him, her, whatever. They're not selling that can, right?
Is that true? I don't know.
Hope not.
No, surely not.
That was.
I don't think
the way
they're
she
selling
acted like they just were helping
Yeah,
celebrate.
Hey,
her.
let me tell you what this means.
Her
Let me tell y'all what this
365th.
means. The Marlboro Man is not safe.
Oh, no. That's right.
We're about to see a Marlboro cowgirl.
Oh, boy. Or
That-
boy
that was a
slash
man,
girl.
something.
Yeah.
Who guys, Bud Light to the trans community, that you think that's going to don't you think it'll upset your other base?
Adler.
This is not a win. How about this? Just don't come down on this one way or the other.
Yeah, just
say everybody
stay out of it.
everybody drink Bud Light, whatever your thing is.
Yeah.
Don't do this.
Did they look and their trans numbers were down? They say, listen, well, you're the number one beer in the country. What do you care?
I will say this: if I'm not, but if I was going home today, this afternoon, had a long day, wanted me a 6-pack, and I stopped at Circle K, I would go a different direction if this was my beer of choice. Today, I would for sure. Until they work all this out.
Could this
I
be?
could not do that.
Could
No
this
way.
be though? I'm just a guess. Could this be? Bud Light says, "Hey, any publicity is good publicity."
No,
but they're wrong.
But that's not true.
Everybody's talking about Bud Light right now. I'm just
but they're
wondering
talking
if that-
negatively about
Yeah,
it.
did you not hear what I just
Negative
said?
publicity is not good publicity.
It's not. Not in this case.
Not when you're marketing.
Ask Kim Kardashian.
Well, that I would debate.
That's apples and oranges.
Yeah, this is a little bit different.
That's
I had to
Twix-
watch out my fruits
That's,
there
that's
when
twigs
I was.
and berries.
Yeah.
We're comparing twigs and berries here. Yeah, that's a good
you
point.
really
Yeah. Or apples and oranges too. Right. Some people say that.
We're a mess.
But this Dylan Mulvaney person has only been a woman for 365 days, and they are a superstar. For what? This is so.
Is that what you call it?
What in the world? What in the world?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, glad to be here.
You ready to go, man?
I am.
Strap it on, Bubba. Here we go. Say it. Tom Wopat, boy, I tell you, the word Pat in his name really a terrible pun now.
You know,
how about no Pat? He has pled guilty, and Bubba, what they're calling a touching case, and I don't mean like it's emotional.
Rick,
physical touching.
Rick, I just live in a world where I do not want to see any Dukes of Hazzard star on trial for anything. I mean, I just...
Should I have played Your America?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's it. I mean, the whole
agree,
Bill
Bob.
Cosby thing's been tough enough.
Oh, my gosh.
But I just want to have like a Dukes of Hazzard free situation where they are just not in jail. Seems like we see them in court a lot.
I don't think you like John Snyder's New Money Trouble either, do you? You don't like it, do you?
I want the Duke boys to be left alone.
So Tom Wopat pled guilty to inappropriately touching two women in the cast of a musical in Massachusetts in which he starred. He's 66 now and was sentenced Friday to a year of probation after pleading guilty of the two counts. The counts included the charge of annoying and accosting a person of the opposite sex. Do you know about that?
No, I didn't.
I didn't know people get in trouble for just annoying you. My goodness, I got a good lawyer.
Wow. Now, he had a cocaine charge in the past? Didn't he have something he was in?
Yeah, had some issues. Bubba,
so accosting a person of the opposite sex is a charge, but if they're the same sex, it would be okay?
It's all according to what type of accosting it was, I guess.
I guess so.
So, but to your point,
accosting.
To your point, one of the Duke boys is, I
thought that was an expense.
Well, it goes back to what the guy said the day we had the John Snyder story, and I won't steal his line. I wish I could credit, but here it is again. You got the other Duke boy now. We thought the mountain would get him, but the law never would.
Yeah,
that's right.
but
apparently they survived the mountain, and the law is all over.
Right. So we do have another story. Do you want me to go? I guess I have to because these are. We've heard the funny joke that the late Tim Wilson said here on this program. Anytime somebody gives you a business card with a Bible verse on it or a Christian fish, they're going to do something you have to forgive them for.
Yeah.
But anyway, so
always a concern.
Sometimes you got to be careful of that. Which, by the way, that should be a Babylon Bee headline.
Yes, it should.
But this one is another business card controversy because this is a landscaping company that says on their card that they are American owned. And they're your alternative to illegal lawn services. and now, Bubba, this has been, controversy. Controversy. Do you remember how you loved controversy?
That's one of his favorites.
So people now in America are upset, and it's controversial for a company to say, if you are ever concerned, if you're someone who has a moral dilemma over how you feel about people who illegally come into this country, if you use our lawn service, you will never have to be concerned about that because we will guarantee you that everybody that works for us is legal. That is now considered to be controversy. So now, and this is the thing that bothers me the most, and we're getting too much of this. Too much.
Now, is that a real card or was that a sample card in some kind of place that you order card?
It looks like it is their card.
There was something
showing it. Yeah, it says many card samples were made up to determine which wording would be used to let customers know they're legitimate, honest, tax-paying lawn services with excellent credentials and verifiable backgrounds. Keep in mind.
So this is a selling point for them that we're legal. We're a legal lawn service.
I want to be clear too. This doesn't say anything about anyone's ethnicity. It just says they're going to be legal.
Right.
Meaning they're trying to cast this like they got a card that says want some hardworking, trustworthy, honest white folks, go with us. It doesn't say that. They're just saying that if we have a crew that's there, you don't have to. I know people that this is a moral dilemma for them. They're like, I'm some. Come on with that. 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us again as we work our way back. Hit that Rick and Bubba store. Brand new items are there. I'm seeing a lot of you are grabbing them, and man, the new items really resonating with you. And if you haven't seen the new spring line, they're available now at rickandbubba.com under the store. Get them before some of the items are gone. Bubba, I do not. Do you follow WrestleMania at all?
No, Rick, not really.
WrestleMania.
Not really.
Did you ever get into the wrestling thing?
No, not
when you were a
really.
kid?
I mean, I know what it is. I've seen it.
You
but
like Gordon Soley?
Yeah, when you were young. I used to see some of the Georgia Championship wrestling because we had no choice.
I love it. Yeah.
But no, I never was like really into it.
I'm way out of the loop, but I know that that WrestleMania 39, so it's been very, very successful, and they do a good job of bringing celebrities in from outside the wrestling world, and the McMahon family. You know, they're all in the middle of it. So apparently, this thing was like a big thing. Wasn't it at SoFi Stadium?
It was. Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's
They
huge.
pack 'em in.
WrestleMania is huge.
Yes.
Do they still have a lot
it's
of
big.
characters where it's huge and everybody loves it? I
think
guess
so. I've been away. You know, when Taylor was growing up, the WCW was big too, and that because they had stolen all the big Hulk and all them. So I remember that. I haven't really followed it.
Adel, you follow wrestling?
I don't follow wrestling, but I would say that it might not be as like in control of the mainstream pop culture as it was with like Hulk Hogan or whatever back in the day. It is I mean, there is a huge fan base for it. I know their weekly programming. I mean, it's in the top ratings week after week after week, and you're like, who's watching this stuff?
And that stadium was
but
full.
Tons of people. Yeah, and WrestleMania is their biggest event of the year.
Okay, so and I mean SoFi Stadium, that's a giant. Look at the crowd.
Hey, so
Look at the crowd.
It's unbelievable.
So Shane McMahon hadn't been in the
All
ring
right,
for
so
a
Shane
year and a half.
McMahon is Vince McMahon's son.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
and he's going to try to come into the ring
And he's wrestled in the past.
as part of
but
the
it's
narrative.
been a minute.
Yes.
As part of the narrative for
Yeah.
this thing.
Yeah.
And then his quad explodes.
Yeah, he
Yes.
tries to jump the guy, and I think he comes down and realizes his quad is just, I mean, it's gone.
Yeah.
And,
I
and
mean,
then
it's
they don't know
cool.
what to do, and then Snoop Dogg jumps in.
Yeah, and ad libs.
Yeah.
The white shirt guy, right there.
There it goes. There it goes. There it goes.
And he
He's
tries to
out.
get up.
He can't.
How Snoop's just going on an ad lib.
Yeah. All right, but look.
And he said, no, I ain't gonna like that lady did.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Don't you?
It's still real to me, damn it.
His leg had no power at all.
Oh,
in it.
yeah. Oh, wow. So Snoop just then starts wrestling?
Oh, y'all, Snoop just bounced off the
Wait,
rope.
it's Snoop.
He's got to be
Snoop
living.
dropped the people's elbow on him or
He's
whatever
gotta be
that
living
move's
out a
called.
dream.
Well, that's the
so
people's
funny.
elbow.
So is Snoop there as a manager or something, I guess, is why he was right there by the ring?
I don't know, but I do know that
Right
they
before
had
the match, he was on a beach, though. It was
They had-
crazy.
Him and what's his name? Andy
Yeah.
Sanborn.
They had
What he
all
wasn't
kinds of
drinking was a Bud
celebrities
Light.
there. Yeah.
So wait a minute. So Snoop now he's holding up a belt.
Yeah, he just
I mean,
jumped
he's
in
the
there
cap-
to
I
improvise.
mean,
But
champ
did
now?
Snoop win?
I don't know. I guess
So he's
I guess so.
I don't understand.
There were all
I don't
kinds of
know.
celebrities
They
there.
had
and
to come
stuff.
up with
I don't
something
know.
when McMahon went down.
is there
Where's Cassia when you need him?
so
Right.
Y'all,
yes.
please look at Snoop trying to get off the ropes. Not very athletic, but
Uh,
that ain't
He's
bad.
made of twigs. There's no way that elbow could have hurt that
Yeah.
hard.
I don't know.
that much.
Twig elbows do hurt.
Oh, okay, that's true.
Bony.
Skinny elbows
Bony.
hurt.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
So
just funny.
so you could tell though that the other wrestlers like, hey McMahon, what are you doing?
Yeah, like, couldn't
What
get
am I
up.
supposed to do? Vince McMahon actually blew out both of his hamstrings years and years ago as well. He was supposed to run into the ring and be all mad. He jumps into the ring, blows out his hamstrings, and he's just sitting there looking up at the guys. And the guys are like, "Dude, you're supposed to do a thing right now."
Yeah.
So real injuries are they really will mess you up.
Well, let me ask you this: does nobody stretch anymore? I mean,
The
don't-
McMahons need to stretch.
maybe some squats in the air squats in the dressing room, something. I mean,
And then Vince also got carpal tunnel writing checks to them women that he was trying to keep quiet.
Right.
all
right.
right,
They
Greg.
got removed.
I know, but didn't
Well, them
he-
NDAs won't hold up.
yeah, but yeah, we're right. Didn't he though make a return?
I think so.
Or
He's
he's
selling
trying
the
to make
company,
himself
or he
back.
sold it for
Yeah.
$1 billion.
Have y'all ever had a quad go bad?
I haven't.
Have I?
Speedy did
Yeah.
one live on the air. Remember?
Awful. Yeah,
Ain't
when
that what happened
when
to
I went
Todd Jones?
paralyzed.
All right, I want to ask you
Ran the
this.
40.
Yeah,
So,
Yeah, a
have
little
you-
knot in it.
ham,
I still have a hole in it.
all right, ham, growing,
Ooh.
or quad? Which one's the worst?
I've pulled all three.
I've had to grow, and I say it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
I had to go with hamstring.
Really?
I would rather have that of the three.
You'd rather. So you think the groin and the quad are the worst?
The quad was bad. The quad in
I
my
agree.
left leg. The ham was in my right
I don't want to
leg
pull
at
my
the same
hamstring,
time.
but I
At
don't.
the same time.
I can't speak to this. I've never pulled
Never-
any of them.
none of those.
And I told Speedy this is coming
will.
for me soon because,
Yeah.
to your point on stretching and whatnot, I've gotten a bad habit of we're at practice 2.5 hours a day and we're just kind of walking around, and then I need to jump in. We have
that's
an
what's
odd
gonna
number,
happen.
or
That's
somebody gets hurt or kicked out of practice or whatever the case may be, and I'm jumping out there going full speed. And I'm
That's when it's
this
gonna
is when
happen.
it's going to happen.
That's
Just
when
like
it's gonna
Speedy that day when he went out and ran the 40.
Oh yeah.
Now I don't say I agree with this, but Adler thinks Speedy faked it because he had him beat.
That is true.
I forgot
think
y'all
That
were
was a
racing.
narrative.
I
How about
forgot
I?
That was a narrative.
I don't know. I was
It like
from the
you were
waist
shot.
down.
It
I was
did. It looked like you were
paralyzed.
shot.
I
It
could
looked
not
like a
move.
sniper had shot
I couldn't
you.
move my legs.
Just like Shane McMahon.
Yeah,
just
I mean,
like
I'm like, I'm done. I have nothing.
Worst growing pull for me was a Nerf football game. Worst hamstring was racing a member of a team I was coaching. And worst quad is when I decided to walk out of, with no prep whatsoever, onto a softball field and try to dig one out to first.
Yeah.
Those are my big three.
My worst and only growing was playing pickleball.
And that was my worst.
I pulled a
and
girl
only.
running sprints one time.
Just having to get you in the car.
Oh, it was bad.
Now, I used to fake a hamstring pull when I was tired of running sprints.
Yeah. And Dad
You're
would
good at
yell
that.
BS and make you get back on the line.
He wouldn't let me get out. He wouldn't even accept it. I'd go like he could. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big. We'll chat with you next. 866 We Be Big. All of you join us. We'll take your phone calls, find out what's on your mind. A lot of stories out there today you can comment on, or you can bring up your own information. When the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Who gets out there and I'm preaching that we need to vet people out who come in here, and I think there's an immigration process that can certainly be worked on and made smoother, but it's legal. I am not for illegals just coming across the border, and they say, and then I feel guilty if I'm sitting here hiring people to do work for me that aren't legal or I don't know they're legal. That bothers me because I feel like I'm a hypocrite, which, by the way, you would be. So what I'm saying is, what's wrong with the company saying you hire us, nobody's here that we can't verify they're legal? What's wrong with that?
I kind of want to call the number on the card.
Well, it's right there for the world to see.
Yeah.
But now this is what's going to bother you, Bubba. It's starting to bother me because we do a lot of these stories, and it doesn't really bother me because I expect it when it comes out of Cali,
Right.
or it comes out of Massachusetts, it comes out of New England,
Out of Massey or Cali.
But do you realize how many stories we're getting like this that are coming out of Texas? Yeah. What's happening to Texas? Y'all, if Texas goes, we're all gone.
Yeah.
I mean, Texas.
We can't let Texas fall.
No,
Rick.
we cannot. That was this Alamo all over again. So here's a person that got one of the cards, put it out. Of course, Bubba, what are you supposed to do nowadays? You put it out on social media.
Sure you do.
You know, because you want the world to know. You don't want to just be offended personally and call the number. You want the world to know that you're the kind of person that was offended. And you may filter it to make it look better. You may go unfiltered because you look so good. You know, that's my favorite, by the way, that our pastor made the point. We went to filtered, which meant we're going to create a picture that isn't correct. We're going to take away our flaws.
Right.
But now when we take a picture that's so good of ourselves, we're going to let you know it's unfiltered.
Yeah, we have to
You know
let
what
you
I
know,
mean?
hey, this is an unfiltered or unedited.
You
we
think
would
I
call
look
it.
good in that filtered picture? This one right here looks good, and I didn't
Yeah.
filter it at all.
How about that? It's
And,
just raw.
Right. So look at me. And
Mo Masters.
Right. So they're called,
It's on the trailer right there.
Carrollton's original lawn service. Taking back Carrollton, one lawn at a time. I tell you what, I wish I could put them to work for me. But anyway, they said
Second best name I've ever heard of a lawn service. Yard Dog still number one.
Yeah. What about the lawn rangers? We like them.
Oh yeah, I'll have to get I'm gonna put that
was
1A,
a good-
1B.
So now this person says that his name is Fonzie Guzman.
Fonzie?
He said, I saw the card on social media. Now, he didn't even have it. He said, I was upset at first, but once I broke it down, I thought, I feel bad for this guy. It says American-owned, your alternative to illegal lawn services and taking back Carrollton one lawn at a time. Who took it? Nobody took Carrollton, maintains Guzman. No, he's telling people that if you're sick and tired of the way things are being done, hire my company. We do things the way you're supposed to do it constitutionally and the way things should be done. We're a law and order company, and we give you the best people that have gone through the proper process to be citizens of the country.
And he's saying too that their workers are drug free. I mean,
Right.
it's a whole presentation. It's not just legal from a border standpoint.
And somebody
they
correct,
pay taxes.
And somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Is this any more complicated than this guy does this campaign, and it either garners him lots of business or he can't get any business because people are upset about it? Problem solved or no problem? Shouldn't the free market determine in our country whether this guy's approach is a good business approach or a bad one? How does it hurt anybody's feelings or it's mean-spirited to say, if you are concerned about our immigration policy in this country, and when it comes to lawn care or it comes to having workers in construction, you don't really know what the deal is, trust me, we do things by the letter of the law.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great marketing.
That's become controversial in the country.
Yeah, it really has. Isn't that sad?
So, there you go. All right, now, Speedy, you said you had a story you were going to share with us. And here we go to the phones at 35 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number as we get you lined up and ready to go. Looks like Speedy's got the phones right now. We'll get started with Billy out of Tuscaloosa. Billy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for your patience. You're on. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you. The problem with Bud Light, the Bushes sold Budweiser to a German company. That's part of the problem.
Boy, they
August Bush be flipping over.
I just can't, just strictly from a marketing standpoint, no matter what your worldview is or how you see this, when you're marketing Bud Light, this just doesn't seem to.
Just sit this one out.
This is going to go down in history as changing Coca-Cola, the formula. This is how dumb this is.
I love the fact that Greg knew the founder's name.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Well, he celebrates his birthday every year. What are you talking about?
You talking about August Bush?
Kyle, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I just wanted to clarify some things on the wrestling stuff, okay? So WrestleMania was a two-part series, okay? The guy in the suit, his name's Mike The Miz. Snoop Dogg and him were hosting the series, okay?
Okay.
He did a special. It's kind of like the halftime show for football. Okay, he did a little bit on Saturday night with Pat McAfee coming down there, and he wrestled Pat McAfee, and also George Kettle. George Kettle got involved in it.
Oh, the 49ers.
49ers tight end.
Yes. And so they did that a little bit. Well, then Sunday he was supposed to be like, well, I can fight anybody at this point, you know. So Shane O'Mac comes out. Shane McMahon comes out to the music that y'all play for the Here Comes the Money. He comes out to that, okay? So he comes down there and does a bit where he's supposed to wrestle Mike The Miz, but he gets injured, so Snoop Dogg has to step in, and he's had a little bit of training. So that's where he drops the elbow and tries to, stir the ship in the right direction here a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, well, he saved the day.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Was this Sunday?
Where's Bama Mark when you need him?
Bama Mark, I guarantee you something.
Oh, he dropped back like a flip.
Now, wait a minute. He may be in training for WCW or whatever.
But if you were looking for information on WrestleMania and you'd never heard and didn't know who he was, you just heard him talking, you'd go over to him because he's got it.
Oh, he had details.
This guy, no.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Well,
Bill Bussy.
I think that may have been
he
the
did.
caller.
He had
Yeah,
details.
right.
Yeah. He knew what song Shane walked out on.
Let's go. Speaking of Shane, let's go to Shane. Shane, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Rick and Bubba.
How about it?
Hey, guys. So I was telling Speedy last night, just flipping through the channels, and I'd never seen it before, but pickleball was on.
Mm-hmm.
And I would have kept going, but, man, it was John McEnroe and Michael Chang versus Andre Agassi and Andy Roddick.
Yeah.
And if you don't think that John McEnroe still has that fire, he was not playing, man. I just thought it was pretty entertaining, you know.
They'll remove him from pickleball.
Anyway.
I mean, McEnroe can't live in that world, can he?
Yeah, he'll throw a fit or something.
I mean, does it bother you that legends like that to play pickleball?
Well,
because I saw your face, your countenance changed.
Well, I've had that's probably been my number one email this morning if people asked me what I thought about it last night because
They called
it was
the
this
first
pickleball
ever
slam.
pickleball
It was the
slam, yeah.
First slam.
Okay.
And I think I do think it's great.
That
okay?
and Bud Light on the same day.
But
boy, I tell you what.
I did not watch it. Okay, I didn't want to see it. I could not take, and it wasn't so much McEnroe because he's entertaining. I couldn't take Agassi, Sampras, Andy Roddick, Chang, seeing those guys play pickleball at the moment. I just couldn't take it, so I didn't watch it.
Where were you?
Now I think I left myself. I would have been entertained by it, no doubt.
Y'all's faces. You don't say anything. I see your faces.
But
you know what it is. You know what it is. Is this a good analogy?
And
Greg?
it's excellent what pickleball has done to go get these guys to do this.
By the way, we thought our audience was into it. I don't think we've sold one pickleball set. I've looked. I hadn't seen one come through.
Well,
maybe I missed it. But anyway, all right. Let me
moves around well for his age.
Let me hit you with this.
They'll be playing dominoes next.
Hey, listen, if I'm McEnroe's age, when I'm McEnroe's age, I will play pickleball.
How old is Johnny Mac, by the way?
I don't know.
I may
60
be
something.
his age.
I'm going to use something Greg and I can relate to. Van Halen. Is this?
He's 64.
Is this for y'all when Eddie Van Halen played keyboards?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And David Lee Roth said correctly, "You're a guitar hero. Nobody wants to see you play keyboards."
Yeah. Now I do like the fact that we can see Johnny Mac compete on this kind of level at 64.
Well,
against those names,
he was still on that the QQQ circuit when they were doing their demos,
and he can still hit a tennis ball. But he's not going to compete against it. But he can compete in this.
Nobody's asked him to compete. I mean,
I don't know. I've steered clear of it. Thankfully, my schedule's been pretty full. Because if I would have sat in front of this last night, I would have been entertained.
Let me ask you this, because I can see I enjoy watching doubles tennis a whole lot more than singles tennis. I would imagine the pickleball doubles is more exciting than singles.
Yeah, it is.
So maybe this is a good opportunity to reset that so that doubles has a priority over the singles, and you get to see a lot more of that, at least half and half.
Steve, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, brothers, what's going on?
What's up? Good, Steve.
Hey, I was calling for Bubba. I heard that he had some damage at his house when that tornado come through. I was wondering about his driveway. If we redo him, I was going to see if I hook up with him and give him a deal.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, just drop me an email.
Yeah, that's probably an email there, Steve. I really thought you were kind of kidding. That's probably an email. Bubba at rickandbubba.com.
Yeah.
So, thank you, man.
Yeah, we got a little damage. I got to level it. Rained in it again this morning.
Oh, boy. Bobby, go ahead.
Hey, Greg, I know that the LGBTQ, the LGB part stands for Let's Go Brandon. But what does the TQ part stand for?
Don't answer that, Greg.
Yingling.
Don't answer that, Greg. Greg, you know who I am right now. I'm in the courtroom, and if you get me, do not answer that.
Do not answer. Just move on.
Our time to kill. Don't answer that.
Don't answer that.
We continue. Let's go to Columbus, Mississippi. Eric standing by, listening to 96.1. Eric, go ahead.
Biggins, what's up?
We're fired up and ready.
Boys, I have lived in Mississippi all 33 years of my life, and I just recently found out we have a Rolling Stone, Mississippi.
Yeah, how about that? Kind of makes you want to go to it.
Learn something new every day. Every day we learn something new. Let's go to Eric in Fort Payne, Alabama. Eric, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Monkey Grass, Green Acres. First time caller.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I gotta say, WrestleMania was unbelievable, but I was hurting with Cody Rhodes because I was hoping he would become the champion. You know, after everything he went through, you know, touring his pectoral last year, and man, what do you think about WrestleMania?
So good. It's so excellent. I don't know who you are.
That's well played, my friend.
I may watch pickleball highlights after that.
Johnny Mac. I don't follow it, so I'm sorry. I don't know much about it.
I'm out of the loop.
Have you ever seen the movie Ready to Rumble?
No.
Just watch it. It's about wrestling. It's funny.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it funny?
It's hilarious.
Let's go to Carl. Carl, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Carl.
Hey, brother, you know how y'all always talk about you hate the time change?
Yes.
Well, I have a solution to that.
Okay. Not move the clock?
Instead of changing the time zone where it's always one time, how about we just add an extra day to the weekend?
What in the
what does that have to do with what time it is on the clock? I think.
Sounds good.
I think you just want a 4-day work week.
Sounds good.
They're talking about that too.
No. Look, straight up. I want a full work week. However, we can add a day to the weekend, and there's already a Monday, there's already a Tuesday, but there's not an Apple day. And you know they say an apple a day keeps the doctor away.
I can't even.
I don't even know what is happening.
wrong.
I literally felt your call angering me. You know, it was about my blood was beginning to boil.
I thought it was going to talk about
Apple Days are going to be between Tuesday and Wednesday.
Right,
Is that what you said?
right. Yeah, that's that.
I hope we get that one through.
Right.
I know just not changing the clocks went so easy. I'm sure adding a day will go.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
The airlines would love that.
Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine? All right, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number.
Rick got one story we didn't get in today. Dogs of Chernobyl. Have you seen
Yeah,
this?
we'll do that next.
Yeah, interesting study.
Yep, we'll do that next. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. Stay close. Have you been to rickandbubba.com? Check upcoming events, shop the store, and find out all the different ways you can get the entire show every day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, I don't even know if
hope it's not.
It's just one of those moments. I don't know if it's it's just a moment. Something that happened to me over the weekend. It was Friday night, and you had the show, and JC had a game, and then I cut some of the yard. And I mean, by the time it's it's bedtime. I mean, you're tired, you know. And Terry was out of town, so it was just me and the boys over the weekend. And I had told JC he had a really early game on Saturday morning, and Tyler was at work.
That hurt.
Yeah, Tyler was at work.
That really, really hurt.
And Reese was there, and I was like, hey, JC, I'm going down. I said, man, just go to bed at a decent time. I mean, 10:30, 10:40. I mean, get some decent sleep because you back time, and by the time you got to be there early, I mean, we're up at 6:15 to get going. And I'm like, so just, get to bed early. Yes, sir. So I go in, and I'm unwinding, and I kind of lay down, and I'm out. I mean, it was one of those. It wasn't hard.
Daddy's gone. They've been rolling since early.
And the next thing I know is that JC has jumped onto the bed where Terry normally is sleeping, but she's not there, and he's shaking me. He's Dad,
waking you up.
Yeah, and all I hear is Tyler. Dad, yeah, Tyler, and so I wake up and I'm out of it. I'm like, what? Where is he?
Right.
Because I'm thinking, has he wrecked or something? I know he was at work and all. He's in the kitchen, and I'm like, he's in the kitchen, and I'm still trying to come to.
Right.
He's a spider, and I said, spider. I said, you just woke me up for a spider.
They just woke you up.
Dad, come kill a spider. Tyler claims he can see it from the other side of the kitchen. I'm like, he's 21 and you're 16. Y'all waking me up for a spider? You don't know how good I sleep.
They got you up for a spider?
So next thing he's like, come here. You got to see it. Tyler's got it cornered. And I'm like, he's got it cornered. And so I come in there.
Use the shoe on
Let me tell you something. You wake me up out of the middle of a sleep like that, it better be Spider-Man.
I mean, you ain't kidding.
You know it.
I go into the kitchen, and Tyler's standing there, and he's got his hands out like he's a defensive back about to guard somebody or something. And and I'm like, what is going on? Dad, look right there. Now, understand, the whole time I'm in my underwear.
Okay.
I'm sure looking precious, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Luckily, my hair's not everywhere because I don't have any.
Right. Yeah, difficult to do.
So I come in, and I have to say, when I look over to the right, I see that spider, and I've just stepped into the kitchen.
Right.
And so I tell myself, I can't believe y'all woke me up, and I'm looking at the spider going, my gosh almighty,
That's
look
a
at
big
that
spider.
thing. In my mind, I'm doing it. But outside, I'm going, man, I'm tough.
Tarantula?
I can't believe you got first thing I thought of is, Dad, look, is it a tarantula? I'm like, no. So I'm getting in my eyes. You know how sometimes your eyes aren't working because you're still asleep?
Oh, yeah.
And I'm kind of getting down, and I'm looking, and it thing is huge. I mean, I hate to say, I want to say with legs and everything. I would say
I know the kind you're talking about.
I would say the base
spider?
of a coffee cup. It's huge.
Wolf spider.
Hate them.
And have you ever tried to kill a spider and all the babies come
Yeah.
out?
Oh,
and all
yes.
this kind of stuff?
No, yes, I have.
That particular spider.
That is a weird deal.
And it
They go
freaks you
everywhere.
out. And I told the guys.
You can't have that.
Did
it happen?
I said, we're in a dilemma. I'm in my underwear. We're in a dilemma.
Time out. I'm in my underwear. We're in a dilemma.
We're in dilemma.
Time out.
We
I got a
kill-
pee spot.
We kill that thing.
You know what he does. Go ahead.
We kill that thing. Spiders, babies running everywhere.
Yes.
We can't do that.
Could be.
So I start looking around. I'm like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I'm like, hey, give me that paper plate. Give me 2 paper plates. And Tyler said, yeah, Dad, I almost put a cup on top of it and just let you deal with it in the morning. I'm like, well, I'm glad you
Thanks,
didn't.
buddy.
He said, but I couldn't get the cup on. It's
still be
huge.
asleep.
Wait a minute.
It's huge.
That ain't big
Legs
enough.
hey, legs are this wide.
What is this, deep blue?
Yeah, and so he really did though. He did say, Dad, I almost put a cup on top of it, but I didn't know what to do.
Right.
This is a shot of it here.
Where is it?
Right here. Hold on. Let me get it right there.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, it's Wolfie.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So
That thing's bad news.
Is that
They'll
wolf?
bite you, too.
Red
Yeah.
touching fellow.
all right. So I'm sitting here and I'm not sure what to do.
What
all
kind
right.
is that? You think that's a wolf?
No,
I
I'm
don't know
just,
what it
I'm
is.
so
Yeah.
brown.
And that's really
I
not the
have no
spider.
idea
I
what
just
it is.
found an image of
You know,
a big
they live to
spider.
be 50.
Yeah.
They
Show it
do.
again, Speedy.
Let's see here.
That's
That's
not
good.
really
I heard
bad.
that. That's good.
He made
So
that up.
so I get
What kind
I
is
get
it?
2 paper plates.
No.
All right, and I get 2 paper plates, and
Don't eat
and
it.
I'm over here like this. Now you gotta understand, I'm in my underwear.
Yeah.
All right, and I'm like this, and I'm doing this. I'm trying to scoop it.
Right.
And push it.
Yeah.
So it's so heavy that
Speedy.
it bent the plate a little bit.
Speedy,
And-
my gosh.
and-
Did you have to get the 4-wheeler to move
Yeah,
it?
yeah. And so I get it up, and you can just hear its little legs.
Put it in dog box?
On the plate. You can just feel it, the
Oh,
vibration of it on
no,
the plate.
man.
And I'm like, dip, and I throw it. And
Where'd
it
you throw
lands.
it? Ten minutes to the top. Carshield.com/Bubba. Tell you what, I mean, when you're in an automobile and that warranty goes out, you know what you start thinking? Here it comes. Here it comes. Something's going to go south. Carshield.com/Bubba is they provide that peace of mind you're looking for when it comes to your vehicle's performance. Carshield.com/Bubba. Auto repairs can be a real headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. You start thinking you can have something, which was your first mistake. But now, whether your automobile, if it no longer has warranty, you can get a protection plan by going to carshield.com/Bubba. They cover more parts than ever before, whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles on it or more. Plus, they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, yes, and rental car options, yes, to get you back on the road quickly. They're dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time you're going to have something, and you're going to be so thankful that you've got CarShield. CarShield.com/Bubba. Move right now, and we're going to get you 20% off your protection plan, or call them at 1-800-451-7776. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, you were talking about going to the break, the story that we have not gotten to today, And that is of course, radioactive dogs of Chernobyl.
Yeah, you remember April 26, 1986, Chernobyl's nuclear reactor, which was in northern Ukraine, then part of the Soviet Union, exploded, sending a massive plume of radiation into the sky. Big evacuation of that area. Now, nearly 4 decades later, the Chernobyl power plant and many parts of the surrounding area remain uninhabited by humans, but there are many animals that live there. They've moved in as the humans moved out. For decades, scientists have studied animals living in or near the Chernobyl nuclear plant to see how the increased levels of radiation have affected their health, growth, and evolution. A new study is out analyzing the DNA of 302 feral dogs living near the power plant.
Easy.
Compared to the animals living about 10 miles away, and they have found remarkable differences in their DNA.
I bet.
While the study doesn't prove that radiation is the cause, well, what do you think it might be? The data provides an important first step in analyzing these eradicated populations and understanding how they compare to dogs living elsewhere. So there's a lot of minutia here of radioactivity in cells and all that stuff. You can read the story today for yourself, but they're saying that their DNA has changed so much they almost cannot categorize them as dogs anymore.
What?
That's what they're saying. Yep.
In a related story, I saw you researching the Whitakers of West Virginia.
Yeah.
No.
Now,
We're not going down that road.
the idea of radiation speeding up natural evolution is not a new one. The practice is purposely done in seeds in outer space to induce mutations, for example. It's now a well-known method for developing crops well-suited for a warming world.
What are some of the differences they found?
Well,
tell us.
I don't know, like to have a horn on their head, but they're saying at the DNA level, they're seeing a significant change.
If they can't characterize it as a dog, then what are they characterizing?
That's a big deal.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Adler, don't do that.
Adler. We were talking about genetics. I thought we were wanting to talk about the Whitakers.
Stop
it. Greg brought up the Whitakers.
No, there's no need for that.
Let's not revisit that.
Well, obviously, if there's thousands of these feral dogs, their reproductive abilities have not been affected.
Yeah, sounds like
it. Yeah, and have you noticed?
Have you seen any of those videos where people go into that area and then go into the old
No,
power?
but I know
area
you
there?
have.
They're all over YouTube.
Oh,
and
I know.
they've
You've
got,
told me all about it.
radiation suits on. They can only stay in for so long. They have to go.
I'm not
why
doing
would
that.
you?
I might as well go to Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah, why would you do that?
But have you noticed like the way Chernobyl is spelled is the same way that Cher spells her name?
Yeah,
Chernobyl.
And how did she not do an album called Chernobyl?
Great question.
Chernobyl. She may, Rick. She's still around.
I'll tell you one thing: she'll survive with those feral dogs. You can't take her out.
No.
Check her DNA.
Her half-life is something else.
Greg, she's on that list of those that went to the crossroads.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
No doubt about it.
No doubt.
Yeah. Because, but I don't like the idea of radioactive dogs that are we're not even comfortable calling them dogs. I don't like.
You talking about the hounds of hell?
I don't like that dog. Don't like that at all. Don't want to be around that. Don't want to be anywhere near it.
You know, nuclear power is magic. I mean, you get a lot of energy from. It looks like and it's clean energy if you don't make a mess with the fuel.
I want to know if they're
just
dangerous.
You just can't have anything go wrong.
Bubba.
It'll heat the water.
Yeah, well,
that dog's
it'll
been hanging
boil
out
the
with
water.
the Whitakers.
Look at that dog.
You know what this may be
What's
set
wrong
up?
with him?
Hey, it's been.
Craig, I'm
Look
gonna
at
ask
their
you to
eyes.
stop. Bud.
Look at their eyes. They look
Bubba.
different.
You know,
They've been hanging out with the Whitakers.
As I say, we've been studying Revelation 6 in the Wednesday Bible study. One of the things the Pale Rider has, all the different ways that human beings are going to be killed. You know what's on the list, don't you?
What's that?
Wild beast.
Oh yeah, cutting them loose, sure.
On the list. And remember, everything that gets handed out then is you ain't seen nothing yet. Meaning the versions you've seen before still had the restraint of the church still being here. So now it's all unrestrained.
Here we go.
You think these thousands of radioactive dogs aren't ready to go?
Oh yeah, they'll be all over Europe.
Good gracious.
Just a chomping and biting people left
Sure.
and right.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to keep this from Sherry. She's terrified of dogs.
Yeah.
I don't like them, Rick. As far as like wild dogs.
Yeah. Well, any kind of large dog.
Yeah.
Sherry's tried
The
to.
thing worse is radioactive wild dog.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, that's what I'm not trying to bring you in this conversation, Adler. So don't think that.
Radioactive.
is Sherry has told me time and time again. She said, "You don't understand life for people that are not large." She said, "It's a different life for us. We see things and we think differently the way you may see it.
Yeah.
You see a dog and think he can't take me. I see a dog and go, wow, he could take me out." She goes, "It's different down here. You see things a little bit different."
Why did you bring me into this?
I said, I'm not trying to bring you into this.
Oh, you said you're not trying
I'm not bringing you into this. Could you offer something right now? Maybe, but I'm not asking you to.
It's different down here, is what you want me to say, something like that, Rick? That's real funny. By the way, here's a picture of the Whitaker family tree, guys. I found it.
There it is. Not one branch.
Just a trunk.
That's
great.
Right.
Guys, let's don't go down this road.
Yeah. We're there. Hey, we're there, buddy.
I will say this.
Why are they making back to the knee?
Greg brought it up a year or so ago.
I know.
And for some reason, Bubba has brought it up.
Was it
today.
the
it's
wrestling?
back in the news
It was
today.
it was on one of our story feeds.
Yeah.
Was it the did wrestling bring you into this?
No.
Well, I can see how it was.
Before the kickoff hour, we were going through the stories of the day, and that's why I brought it up to y'all off air, because there's a story in Daily Mail breaking it down.
I'm trying to.
So
I'm
they've
trying
got
to-
a hold of it. Finally.
In my mind, I'm trying to figure out double first cousins.
Oh, Bubba.
That's
Boy, I'm telling you.
that's
scary,
That's a double
honestly.
dip there.
It's hard to watch.
I can't get in
Did you
that
say
world.
double dip?
It really is.
People that have challenges don't bother me, but when you get into this incest thing, there's something about. I mean, that really.
It scares me.
Yeah, I just.
Oh yeah, you couldn't. I was surprised because
can't.
normally you lean in. You couldn't watch this.
No.
Nope. Don't want to see them eat either.
No.
Oh
No. Or cook.
No.
There's one that just barks.
Yeah.
No,
he does.
Guys,
That's all he does. He doesn't talk. Rick.
What are we
Well, a
doing?
whole bunch. Is
What are
curious,
we
don't they?
doing?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of
There's
grunting.
few-
Why
there's
would-
few put
why
you-
would
I'll
this
put a
even?
few sentences
Why
together.
would anybody?
There's a few that can talk.
If we need to go there as doctors and help them, that's fine. But why we don't need to do a documentary?
No.
There's no
Some
need.
things should stay in the dark.
Right. That's
Now, this is Adler screaming, who just put it on the screen.
Oh, he loves it.
No, honestly, it's like nightmare fuel for me. Like, I'm seriously scared of it, so I'm sorry for making light of it.
You're sorry.
That was real. I just got real.
You were real just saying. You were real because you thought you might pay a price for it.
Yes.
In your dreams. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick